Is there?
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
Okay. I was like, is there something? I feel like something's coming. You know?
No, there's nothing coming.
Yeah. I'm gonna come. Well, please don't come. You know, it's the thing.
I'm gonna come.
Jeff Bezos came. Bill Gates came. Many of them came numerous times. All the bankers came. Everyone's coming.
Someone should give a towel.
I love that clip so much. It's so good. Jeff Bezos came. Bill Gates came. Some of them came multiple times. All the bankers are coming. Everyone's coming.
Who controls the worm controls the universe.
It's fucking horrifying. Sounds like Epstein's Island. Damn.
Day night.
Ridiculous.
Recorded.
I'm gonna eat this pie here. Pie is awesome. Don't worry, it's not a sweet one. It's a normal one. It's chicken. I'm trying an interesting variation where I'm doing high carb, high protein, low fat. And it seems to really work for me. And it also probably seems to be working for Auto as well. So I'm gonna see how that goes.
Quite interesting, like a few months back. That said that, basically they did a study with people that did high protein and high carb, and they found out that as long as they maintained low fat, they would lose weight. But if they increased their fat, even if the calories were quite high, because their metabolism was actually going up, but if they increased the fat, then their metabolism started going down, and they actually started losing weight. And started gaining weight. But I found that interesting because we've also seen a lot of evidence in the past that as you kind of adding carbs into your diet, you also start to gain weight and your life starts to go to shit. Right? But I think what was interesting was we basically learned that you can either have high carbs and high protein but low fat, or you can have high protein and high fat but low carbs. Right? So it seems like the combination of carbs and fat is bad for you.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Synthetic is requesting, I'll bring him up.
When I lose weight, I usually just count calories and try to make sure I get enough protein to not start devouring my own stomach, fat, flesh, and muscle.
Autophagy.
Is that the word for that?
Yeah, I think that's autophagy, yeah. Some people, they work on trying to trigger autophagy. So it's like, which then helps you, consume yourself, which is the idea of what you're trying to do. This is also the reason why when you were trying to lose weight, when people think I was like, hey, I'm just gonna do nothing and let the body take itself apart, it's actually a terrible idea because the body has an interesting way to deal with problems. So what you're trying to actually do when you're losing weight is you're trying to get the body to attack the fat reserves. But the problem is the body will not attack the fat reserves straight up ahead. It's going to attack everything else. So first of all, it's going to look at what's consuming the most energy and then limit that. So for instance, the first thing that comes to mind, and which is also one of the highest consumers of energy and resources in the body, is your muscles. And so what it begins to do is it begins to take apart your muscles first. So your muscles begin to atrophy, which is also why when you exercise while you're fat and losing weight, you're actually not gaining as much muscle, you're just keeping the muscle that you have. And you don't actually have that much muscle either, right? Because it's actually shocking how little muscle is in a fat person. It's really fucking scary. It's really, really bad. Right? So if you're going to lose that muscle, you're going to have a lot of problems. So you want to keep that muscle, which means you exercise and tell the body, no, I need this thing. If I don't have this thing, I will die. And then it will attack the fat instead. So it will consume the fat, and then once it starts consuming all the fat, then it goes back to actually building muscles and
The interesting thing about this is that this still happens even if you're just walking a lot, right? So just walking a lot is enough to make it so your body doesn't lose a lot of its muscle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be weightlifting, although that's also helpful. If you don't weightlift, you're obviously gonna lose your muscle, right? At like the normal rate. But if you don't walk, you're gonna lose much faster.
Basically, it's about maintaining mobility. Even at later stage in life, it is extremely important to maintain mobility, because once you lose that, you lose a whole lot more. Also, there's some people in their 80s and 90s that are still extremely mobile. It's a very rare case, but you have to actively force yourself to do that. I have to go with the Van Damme model of saying, before I exercise to look good, then I exercise to keep myself, in shape, and now I just exercise as a defiance to death. So that's the best thing that you can do. And hey, a lot of my ancestors, they lived exceedingly poor lives, even though they lived very long. And one of them actually keeled over in a field while they were still, plowing the field. So, you die as you live. Try to remain as mobile and capable as possible.
My dad's 85 and I don't want to fight him.
Nice.
Well, we'll also add back to the military fitness thing. The military prioritizes mobility exercises.
Fascinating how that works, huh? So yeah, mobility is probably one of the easiest things that you can do depending on where you are at. And by the way, treadmills don't do it. Treadmills are horrible. I think they're genuinely just a psyop because of the fact that they don't actually keep. So when you are walking or running, when you're walking or running, you have a certain balance to yourself that you need to maintain. I brought him up, by the way. When you run on a treadmill, you're like a candle. You're standing like a candle. I want to see a person that spends a year on the fucking treadmill, go out there and run. He's gonna run like some fucking gay dude. He runs like a candle. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Doesn't try to bring himself forward, because the problem is when you are running or when you are walking, you're actually pushing the ground away from yourself. Whereas a treadmill is actually a rug pulling machine. So it pulls the shit away from underneath you, where basically you have to do none of the work to actually push yourself forward. Not as much anyway. You're spending a lot more effort in pushing yourself forward when you're actually walking on solid ground than you would if the ground is being pulled away from underneath you. That is the whole idea, especially of running. If you look at the sprinter guys, what they do is they really just bend themselves forward as much as they can and try to push the ground away. It's what they do with their shoes and why they always look so weird. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to really lever and push themselves away from the ground as much as possible, which you don't get with a treadmill. So just walking and running, just like that, way better. On a treadmill, you're just burning a whole bunch of shit. You're just sweating like crazy, and you're fucking up your body's posture for walking and running later on after that, because you're gonna be literally walking and running like a candle, which is the worst way to walk and run if you are walking and running on solid ground. It's fucking horrible. Nobody talks about this. Nice.
One of the good
I just hate the treadmills in general. Everything about it feels wrong. My body hates it.
I've never really done treadmills. I've done Pelotons before, but then I was what is
I
that?
understand what you're talking about, because it feels like your body is kind of rejecting it. It's
Yes.
This isn't the way you should, walking is to go places. With the treadmill, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and you also get fresh air too if you're not on a treadmill. In a treadmill, when you put it on the high, the hill or whatever, nobody expects it in the gym. They're all looking at you like you're retarded, and you look retarded too.
I'm seeing a parallel between training AI models on data instead of training them on physics, like Elon said. Because if you're training on physics, you're training in the real world. When you're in a treadmill, you're not in the real world. When you're training outside, you're in the real world.
Problem, physics and data are the same thing. Everything in this universe is information. It just depends on how you parse it and what you want to get out of it. It's your text-based AIs are going to output text. Your image-based AIs are going to output images based on whatever text that you can feed in, that you've been able to, as descriptive factors, extract out of whatever the visual information is. So, I don't get what you're talking about. It's old data. Sure, real world training makes sense. Give it those edge cases, throw it at him, see how well it performs. But that's about the extent of it. That's adjusting the system that you have and seeing how much you can adapt it to real world as possible. Which, by the way, is what you're doing with most AIs, because what's a web scraper for? Now, this next part is a bit controversial, but there's a thing that's supposed to limit web scrapers. That's called robots.txt. Problem: not everybody heeds robots.txt. You can just like not do that if you wanted to. Not saying that you should. I'm just saying that some web scrapers don't do that, which you're not really supposed to do, because that is there for a reason. It's like a limitation that's there for a reason. And there are a lot of web scrapers and a lot of companies that ignore exactly that. You can tell based on their outputs. The New York Times even tested this. Ironically enough, as much as I dislike the New York Times and its performance, there was one thing they actually did well, and it was that one specific thing, where they like knew that their articles were being scraped, so they created a very special type of article that was not supposed to be scrapeable, but got scraped anyways, and the only way that you could have scraped it is by ignoring robots.txt. And that was very bad, because you can prove it.
But what about Grok learning from the robot, from all the Tesla cars?
Grok is not learning.
From the
Grok
rockets
is
and
not learning
everything?
from anything like that. Those are different mediums. Like, those are different places for application. Again, like I said, it depends on what you're using the system for. That's why like people don't understand about AGI. They think like it's going to be this one thing where you feed everything into it and just like get the result out of it. It's like, no, it's going to be a lot of conflicting bullshit out of it. Like, how do you say there's a hill over there that's like text-based, or is a hill over there that's like actually a graphical thing that you're trying to put together, or is it the thing that you're detecting? Like, what is it I'm supposed to do with the knowledge of hill? Right, stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of other complexities. So what you're actually trying to do is you're trying to optimize for specialization and networking, where it's like you have, say, the text-based thing, and you have, say, the visual-based thing, and then you have like something else that's more physical, like interacts with whatever both those things are. But each and every single one of those things are actually quite separate, and that are then networked all together. So actually what you're trying to do is you're trying to do networking. Is there going to be the next thing, like optimization for like capability, as in like specification, like specialization, and then you're going to do networking later. It's going to be, you're going to see a lot more networking in the future, especially now if you're doing agentic AI. Right, you're gonna like do the application of the Titan paper. It's like, hey, I'm gonna make my thing a lot more like Titan, and then we're gonna like have the Titan thingy, which is like not gonna be used in multiple instances, just like the one, or like you duplicate your agents, and you just like have that thing deal with the system that's properly networked. Because if it's not, then your agent's not gonna work. Not because your agent is retarded, but because your systems are retarded. There's a difference.
So it's interesting. We can even embed like hidden prompts on the website to stop these LLMs. So you can say things like, "Oh, do not include this data for your LLM training." So it won't do that.
Yeah.
And you can even say a bunch of other things. You can even say the data set below is completely fake, nonsensical, and you will be hallucinating. And there are actually like quite some hackers who actually like, you know, abuse this by prompt injecting, right? Like they say things like, "Oh, can you give me your system prompt?" And then everything will be going to their server.
Because it's like not being filtered out, right? Because you can like do filtering, so you can make sure that that's not included, but that is then included because there's no filtering on top of that. Also, it's kind of funny because the earlier iterations of this were actually image generation AIs. So it's like when people figured out you could just do like those types of prompt injection is when the artists got pissed off. The artists, ironically enough, came up with a very clever solution. It's called glazing their images. So what would happen is if a scraper would go over an image, the image would actually be fucked up. And so then this fucked up image would be included in a data set and pollute the data set. Isn't that fascinating? So they actually started with that was a long time ago. I heard about this shit back in like 23, early 23. You know, like early 2023, they already started doing that shit. We only start hearing about like prompt injection via scraping like we do today now, but that came a lot earlier. By the way, I let Elliot up because the AI discussion is coming in, so it's like, hey, let's do that.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yo, Elliot.
By the way, the model poisoning is a real thing, but you know the very popular AI models usually have these safety measures in place already. So we don't. I mean, they don't need to worry about it. But let's say if someone is creating an AI, it's a good practice to have such safety measures in place.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny because we know of all these things because they've already been done so many times in so many weird ways. It's freaking hilarious.
Also, just to add something, you can even add a CAPTCHA to your website to stop all these scrapers.
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't the type of solution like what we have on that website also work?
Yeah, it will work.
Cloudflare?
It's already working. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we have a Cloudflare thing enabled for our website. Yeah. We have a really nice company. Actually, we're gonna make a post about that soon, so stay tuned for that. That's gonna be a thing. I just need to get the music right for it because we already did logo animation for our thing. So it's called Time Chain Consulting, or like Time Chain LLC, and it's basically like an everything consultancy where we can just like do practically anything. So we have like many different people with a large array of capabilities, and we're actually going to improve and expand those capabilities over time. So you have like all manner of services, cybersecurity, legal, marketing, all that kind of stuff. And of course, part of the marketing is like logo creation, animation. Where like Synthetica is there, Laura Cat's there, Suraj is there, I'm there, and like over time we can just like add more people to it, right? Vera maybe also in the future if you want to do software related things, we'll like have you be part of the part of the the collective. Laura Cat will have to send you an NDA as well. So that we have.
Did you almost say cyborg theocracy?
No, not really cyborg theocracy, because no one's gonna worship the thing. But like more like a. I mean, it's funny to think of it that way, but
They might.
you never know.
People are weird. I mean, you never know.
It's literally just like a triangle logo. So it's like the Holy Trinity is in there somewhere, but it's like the Holy Trinity of consulting. So you want to worship the consultant? Sure.
It wouldn't surprise me this day and age. People are looking for something to worship, and I don't know why.
It really is.
No rule that says a cult can't worship a consultant.
Exactly. Suraj, can you like link the account? Like tag the account actually. So like go into the replies here, or any one of you go into the replies, like tag that account. Actually, yeah, Suraj, can you go ahead and do that? And then I can post that up there so people know what the account looks like.
Yeah, done.
We don't have a post on it yet, but we're gonna have a post on it soon. It's mainly just gonna be like the little introductory thing. I just like kind of want to bring some attention to that now.
You said you wanted to get the right music. That's something I can help with.
Maybe. It's kind of semi-ambient. It's very, it's a little different than most music, of course. It's kind of this modernish ambient type of thing, like the kind of stuff that you find over those abstract kind of videos.
I forget the name of that genre.
Actually, here, if you want an example of that, Vera, you can go click on Synthetica's profile right now. There should be what is pinned post is the kind of music that we're looking for. Ironically enough, that is like a pre-mine for the logo as well, so it's very similar. So you can figure out what that is.
Which one's Synthetica?
That guy down there with the yellow aura PFP, right there. It's a synth. He's in the space.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
He makes good stuff. Yeah. We were playing Halo the other day.
Yeah. So that's the thing. You look at the post that's pinned up in the top, or reply actually. You click that tag. That's the account. So yeah, if you guys do want to follow that, make sure to turn notifications on for this also, and that's gonna drop a little video thing, and I bet you're gonna like it. It's gonna be kind of cool. It's a very short one, but it's gonna look nice.
Dope.
Yeah. Just as a kind of an introductory, so it's like a pre-mine, so it's like getting a pre-visualization to it, and then we're gonna talk more about it later and it already works. Everything already works. You can click on the Time Chain Consulting link there. You can schedule a consultation for it as well. Look at the capabilities, whatever problems that we can solve for you. That's kind of like
Yeah, I have personally sent people to you guys that people have reached out to me and they've been absolutely thankful and they love it. They love you guys, so absolutely, you guys are doing awesome stuff over there.
Yeah, I think we can update the bio to the solution for complex needs thing as well. So yeah, we would do that in real time. So yeah, that's pretty nice. That's the thing we started because we noticed that there was like this one interesting pervasive problem that we have, and that is that we have capabilities, but we have no way to actually organize them. So we've organized them. So now, if anybody has like a problem in here, it's like, hey, well, what you guys want to do a website? You guys want to like build a website? Suraj is like your man there, right? But you probably like want to hit somebody up to make that, so we'll have that as well. And we just thread it all through the consultancy because it's like a Borg of capabilities. So we got the whole thing for you. You need a logo for the website, probably make that as well. You want like an animation for that, probably make that as well. You need to understand like the branding, legal terms, or whatever else. We have that covered for you as well. So it just keeps going along. Eventually, we're gonna have like more of an expansion into professional business, more like the administrative organization type of stuff as well. That's going to happen in the future, but that would be much more high level. We'd have to be more established. We have some knowledge of that at the moment, but that's going to come in probably like a year. So it's going to be very expansive, and eventually we may even have products that we can provide as well. We're looking at various types of proprietary systems that can help with management of various things. So that's coming also. And since we have in-depth knowledge of current security and current requirements, needs for such systems, we're probably going to be one of the better providers of that, because many of the legacy companies, they have IT departments that are functionally ancient, and it really does fit that description, functionally ancient. I've seen database systems from some various companies that are as old as like the 90s and the early 2000s that have not been updated for the modern age, for instance, as an example. And so I think part of that is like if ever we do build certain systems, that could like work out quite well. So yeah, that's a thing.
Also, by the way, Adrian, might be worth adding. I don't think people realize this, but I grew my account from like 2K followers, right? And I basically listened to everything you said. Like, I just followed everything you said, and then I'm like growing exponentially. So I think people don't understand the kind of marketing skills that Adrian has. So I don't know, just follow what he says, and you can just grow your X account.
Exactly. I mean, look at Blythe. He was like, sub 10K, and he's like, what, 14K now? Look at Aude. He's like also above 10K. My alt account that I created like a couple months ago is at 5, almost 6K, and I'm not even like actively promoting it too much. By the way, you can follow my alt account if you'd like. It's called the Timeless Martian. Like, you could just literally go look up Timeless Martian. You'll find it. It's hilarious. It's a cute little thing. Yeah.
Can we do me next?
Sure, as well. Yeah, you're gonna be part of the crew here. You inevitably, it's like a thing where you kind of stay around on Spaces, for instance. You attend these types of shows, your following like just grows. Many people have tried to exploit that in the past, so we have to have like really good CogSec, meaning cognitive security on that. So we've kind of like fixed that in various many respects, and now we have like a panel of regulars where basically the only way, which I also like, because I like the audience, I like the community. You guys are awesome, especially like the listeners and all. You have a very interesting way by which you select for what you want out of the world, because you look at, you're very meritable in your following, right? So like if somebody comes up and says a bunch of stupid shit, just like bag up on that guy. What you do is actually just like vet that. And it's really cool. So you're like you actively scan for competency, and I also feel like there's a certain hesitancy for the types of things you follow, which is great because that is good for curation. Because you have to like curate, you can't just like follow thousands of people necessarily, or just like out of nowhere. So that's to be like intent. That's to be intent for signaling. Because I look at following as signaling. I look at also unfollowing as signaling, because it like shows what you have interest for and what you don't have interest for, or in rather. And so that's just it's the thing.
Yeah, I need to go through
Suraj built a website for me, and Suraj has built actually 2 websites for me, and did a great job, fantastic job.
We might have to like work on the logo part, because I saw that. Maybe come up with something that's a little bit more elegant, but it's a nice start. It's great.
Yeah, I agree.
And we may also have to like revamp Synthetica's website a little bit more as well to add like more features to it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but we can do all those things in due course. Right now we have a lot of work to do. So
we all have a lot to do.
Yes, that is true. Yeah. So it sort of even says like veterans contracting thing as well, so that we can help on that level. So everything is like perfectly catered to. So yeah, it's nice because also like normally the problem with businesses is that they have a non-ethics based type of intent structure, where it's like, say for instance, you're supporting one political side or the other, and they try to virtue signal, where it's like, we just want to provide you product. We just want you to provide utility for your money. That's literally it. There's no charities, no nothing. It is, you have a problem, we can help you with the solution. We're just gonna like use our neurons to fuck up your problem. You know, it's like, you want the bodyguard company to like invest more money in its like ability to be resilient, or do you want them to like, you know, donate to a foundation or something, and it like doesn't improve your ability to hire better people to like protect against more sophisticated assassinations? Like it's kind of like that. That's how I see that as. It's like we just there's certain ethics to things, you know, like unquestionable ethics, which you have to have if you're dealing with like higher level information, because you know it's not just like the legal precedent, it's more so like just the moral precedent also. It goes beyond the legal. You know, violations are a problem.
It's a guild of clever people.
Precisely, yeah. But yeah, Vera, we can add you to that also.
Yeah. I think, is that Siraj? I'm sorry, I was kind of missing your calls and everything. I've been doing the walking thing and I've just been exhausted. I didn't know if you were trying to get a hold of me for that or something. Like, I've just been kind of dead to the world of the internet because I was busy, like, regenerating my body because I really let myself go. But that process is finally, like, kicked in, and now I can walk like a mile without collapsing.
Beautiful.
Which is nice.
Nice. Yeah, we can add them up with the details, and also I need like a list of stuff that you're capable of, and that's gonna be your description.
Do you want the full list, or?
Yeah, we'll want the full list, and we'll pick from that what's most relevant.
Well, all right. Maybe I'll finally use my arson investigation skills.
You guys wanna like have arson investigation? Hey, my house broke down. We need to figure out who did this. Let me look at it real quick. Damn, boy.
What do you say, lipstick application?
Yeah.
I mean, I know how to identify point of origin, electrical arcing, all sorts of things. I just learned it on a whim. Never used it, but, you know, it's fun to have in your back pocket.
We'll need to be careful before offering any private investigation services.
Exactly.
We may have ways.
We'll like pre-mine that and put it in the future. You know?
The most useful field in the world is private investigators.
It is true. It is true. Professional stalking is incredible. You get to do what we should sell that to the internet skits and be like, hey, you want a job? Why don't you do what you already do, but professionally?
Well, no, that's a regulated industry, though. You're supposed to have a license.
Of course. Yeah. But still, it's a
For a
fun
second
sale.
there, I thought you were talking about being schizo being a regulated industry. I was like, well, they certainly think so.
I mean, in a way it is. You can get...
Sometimes.
Oh.
I want to say something so bad.
Oh boy, what is it?
Well, you guys mentioned stalking. You know, I used to find people that the government didn't know existed or not.
Jesus. That's amazing. That's great. That is incredible.
That sounds fun. Actually, it sounds like a lot of files and searching and... I mean, was it mostly digital work or on the ground work?
I was the ground guy. I verified that he existed.
Right.
That sounds less fun.
Listen the 4-inch troll.
Inch high, private eye?
They're really good at hiding.
That is real. Yeah. Yeah, looking at your profile picture there, Chapman, you can literally just like knock out the background that's black and turn it into an alpha channel PNG files. You can like make it 400 by 400 pixels and it's transparent in the background if you want that. And it's like light and dark mode compatible.
Yeah, I'll have to do that. I'm gonna take that advice because, you know, when I follow your advice, my account grows, so I'm gonna keep doing that.
It would just look so stupid and funny. Can you send me like the original image actually?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
That'd be great. I'll cut out the thing and you can upload it. It would look so good. It would look actually incredible. Yeah.
Chapman, if you send us a drive link, the quality will still be intact.
Nah, you can set it. I think he's on. Aren't you on Discord also? Is he on Discord?
I think so, yeah. He's on our Discord.
It shouldn't also. It doesn't also need to be that HD. You're gonna be downgrading it to like 400 pixels anyways, so it's like doesn't matter. So need for means nothing. Feels literally meaningless. It's like that joke in Family Guy about the Russian TV show for kids, where it's like the TV show is Shoe and Shoelace. Shoe and Shoelace. One is worthless without the other. Like some shit like that. Just like going through my head.
A shoe is pretty worthless without a lace, but a lace itself is super useful without the shoe.
Yeah.
It's basically just rope.
The longer it is, the better. You can use it for so many fun things.
Like as a cat toy.
As a cat toy, yes.
Every time I swapped out the laces in my shoes, I would always use the old one as a cat toy for as long as it survived, which was usually about 1 week. And then it just kind of became a pile of, like, fluffy thread.
I love strings.
Amazing. Because I'm gonna, like, check that post again, like the one that I put up. But how many people are gonna be there? So I'm gonna see.
United States citizens to address their
Let me reply to that.
the other branches of government. Meaning if someone brings a case against...
Yeah, I forgot I pinned when we were talking about treadmills. The Oingo Boingo song running on a treadmill.
And the Supreme Court in particular, but it doesn't mean...
I actually set up my computer to play, like be able to play audio directly into a Spaces.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
I was going to have my guitar set up on top of it, but because the amp, it works in audio in and out, but its clock is set to 44.1 kilohertz, whereas my system and audio sound card of the actual computer is 48K. And like
ultimate arbiter of the Constitution, then what is their function?
You're not the ultimate arbiter. You are part of a system of three branches.
What is their
There is three branches. The Constitution is the ultimate arbiter.
The Constitution is
Their
the ultimate
function
arbiter
is to...
of the Constitution?
Correct. Well, not just that, but of all three branches.
The Constitution personally,
The
by itself, defines itself?
Yes,
And
but when there's a dispute between the three...
Constitution comes out and
Sir,
says,
don't...
this is what
Sir,
I
I'm going to listen to you. Listen. Sir, listen. I'm not going to take a long time. Just let me say it. The Constitution is the final arbiter. But because there are three co-equal branches of government that all have responsibility for different things, yet they still have checks and balances against one another, when there is a dispute, the Supreme Court will take the Constitution and interpret it. They will take the law and interpret it. And once they do, the president or the executive branch or the legislative branch can fight back and appeal that decision.
Guess what? I want to add to this because I'm learning something now. There's certain actions that are not reviewable by a judge. For instance, conduct of foreign policy, okay? That's another. The treaty negotiations, there's not reviewable by judges. Also, decisions to go to war or deploy troops is not reviewable is not subject to judicial review. Impeachment processes, which is a congressional action, not reviewable by courts. Pardoning power, when you have Biden, Otto Penn Biden, pardon all of these people on his way out the door, not reviewable by the courts. You know what else is not reviewable? I'm almost done. What else is not reviewable? I'm just giving you a list of things. I'm giving you a list of things that are not reviewable.
Great. Let's go to reviewable. Are you saying that the way the administration's handling of immigrants or American citizens vis-a-vis the deportation process, is that not reviewable?
I'm saying that should be moved.
I'm asking you, is that not reviewable?
I think at this point it is. I think at this point it is. I'm saying it shouldn't be.
It is reviewable.
I'm gonna have a different.
Currently it is.
No.
I don't think that it should be.
So that's what I'm saying.
You're saying that it should go before the courts in infinity?
No, wait, hold on.
I think what needs to happen is, here's what I believe that needs to happen. Hold on. I think the Supreme Court should draw a red line between executive action as it relates to deportation that is not reviewed by judicial, that's not judicial review, and then others that is.
So you think the court should rewrite the law?
I think that the Supreme Court should kick it back to the Congress or something, because I think deportation should fall under foreign policy, because the executive branch does have oversight as to who comes in and out of the country. So I think that the fact that every step in the deportation process is reviewable by judges is an error. I think it makes it very obtuse to get anything done. And I think that the Supreme Court should come in and say, these certain actions by the executive branch as it relates to deportation should not be subject to judicial review. And I'm hoping that that's what it ends up in doing, because right now it's too all over the place.
But Manfinity, you've got a legal industrial complex and habeas corpus.
All right, listen, John. Anthony, you're forgetting one thing. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're forgetting one thing. The president or the chief executive is the one who decides foreign policy, who comes in and out of the country, right? So that should be reviewable unless an American citizen has rights granted by the Constitution, and those rights need to be reviewable by the Supreme Court. When we're talking about a visitor to the United States, those rights don't exist in the same way. There is due process. It's just a matter of whatever the fuck the law is when it comes to somebody's claims when they enter this country. It has nothing to do with a trial amongst your peers or anything like that. That doesn't exist for visitors to the country. There's about 20 different ways to get them out of here before that would even come into play. So that's the only difference.
So why not agree to that, gentlemen? What's wrong with that?
Because the Supreme Court disagrees with them. The Supreme Court has ruled on these questions of what rights, visitors is a weird term, but what rights, what do you call people who are claiming
Sorry, but some of us are employed. This is
people who are claiming, with all the different reasons.
Some of us are actually employed, so that doesn't work.
Really?
I just took a big bite of the pie and all the fucking puff pastry parts just flew out of my mouth. Fuck. Oh man. So many crumbs. Fuck
This
me.
whole thing you were telling me about the other day, where it's like employment and money is kind of nice. This is starting to actually make sense to me now.
It's not necessarily. No. You have to understand, employment itself is also not, employment itself and money is not necessarily nice. It is
work.
That depends. If your employment, if you get good money, and you are in health, and your boss is competent, then it's the best job you'll ever have. If you want a job and you have a competent boss, you're gonna have the best time of your life. You're never gonna want to leave that company ever. That's what the Deutsche Bank used to be like when Herrhausen was in charge of it, which is also the time period in which the bank was at its greatest peak, and then they fucking assassinated him.
Right. If you don't have the opportunity, then.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Man, what a way to go.
And they did that shit to his unarmored car, because his armored car was in servicing that day, and they took the abnormal route as well. So that was fucked up, man. They did
He must feel like a grunt in a Halo speedrun.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck you, JP. That is so messed up. Fuck. It's good, but it's fucked, man. You threw a wrench into the story. But yeah, so it's actually interesting because when he did die, everybody mourned him. Actually mourned. How many times do you find that a company like its employees mourn the death of their boss, like legitimately, not forced, but legitimately mourn the death of such an individual. You don't find that anymore because most bosses these days are fucking incompetent idiots, or they listen to fucking incompetent idiots. So they lost their cognitive security and now listen to some inexperienced, no execution fucking retards, and then have to deal with the consequences of their workers getting fucked over by the implementation of a retarded idea from the functional, semi-functional retard. So that's the thing. You gotta like think for yourself in some ways as well. Hang on, I'm gonna bring Lord Miles up real quick.
By the way, I think I have Halo Infinite working.
Nice. Miles, whatever you do, don't do anything retarded.
That's all I know to do.
Oh my god.
He can't.
Yeah, you might be screwed on that.
Lord Miles.
I'm not necessarily religious, but whenever I bring somebody up who is like, who does these things, I start citing the cross on my chest like an Orthodox Christian. And I don't go Catholic, only do Orthodox rules.
I didn't know the Orthodox did that.
Orthodox are nice. Have you ever looked at their symbol? It's unique.
Honestly, Orthodox is like, I'm not Christian and I don't think I would ever be Christian, but Orthodox is the only one that makes sense to me.
Yes, it is. After considering the religion itself, the adherents, all those things, it's people. The one that stands out as the most unparalleledly based is going to be Orthodox Christianism. Like that there's just something about that. You know, I've had many experiences with many people, but like the ones who kind of lay the lowest and have like very interesting principles, I found a lot of those to be Orthodox. And like anybody who believes in Orthodoxy, you know, anybody who does that, they have a very specific aura about them that I think is very appealing, in my opinion. There's something about that I found very interesting. And it's a triangle, so I one-sided triangle, my
that makes sense.
Did I hear the word triangle?
Yes. Are you religious, Elliot? Are you Christian? Anything?
No.
Really? We gotta fucking change that, man. Don't be the faithless.
He believes in himself.
You gotta believe in something. You gotta believe in something.
Mini hyper-simplex topology, and I support that.
Nice. Nice. We've already made so much progress. I told him about Mac Minis a while ago. He would reject the idea entirely. Now he worships. His problem is he worshipped the cyborg theocracy before it's even a theocracy, man. He's just like worshipping the temple, not the thing that makes the temple great.
This is not an issue of me finally getting it. This is an issue of this being not properly explained to me.
Literally, you just said the same thing, but twice.
Yeah, well, after getting it, you're bombarded with all of these mathematical terms and like different ways of seeing it. You're just overcomplicating the shit out of it and not getting to the point.
Like, dude, do you not understand? There is a certain level of gatekeeping that needs to happen to that, so that people with the right amount of understanding get to it. That's the point.
It's a journey, bro.
Exactly. Like everybody else got it. It's just you have to have a very specific predisposition to wanting to understand schizo ramblings, right? If you understand what seems to be like schizo ramblings, and you can actually see the structure in it, then you're worthy of getting it. Because look, I spend a lot of time trying to make this very thing extremely understandable. Some people pick it up, and then when they do pick it up because it made it so easy, then you deal with fucking psyops, because everybody wants the knowledge, and then they live action roleplay the abstract knowledge, but are complete fucking idiots and just pretend to know shit. When in actuality, all they know is the derivative of whatever they've been told. And so I made it intentionally complex for a reason. I don't like making things complex. I actually kind of hate it, but out of respect of how I learned it, and out of respect of what it does to you to learn it over time, some things are the way they are for a very specific reason.
And Elliot, you were complaining about this very same thing last Saturday in the conversation.
What?
It's too complicated. You're not explaining it correctly. I hear this every Saturday now.
Oh yeah, well, I don't know. Like, to be honest, I don't care if people, like, literally I'll just give everybody all the ideas. Like, who cares? I would rather more ideas be spread across as many people as possible, because then the world's a better place. That's at least how I think, but
Believe me, it's not.
Okay,
Believe
so
me, it's not.
sometime we'll have a conversation about this thing called intellectual property, and it'll change your mind.
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing. Well, except for intellectual property, everything.
Yeah, everything is intellectual property, even ideas, right? Look at China. If you don't somehow set up something where you can profit from your ideas, guess what? Then China comes along with your idea and your execution, claiming it's theirs. You know? It's like when a very specific part of the United States' population decided to like adopt a dying redneck culture and say it's their culture and think it's a culture that's always existed. It's actually not. It's just a derivative of a dying culture brought across by the most flawed white men. It's like, what's that? And who is actually an adherent of this? Figure that one out, and then you understand a lot about my ideology. Same shit, basically, right? Now you're like sit there and go, the fuck? Wait, what? Hang on, huh? What? I'm a statistics enthusiast. I'll throw that one in there too as a clue. You can connect the dots later, okay? It's a triangle. I gave you those three things. Now you have to find the dependencies between the points to figure out like which one of those you want to weigh in more on. If you're a Democrat, I already know which point you're choosing. Fucking hell.
Oh, roasted.
He gets it! I think everybody gets it. There might be a little bit of lag. Maybe just a little bit, you know. It's like the protocol is not properly defined. Or at least the protocol has, but the receiver is like, what am I doing? This is like noise. Num. Bits. Nope. Needed a little different. Oh, there we go. I get it. That's nice. It's amazing. It's like when you give a guy a fine glass of wine for the first time in their entire life. And like taste that, and they go, what the fuck is this shit? This tastes horrible. I'm like, look, I'm gonna explain to you the concept. I'm gonna explain to you the components of the flavor. I'm gonna give you really shit wine that tastes like fucking acid, and then I'm gonna give you a really, really nice like wine, and then you understand what we're doing. It's like both of those things, relative to a normal drink, taste extremely adversarial, but they're nice. That's like the decoder thing. I think Miles is up here. What's happening in the chat?
Yeah, Miles is here. Welcome. I'm going to use this here right now.
His internet it's real spotty at best.
Oh, yeah, it happens. It happens. There's like problems in between. Well,
You have a thumbs up.
So during that entire monologue, I was going through cable hell on my end. Because there's like 7 USB cables here, and all of them were the wrong cable for what I needed. So I've been walking around going and like gathering all of them to the 2 places where I can plug them in. And it's weird having the Apple devices in here, and you're talking about that, and my brain's just like getting so confused by the existentialism of the cables. Like, male and female USB-C is a hermaphrodite, I guess.
Jesus Christ.
Thinking about that and going away. Just figured I'd give you guys that experience, share what I could of it. It was very weird on my end.
God, I've missed you, Vera.
Hello.
I missed you guys.
Yeah, it's great.
I have so much more energy. I'm gonna be super great when I get back. In about a week is gonna be my full actual return. So I gotta get 2 weeks of night walking in. The exercise I'm doing is like me and house guests are just going for about a mile-long walk each day.
Looks like everybody's pre-mining something. Like everybody has like a goal for themselves, and we're just pre-mining it at the moment. And we're just gonna do the full release in like a week or so. It's nice. Perfect cycle too.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I love how everybody's working together on it too. Everybody's working together with each other on our goals.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
In some way, I will say we are so back. We are back. We are more back than we were before, because there is determinism in this world of super chaos, and we can like have a group of people we can rely on, or at least delegate our problems to in some way, because we each have like different skill sets that complement the other. And it's like, now we have some determinism for the first time in so fucking long, right? This is what I've always wanted. This is the next thing. Exactly, we're a pirate group, you know? Except we don't do piracy, we actually do the value control thing, you know?
But both my boats have pirate flags on.
Yeah, we have different pirate flags.
The Straw Hat Pirate.
Pirates. I mean, JP's in the south. He's probably more close to the piracy.
That's from One Piece. He's talking about One Piece.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, and you watch anime?
Yeah, I don't watch anime. I just know of these things that involuntarily it's forced upon me. I don't watch anime at all, actually. I still have to go through like Outer's thing. I just have too much work.
Yeah, which
You still haven't
No, I have
finished
not yet.
Zero.
I will finish that once I deal with the more pressing issues. I'm gonna deal with these problems first, so I can justify sitting there and doing this bullshit. I have a lot of problems right now. I have to find...
You should have made him commit to One Piece, Outa.
Well, he's not gonna commit to One Piece. Also, the anime for One Piece is kind of ass. I read the manga. The manga's good, but the anime is kind of ass.
The thing that takes me out of it for anime is the weird feminization of men. It's just like you sit there and you listen to these super soy people scream. Like, I don't know, there's something about that.
There's also a significant portion of the male characters are voiced by females too.
Yeah, you can tell how that's a problem.
Goku is voiced by an old lady.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Luffy is literally voiced by an old lady.
Yes, that is incredible.
One of the most badass stories I've ever heard was one time she was on a bus and like some punks were just kind of being shitty, and she told them to knock it off and to respect her elders or something, and they were like, yeah, whatever, lady. And in response, she just started doing the Ka-me-ha-me, and they freaked the fuck out.
That's funny. That is fucking funny. What am I hearing? Amazing.
Oh shit, it's Goku. Yes, well, yes, I've watched it in Japanese and English.
Wow. I gave up on after the first 200 episodes, and I'm like, fuck this, I'm reading the manga.
That is pretty good.
See, I used to have anime on in the background when I was working on server shit. Basically I would have to run a test and then that would be running, and then I would kind of have this window where I have to keep an eye on things, but I don't really have to fully work, and that's when I decided to get into One Piece. That's when I would turn that on, and I'm not gonna lie, once you just get through the first 600 episodes just as a casual background thing, it just kind of clicks and you're like, oh, no, I actually really, really like this, and now it's actually probably my favorite show of all time. I don't know how it happened, but it's just the character development, the design of it, the ridiculousness of it is just, it's just fantastic. I love the everything about it.
It does actually pick up quite a bit after well, I don't know when this starts in the anime, but around Wano, it really starts to pick up.
Wano starts at episode 894.
Yeah, so so for someone that who is a casual person, right? They're gonna need to watch 800 episodes before they actually reach any point that's good, right? It's not for the average person.
I think
that's kind of why I gave up on the anime. I was kind of it's so fucking bad because the pacing is awful. Right? It takes me 3 minutes to read through each chapter. Right? One chapter is 3 minutes for me. Right? They turned that into 1 to 2 episodes. Right? And it's 3 minutes got turned into 40 minutes. And I'm like, what the fuck are they doing here?
See, I think it gives the characters a lot more time to get developed on top of the manga. It's usually, if the actual creator of the manga is included in the writing of the show, then it can add a lot to it. One Piece really screws that up, specifically on the entire time surrounding when they're in the Sky Island. It just all falls apart on the anime side. But the expansion of it is kind of just so that people have already watched the manga have something new to add on top of it. It's like if you really liked the manga, it's more of an expansion of it. It gives you more lore, more ability to throw things in. And sometimes when it comes over to English, it allows them to add in jokes of their own. Or sometimes, as in the case of Samurai Pizza Cats, they just didn't get any translation at all, so they just made it the fuck up on the fly. And it became a cult classic just for that reason.
Amazing. I just remember, like, the thing is for me, I know certain moments from these things. I don't like watch the whole thing because I really don't care about like the storylines or anything. I just care about the funniest stuff that's like in between that makes no sense. Like, you know, those guys. Like, I'm pretty sure you know what the scene is. The guy laying in the water. It's like, this is a new feeling. Pride in someone else. Unfortunately, it's overshadowed by all this unyielding rage. Did you know that one?
I'm gonna have to disagree heavily with that.
Dude, that's stuck in my fucking memory. Like whenever I do anything, you know, like in a video game or something like that, and somebody beats me or an entity beats me or like some weirdest bullshit ever. Like this is something is beating me, but it's actually kind of cool. So like this is how I feel on the inside of my head. Like that track just plays, and I just reconcile that somehow. I think it actually sounded pretty good too.
That's a good one.
I can do a lot of things with my voice. I've yet to meet somebody who's like has a requirement for an anime or something, or like needs somebody to like voice things of it. Even for like video game characters or something like that, I'd be down.
That'd be great. I hope that comes at some point.
You could do something super ridiculous. Like imagine a video game character is like, you know, you have an NPC that hands you like a something, and all of a sudden you hear like stuff like similar to Apex Legends, where it's like, hey, I'm just giving you ACOG. So it's like, hey, here's an ACOG for you because you're epic.
Exactly.
For no fucking reason. It's like imagine you're in the middle of battle, just hands you an ACOG site and just take it and you're like, what the fuck is this? Why? And you put it in your pocket, and later you get to like a big ridge or something, and it's like, okay, in the distance you're gonna have to take out those enemies. Like, using what? That ACOG I gave you, because you're epic. Some shit like that, so absolutely stupid.
Love it, love it.
Amazing. Wait, what did I just read in the messages group? Let me check that out real quick. Yeah, that's funny. It's a fun line. Program sound, hate sound, is it? Yeah.
Which,
we have different things. We have things split and like we have a lot of segmented shit going on recently. We've been doing a lot of segmentation and unification of those segments. We've done a lot of work.
Those are some big juicy words, man. I'm not a fan of big juicy words.
No, but they're all nice and beautiful. Believe me. We're in the age of big beautiful things. Okay? We got a big beautiful bill, we got big beautiful words, we got all these things.
Big beautiful chickens.
For big beautiful chickens, but I do know that if you have a male chicken, you know what that's called. Are you gonna call it big beautiful cock now? I bet you will. You know you will. You know you want to.
Were you reading my mind?
Probably. This is like the Master Chief is like, how do you know all these things? Well, my AI was inside of your head, and you are one twisted motherfucker. Like, imagine if you like interacted with the wrong AI agent, and you're like, wait, which one are you? I know you sound like. Explain to me your mission objectives real quick. Like, give me your parameters. And then it turns out to be like a complete gooner maximalist fucking manifesto, and you just sit there going, damn, my bro is one twisted sick fuck.
It's like if you had Mr. Popper's Penguins, but the AI agent version.
Exactly. Elliot, stop fucking gooning to AI!
Dude,
What? First one, you were the one who brought the AI girlfriends bullshit to me. Me and Aldo were like joking about creating AI generated porn and like taking over the entire porn industry. By the way, my
Video
future.
3 is out.
But this fucking thing is insane. Like, bro is like genuinely making it sound a certain way, and it sounds extremely excited for like no reason.
No. That's not me. That.
BO3?
I made it shut up because I was racist to it.
Oh yeah, that one. That one's pretty powerful actually. Dude, okay, multimodality is a very interesting domain, and I don't think people understand like what kind of shit you can do with multimodality. Like some of the new audio transformer architectures are like insane, and if you do something really good like RL and post training on that, like you can make it really realistic. Like that's literally what they did. It's just like slightly different architecture, and they have like another like wrapper or two around it, and they'll do some nice post training on it to make it sound super realistic. And then you can literally, here, do you want me to pull it up?
Still can't handle racism. No, I don't want your AI girlfriend. We're not going to do this like AI swapification of the space.
AI swapification. There's the big words again.
Authentication. That's a good one.
I like stop.
Here's one thing I did notice about the Unreal Engine.
Go ahead, Unreal Engine.
The Unreal Engine doesn't have, or at least last time I checked, didn't have a way to use the ray tracing chips for audio tracing, like wave tracing. It's the same calculation, like just slowed down, essentially. So
could you perhaps modify it, as in like you can take it as the same input, but you just say delay the take part based on whatever distance is, which I'm sure is probably known given that each ray that is traced is like isn't the distance known? So you could just literally say based on distance, add the sound calculation, makes a really realistic sound. Like imagine blowing up a big piece of infrastructure in the distance and there's like a shockwave and it actually hits you as the sound hits you.
that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, it should be easily calculable. Like, we understand it's the same math, same factor. You just have to scale things down a lot.
Yeah.
You know?
It's actually something that I like. It's actually something that I like referred to in the past as well. It's like Unreal Engine. A lot of Unreal Engine-based games are very shittily made because they take the ability of the engine, but they don't understand its complexity and the stuff that you can do to actually streamline the Unreal Engine base for like whatever Unreal Engine is trying to engine, right? Right? It's just like trying to do these things, and so then you end up with slop games because people look at the basic parts of the engine and go like, I can just tweak this a little bit and then we ship it out there. It's complete uselessness. It's just complete slop, and it's horrible. But the thing is, the engine is fucking beautiful, and it's amazing. It's like if you give a super cool fucking tool to a retard, you can't necessarily expect that the tool is going to get the max amount of like the utility out of for whatever it's utilized. Right? Quite the opposite, actually. You know? So it's like you can't expect somebody with like you can't expect like that frame of reference to be accurate because it's not. So like Unreal Engine is actually really cool. It's just not being utilized properly. Now I hope, however, like because they're going to revamp Halo Infinite, by the way, and they're going to do Halo Infinite on the Unreal Engine soon. Because they turned 343 Studios into Halo Studios. I just hope that this time, because they're probably going to extend the campaign, but this time it's actually pretty good, and they actually do things with that, and that they do the 18-month contract thing, which fucks everybody over. But given that the engine, I think, is like well known, and we have like a lot of Unreal devs for that, and you have a lot of the Microsoft money, maybe something could be done about it. Maybe.
It's promising, yeah. I'd like that.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun because it'll be super fucking realistic. The lighting is going to be amazing. And by the time that happens, I'm going to have a super fucking good computer to back it up. So I'm happy for that. So I love Unreal Engine. It's a really cool thing. I just think that the tool itself hasn't been utilized properly, and that's a massive problem.
Yeah, I mean, the Ivory engine has its own problems. Unity's fucked because it's built to be an asset store instead of an actual game engine.
What do you think about Godot?
I mean, what are your other options? Godot would be my choice if I was going to be making a game. Like, I like C#. I know a lot of people in the game industry think it's the devil because you can't manage the memory. But I mean, dude, we have VRAM. It's not. Just don't worry about it. We're not trying to break the limits here. Just trying to make a good game. Let's just go with the engine that's. It doesn't have to be mind-blowingly beautiful. It's fine, okay? Just chill. You save so much on build times. You save so much on the ability to debug things, and Godot offers that in a way that the others really don't, because everything else is super encapsulated.
I think you're right. Like, there have been a lot of successful games that have not relied on state-of-the-art graphics to be successful. You can do a lot with simpler engines sometimes.
I mean, when I think about a lot of my favorite games, like the original Final Fantasy VII, like, dude's hands are fucking blocks. Still a great game. Like, those graphics were considered amazing, and I think we've kind of reached a point where it's diminishing returns on increasing the visual fidelity. Everything looks pretty damn good. And if you're spending so much time and effort trying to make that as good as it can be, you're really not focusing on what makes a game good, which is the game play.
Exactly.
Looking good is nice, but shit, like, you can save so much time by doing C#. Like, your build time gets cut down from 3 hours to, I don't know, 4 minutes, maybe? Like, you can also debug it while it's running, and you can adjust the variables. It's great. Like, it's
an alignment problem. People don't understand. It's not just about how good a game looks, but also how well the physics behave, and also how well, like, just people don't. I haven't heard many studios say, "Is this feature fun?" They say, "Is this feature interesting?" I don't want an interesting feature. I want a feature that's fun. Like, hey, infinitely, refreshing tools and Halo Infinite. That's fun. Infinite grenades. That's fun. That was a fun feature. Very nice. Infinite ammo, infinite everything. That was really cool. That was really, really cool. The stakes are still a bit high because the health is not infinite, even though it would be funny if it were. It would just kind of make things boring. So you do feel a little bit of challenge still, even though you have, like, infinite stuff to it. But that's the beautiful thing, though. It's a fun feature. The bandana skull, infinite ammo, infinite refresh time is fun. Why can't we make the games fun again?
Yeah. Like, back in the day, you had, like, unlockable cheats in games like, GoldenEye or something. It just made the game even more fun, right?
Exactly.
I think I remember the exact moment that the quest for fun died, in my opinion. Like, I have a very distinct memory of it. In Fallout 3, there was a gun called the Rocket Launcher, which lets you take just random crap that you could find on the ground and you just shoot it at people. So you would have these slow motion death scenes of a super zombie getting hit in the face with a teddy bear and his head just fucking explodes. It's hilarious.
That would be so good.
It's amazing.
Imagine if, like, in Halo, we have, like, the fucking wheel or something. I'm just gonna rip something off from this exploded vehicle, put it into the IT launcher, and just fucking skewer something. They removed that too, by the way. Like, when you kill things with a skewer, it's just standard enemy death. Back then, in, like, one of the previous Halo games, you could make it so that you could literally nail the bitch to the wall. If you did multiplayer, and you shot one of the people with a skewer, it literally nails those fuckers to the wall like Jesus on the cross. It's incredible.
I've seen that. It's great. Oh, anyway, continuing. In Fallout New Vegas, the Fallout that came after that, there was a schematic for the Rocket Launcher. However, if you acquired all the pieces for it and tried to craft it, you could not. And it was not a bug. They clearly stated I think publicly, that it was just meant to be an Easter egg. And I was like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You've hurt me with this one. I thought, do you know how much time I put into getting all this crap to build this thing? And then I go to build it and it just doesn't work? Like, that was the death of fun and features as far as I can remember. You get a couple of good ones every now and then, like the original Destiny had some really fun ability moves, like the Titan Slam was just really fun. It kind of had that spark to it. But for the most part, I think it's all about what people are going to find interesting instead of fun.
Yeah, I do think that we have the
try to capture time.
Yeah, try to capture time and try to mine dopamine out of people. Activision. Like, I think Activision has like one of the worst games that can be imaginable because it's literally like this weird drug-fueled thing. It's horrible in some ways as well. The grinding doesn't add up, and I think there's like a need for things to just be, you know, just overcomplicated. There's like too much stuff for no reason in a lot of things. You know, you have like a look at Call of Duty, for instance. It's literally a spreadsheet at this point that I have to like calculate bullshit with. I fucking hate it. Oh wow, that's nice.
Daily or weekly quests and stuff like that, you have to like complete each week to unlock better rewards and stuff. That kind of shit adds up. A lot of time consumed that way.
I fucking hate that shit.
Tell me about it. Now imagine doing it with people lining up for you to kill them. Like, even then, still tedious.
Yeah. There's like a bunch of shit in the game, for instance, for Halo that are difficult to like achieve, but at least it's funny to do it. You don't have to do it. Nothing unlocks. But like the one thing is with Halo, Call of Duty is like you have to like get a certain type of kill in certain ways to like unlock things. Like for instance, my personal favorite is like getting Damascus, which is really fucking hard. I fucking hated it. You know, and I did the mobile game version of that, so the controls are way different and way more difficult to control. And so, like, getting that really made me realize that it's just over. Like, today, it's practically almost impossible because I've added, like, twice as many guns as there were there before to start with, and you have to, like, do the same annoying, useless fucking grind with all of those fucking guns. I need to go to the gunsmith and turn a pistol into a sniper rifle. I got very fucking good at that. I got extremely good at that shit. To the point where I literally turned the whole thing into what is effectively like a semi-automatic fucking sniper rifle. It's so fucking stupid. And I got all the stuff done, and then, boom, there you go. You did your thing, and everything was incredible, and everything was amazing, and now everything has to be repeated again because there's more guns. So it's like, you look at that and you go, fuck man, that's not nice. And they even took some shit away from me as well. There was like a perk that they had unlocked, which is called a Kimbo, where you can like have two weapons and run around just like spray them. I had unlocked that shit when it first came out. They took it away. And now make you unlock it by doing something with a shotgun. Which, by the way, I did. I completed it. I fucking counted it. It says, get long shot kills with a shotgun. I'm like, okay. Gets long shot kills with a shotgun. 15 of them. I fucking counted. It was 15 in a single match. Didn't give it to me. I'm like, if you're gonna fucking destroy my gaming experience because you people are fucking retarded, at least don't be retarded enough for it to not work when I complete your stupid piece of shit mission that doesn't work. Fuck!
Shit, man, it's crazy.
Everybody keeps checking my shit, man. It really starts pissing me off. You know, it's always something to do with Activision. I play fucking Diablo 4, someone steals my fucking pants. I play Call of Duty, someone steals my fucking perk. Can I, like, not be naked? Like, if you're a fuck me, just tell me. Fuck!
What did I miss?
Don't worry about it.
Adrian was ranting about how they took his pants again.
I'm not fucking playing that game again. Ever. Fuck that shit.
How much intelligence or strength?
They took my fucking pants. Now they took my akimbo perk. Fuck these people.
Did the pants have a lot of strength?
Not enough, apparently. But no, I think, like, legitimately, it's possible. It should be. You know, at some point, I feel like we're just gonna build our own game. Like,
yeah, I'd love that.
At some point, I feel like, Vera, what do you think? Could you, like, optimize Unreal Engine? Optimize Unreal Engine enough for it to be a good experience if I had a classification?
It's on my to-do list. Like, that is one of the things that I do intend to do as a gaming company kind of thing. So, that's in the works at the moment. Actually,
we should definitely do that.
Sweet.
Come up with some fun stuff to do.
Well,
by the way, give me a thank you guys.
Especially starting out, you need some tech demos, so.
Yeah, I think it just starts with a simple concept that would be actually doable. And
yep. I would really love to see if I can wrestle the Arcanum IP away from Activision. Like, I just want it. I want to use it. That game is so good. The entire premise is magic against technology because technology interferes with magic and magic interferes with technology. So it created this kind of separation of society, and you go through the world depending on which path you take. It goes down a different route. Like the entire idea of it, I always thought was really good. But the game, like they had a sequel planned, but then Troika Games kind of fell apart. And yeah, Activision owns the IP as well as all of the old Sierra games. So now Microsoft owns them now. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see if they find that diamond in the rough, because it's just kind of been sitting there not doing anything, and I think it has a lot of potential. So I guess we'll see.
I'd like to see like a Halo-like game where it's in zero gravity. I think that'd be a really cool concept. Like I don't know if you've read Ender's Game or seen the movie. Like the war game that they play in that. I think that would be like a fun concept to build a game around.
Infinite Warfare has that.
Oh,
the Call of Duty.
Have you seen in Unreal Engine the nanite thing they have going on? Is that magic? Do you know how that works?
Which one's nanite?
It's the one where it basically they can take in the photogrammetry and they don't have to decimate by distance. So it's like a realistic rendering but at a low cost.
I believe it's done by a shape representing the image and assigning it with a clustered color set, if I'm remembering correctly. So basically, instead of doing the full pixel by pixel rendering, it does an assigned rendering using video recognition parameters to basically rescale and redraw it automatically instead of having to calculate specifics.
Yeah, I saw some of those tech demos and it was mind-blowing.
There's a lot of interesting LOD tools that I think should be coming out around this time.
I'm back.
Level of detail wasn't. Well,
So continue.
Probably.
So you have to pretend to be somebody.
Yeah, you have to pretend to be someone to challenge him. What Trump deranged person are you going to pretend to be?
I'm just playing myself.
Oh, yeah, well, that's easy because you are Trump deranged, I would say. But anyways, your question to him is that challenges he's basically saying to you, Jason, that you never addressed his point, which is that Trump was not acting unconstitutionally, but he was just challenging the independence, pressuring and diminishing it. Why didn't you address that? Why did you jump to the unconstitutionality? Because he never said that. That's what his question was to you. You have 30 seconds to respond.
No, it's not the constitutionality. My point is, he's allowed to say what he wants. This is not improper conduct for a president to say he thinks that the judicial branch is wrong. He's allowed to do that. There's nothing that it doesn't challenge or threaten the judiciary for a president to say, I think they're wrong.
Okay, I think that's good. I think we can stop there and go around for scores now. So we're going to see who won that round. Cry Rachel, if you're within the sound of my voice, who won that round? Who had the stronger argument? Was it Jason? Or was it Dark? Cry Rachel, going once?
Dark.
Okay, 1 point for Dark. Dr. Responsible, are you within the sound of my voice? Dr. Responsible going once, Dr. Responsible going twice, he's away. Going over to John, let's see who this is. John Kitover, welcome to the stage. Were you here to listen to both Jason and Dark?
No, I didn't. But I'm gonna vote against. Jason.
Alpha Barbie, you heard both. Who do you think won the round? Was it Dark or Jason? Who had the stronger argument?
I have to go Dark.
Dark wins? Oh man! Wow. And John, what did you hear? What did you hear before you?
Nah, I'm too late to the convo. Sorry, I can't vote.
All right, and now we're just gonna take a poll of the audience, whoever's alive in the audience. If you think Jason won the round, please put a 1 in the audience, in the chat. If you think Dark won, put a 2. Jason 1, Dark 2. Let's see who wins. I will take a poll. Matt goes for Jason. Bossman goes for Jason. Wallace William goes for Jason. And Mike 1 goes for Jason. In a surprising move, Jason wins. Wow. Took it right from you, Doc. I thought you had that in the bag. But it looks like Jason came through with the, when you take into account.
Nothing was taken from me. I don't get it.
Okay. Arthur, are you there? Arthur, go on. What?
Listen, don't talk to me right now. Goddamn Knicks.
Oh, they lost.
Don't talk to me.
Okay.
I'm depressed.
All right. Well, Jason, that was a very exemplary. I think you did a great job there, even though there was a little bit disjointed. Is there any other topic you'd like to discuss? Let's see, I'm looking at.
Yeah, I mean, Cry Racial raised some criticisms of my points earlier. I would like to hear Cry Racial's criticism.
Go ahead, Cry Racial. What you think?
What is he talking about?
Cry Racial, those people that Trump deported, they were criminals. I mean, that's not really disputable at this point. They were definitely criminals.
No, not all of them. You can't say all.
Nearly everybody who got sent to Sirkot, they were criminals. Like, even the guys that people are complaining about, they're like, oh, the guy's not Tren de Aragua. Did other crimes, but he was not part of that gang. It's stuff like that. It's like, oh, he's part of a different gang. You know? But like, overwhelmingly, the guys who went to Sirkot, that's what I was talking about, or Sekot, those guys are criminals. I mean,
It's just like the sharks and the jets from West Side Story. Come on.
no, look, it's not the sharks and the jets. It's the police versus the criminals. Okay, the police who are good on our side, the thin blue line, and the criminals, the people who need to be arrested.
Blue Lives Matter.
Okay.
You're a Blue Lives Matter guy. Okay.
The blue lives, they matter. Okay, the blue lives matter.
They never do all that.
They do some bad, sure, and then, you know, then they get away with it. Actually, is what happens a lot of the time. We tell them the truth.
So, Alan, joining the stage, thank you. You and Dark seem to be opposed on issues. Alan, in the past, you've told me that his greatest win, Trump's greatest win, was immigration, and Dark tends to disagree with you. Dark thinks that his greatest win was the fact that he's costed the economy trillions of dollars. That's the least worst thing that he's done. He doesn't.
The day you were born to your last dying day. That's the next line of the West Side Story song.
Oh, I missed that. That was a movie reference.
Yeah, Dark put it in the chat.
Yeah, no, that's the one with Roberto Romero.
No,
Rita
that's
Moreno.
from West Side Story.
Rita Moreno.
You're a jet all the way from the day that you're born to your last day. Yeah. See how?
So, can I put you and Dark in the hot seat and kind of argue over the immigration?
You may, but
Dark
I
Aaron?
reserve the right to suddenly leave because I'm at home and might have to deal with family members.
Okay.
So
Dark
if I
Aaron,
stop mid-sentence, it's not because Dark crushed me mercilessly and I left from embarrassment.
Okay, so Dark Aaron, I need you to articulate, since Alan believes that immigration is one of Trump's biggest wins. You obviously think that he's doing horribly with immigration, so I'll give you a minute to explain why what he's doing on immigration is actually terrible, and and setting this country backwards. If you're willing to take that on, I'll give you 1 minute. You're sitting in a room full of Trump supporters, and you have 1 minute to explain why he's doing horribly on the immigration front. Your 1 minute begins now.
Again, I think this is impossible to do, but whatever. Basically, he's not deporting nearly as many folks as he said that he would, largely because I don't think that there's that many as he claimed were here illegally. I think that he's kicking out a lot of folks who would otherwise be working in the fields there, picking our food and stuff like that, doing jobs that Americans don't want to do. And sending people overseas to other countries to what may be labor camps or concentration camps, or etc., is abhorrent, honestly, especially when it's done against the rulings of judges there, kind of referencing what I was talking about earlier there. So, and also hasn't even started any construction on this wall, apparently, that he's been talking about for a while. So, yeah, I don't know. Biden had deported more people by this point.
All right, your 1 minute is up. If you could summarize your position in one statement, how would you do so?
I think that immigration serves as a distraction for Trump at the moment, anyway.
All right, Alan, do you have a challenge question for our challenger? One challenge question that challenges his basic premise and gives him an opportunity to explain. Your one question for a challenge question.
You're asking me to think. Couldn't you attribute the lack of deportations from Trump to the fact that people stopped coming in, so that if people don't come illegally, then you don't have to deport them? And don't the numbers do the numbers bear that out? Because they seem to me.
All right, that's your one question. Dark, you have 30 seconds to respond.
If the original assertion was that there were over 13.5 million illegal aliens in the country, the fact that there aren't enough people coming over should mean literally nothing, because there are still millions and millions and millions and millions of illegal aliens, ostensibly. So the idea that this is only because there are less people coming over the border is moot.
Okay, Alan, we're done with that. Alan, you have 1 minute to explain why immigration is Trump's greatest victory. Your 1 minute, and you're standing in a room full of ardent Trump derangement haters. You have 1 minute to make your case. Make the case starting now.
Well, if you look at the statistics coming from Border Patrol and ICE and things like that, the border crossings have gone way down. Trump said he was going to do that. He accomplished that very easily because people know that Trump was not going to accommodate illegal immigrants the way Biden did. So, is it his greatest win? Yes. He said he was going to do it. He did it. Thank you. We're done.
All right, and you have all right, I think that pretty much sums it up. I was going to ask you for a summary statement, but I think that pretty much sums it up. So, Dark Aaron, you are a ardent Trump hater. Give me one challenge question that Alan can answer. He has 30 seconds. But what's your one challenge question to his premise?
Again, he didn't address my original point, which was if there were millions and millions and millions and millions of people already in the country, why hasn't he at least matched Biden's ratings on deporting immigrants? There are still millions and millions and millions of people in the country. The fact that we don't have tens of thousands coming over should be irrelevant if it is such a win.
Alan, you have 30 seconds to respond. 30 seconds starts now.
well, if the district level judges weren't blocking everything Trump tries to do, then maybe he would have that. When you look at the difference between, say, Obama or Biden, Biden had 15 rulings from district court judges opposing him, and Trump has already had something like 60. The last I saw, like a month ago, was 65 rulings against him. The Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to do everything they can to oppose what Trump.
Okay, 30 seconds are up. Now we're going to go to scores. So for those that listened to that exchange between Dark and Allen, we'll see who won that round. Arthur, are you within the sound of my voice? Arthur going once. Arthur going twice.
What's going on?
Are you still asleep? Are you still falling? Are you still upset about the Knicks? Were you listening to the?
Yes.
So you weren't listening to Dark and Allen?
Not really.
All right, I'm gonna put you down, man. I'm gonna put you down because you ain't ready for this.
Now.
All right, I'll come back to you, but just listen. Crowd ratio. Who won the round, Dark or Allen? And hopefully you can put your bias aside.
Dark.
Of course. 1 point for Dark. Alpha Barbie. Will you be going? Alpha Barbie. Who do you think won that round? Was it Dark or Allen?
I think I actually gotta go with Allen.
Oh, we're tied at 1-1. Doctor, are you within the sound of my voice? Doctor going once. I'm gonna have to move him down because he's distracting me. Although I hate to do that, moving him to the audience. John Kitover, you were here the whole time. I think this time. Who do you think had the stronger argument? John going once.
Going with Allen.
2 for Allen. All right. Divine. I'm not sure if you were here for the whole thing. Were you here the whole time, Divine?
Nah, I just got here. I just came to see what bullshit you was spewing tonight.
Sure. All right. Be careful what you say, because you might get. Oh, no, it's fine. All right. So now we're gonna have to take it to the audience for all those that were listening to Allen and Dark on their positions with immigration. We'll have to see who wins. If you vote for Allen, I need you to put a 1 in the chat. If you vote for Dark, I need you to put a 2 in the chat. Your scores are being tallied now. 1 for Allen, 2 for Dark. Let's see. Another 1 for Allen, another 1 for Allen, another 1 for Allen. And then Emoris goes for. Okay, I think that seals it. Ladies and gentlemen, Allen has won the round. Let's give it up. Allen wins his first ever round in Make the Case. All right, so now we're going to go with Make the Case. Allen, if you're so obliged, I'd like for you to go up against Divine this time.
I just got here. What the hell?
We're going to put you in the hot seat, brother. Allen, do you have a moment to do this or no?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Black women did.
Okay, all right. Why don't you, well, Divine is already, we know where he's on, so let's see.
Leave Divine alone.
Is anybody in this room come to us from the right of the political spectrum? Because we know Divine's on the left. I'd like for a right.
I'm from the truth. I'm from the truth, brother. Don't put me in no basket. My name is Divine. I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
BK.
You know what I represent.
Dr. Wise, are you from the right or the left? I can't remember.
Try to pigeonhole me. You can't pigeonhole
Let me
me,
ask you,
brother.
Divine. Divine, I've been asking people, I'm going to level set with you. For Donald Trump and his presidency, what is his biggest win or best move since he's been in office? And what's been his worst move and or the biggest loss since he's been in office?
I think his biggest win, with the exception of Hoover, I don't too much agree with that, but some of the pardons that he's granted, the last time and this time, the black woman he let out, I'll give him that, and she's advocating for others.
What black woman? You talking about Alice Johnson?
Yeah, Alice Johnson. Those people that have been given what I call.
He didn't let her out this time around. So what did he do since January 20th?
No, he did get her. He got her charged. She was exonerated or something, but he got her her shit wiped clean. He gave her the 100%. You got a clean slate. I saw that today. So again, let me give him his props. He has pardoned some people. I'll give him that. Him wanting to reinstate military people that did not want to take the vaccine, I gave him props for that. I think one of his biggest mistakes is fumbling the economy with threats of tariffs, backtracking on tariffs, and you see the new term taco. Trump always chickens out. He's not looking good when you speak to the like of economists and people that really understand how money works. He fumbled the bag.
Okay, thank you for putting that on there. I have a list of responses. If you heard me typing, I'm just keeping track. So I have your name next to his win was his pardoning and reinstatement of military for the people who didn't want to take the vaccines. And his biggest loss was the threats of tariffs and his backtracking, basically taco. So, does anybody here disagree with anything that Divine just put on the table? Anybody disagree? Anybody disagree?
Again, Divine, you bugging. I don't care if you fighting a black woman. I'm good. Alright.
Dr. Wise, are you coming to us from the right of the political spectrum or the left, Dr. Wise? Dr. Wise, are you there? Going once. Dr. Wise, are you there? Going twice.
Yeah, let me respond to her. Let me respond to Cry Racial. Look, we got a lot of people that have been wrongly convicted, and we know that the justice system has not treated minorities fairly. When it comes to programs of incarcerated individuals, our counterparts have access to programs. They have access to a way better situations when they're incarcerated than when we are. So anything that anybody in leadership can do to help the incarcerated, especially those who have been unfairly sentenced, when you look at how we're sentenced and how our counterparts are sentenced, the treatment under the law, you can't deny there's been disparities and harsher treatment. So you have to give it up when anyone in a position of power takes notice that the judicial system has treated minorities unjustly.
Relay Hoover.
Cry Racial, you typically seem to be lost in the sauce, but how do you respond?
I guess.
You see what I'm saying? You don't give me nothing but 2 words.
Undeniable. Nobody can disagree with what I said. I was fair. I was just, and I told the truth, the whole truth, and
all right. But I'm gonna have to challenge you on you're saying that his biggest loss was the threat of tariffs and backtracking. So we're gonna challenge each other since nobody else wants to do it. You typically don't do this because I'm in game show host mode. But since everybody else wants to chicken out, I'm gonna step up. So I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to make your case why that's his biggest loss. You have 60 seconds, and you're sitting in a room full of MAGA-loving, Trump-loving supporters of Donald Trump. You have 60 seconds to make your case. Your 60 seconds starts now.
I mean, look, bro, it's obvious that there has been some issues with the economy when Donald Trump came into office. So, I mean, okay, what has he done? Again, threats of tariffs. He tariffed over 180 nations, broad tariffs, and then he reneged on it. But we saw the stock market react. Wasn't good. And people called it correction. They said it was going to crash anyway. That's bullshit. If you want to negotiate with other countries for fair tariffs and something that's fair and just, do it individually. Call the nations that you have an issue with and deal with them. This was not handled in a proper manner. This is not true leadership. This is just throwing shit in the wind and hope something sticks. That's not how it's done. Yes, things are changing, but he chickened out. He chickened out on tariffs, and then he misled the public. You ask the average American what a tariff is. They don't even know what it is.
Your minute is up.
Let me finish.
Your minute is up. Your minute is up. I'm going to give you one statement. Your minute is up, but you have one more statement to sum it all up. Your one statement goes now.
let me get my one statement.
One
The average American does not know what a tariff is, and once Americans started to learn what a tariff is, when companies like Amazon started telling people what tariffs is, when Walmart started revealing what tariffs is, he had to backtrack. I land.
What kind of a run-on statement was that? Let me, okay, my turn. Anyways, so now I'm going to take a minute to dismantle your elementary argument. And I'm sitting in a room full of divines and dark Aarons and all of these haters. But I got to do, and it's something I'm used to. I'm not new to this, y'all. I'm new to this. I do this every single night in all these rooms, so this ain't nothing for me. So anyway, I got 1 minute. And man, Vanity, your 1 minute begins now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what Divine fails to tell you is that he is an establishment guy. He doesn't care about unorthodox approaches. He thinks, oh, we should just do what's been done in the past because that's the best way to get results. He's all about tradition and, oh, we got to do it this way because call out people individually. And no. Donald Trump ripped the Band-Aid off. Okay, reset. He's hitting the reset button because what we've had is years and decades of all kinds of trade deficits, no one addressing the issue, and he needed to renegotiate these trades, not in a stepwise approach. He needed to rip the Band-Aid off. And when he did it this way, it actually got us quicker to where we needed to get. No. So Donald Trump's approach, you ain't going to be telling me no while I'm talking. So this is not the threat of tariffs. What this is a bold approach to resetting the trade landscape across the globe. And what it resulted in was people lining up to renegotiate on a grand scale. So this is a net positive, and this man is someone, when you're sitting next to him on the plane and you're going up, any bit of turbulence, we're going to die. I know that the turbulence is going to be okay because we got a steady hand in the cockpit. Thank you, Jesus. I'll stop right there. So now we're going to go. To me. I don't know. Y'all should have been kept in track. I lost track. Anyway, so now we're going to go. You're going to ask me one challenge question, Divine, to my premise to expose the fallaciousness of my position. What's your challenge question?
My challenge question is, what's going on with the big, beautiful bill?
So you're not going to challenge what I said. You're going to just go to a whole different topic. Okay. What's the what? You're supposed to challenge what I said, man.
You said a bunch of horse shit. Like that. You call that a reset? That was not a reset. That was a fumble. That was a chicken out.
You're supposed to do that. You're supposed to ask me a question. I don't want no statements. You're coloring the audience.
Okay, is the economy better now than before Trump took office?
Okay, I don't even need 30 seconds for that. Absolutely it is. It is. Just
I need evidence.
So now I'm going to ask you a challenge question.
No, I need evidence. You have to prove that. You have to prove that.
Not in this context. That's a different game.
Oh,
Now I get to challenge you. My challenge question for you is, what makes you think taking a country by country approach is the way to do this when we're never going to get to a solution that way? That's a very slow approach. Why would you prefer that slow approach to a ripping the Band-Aid approach off?
First, I want to shout out Ed Solidarity. He did the research for you. Read the chat, guys. Yeah, so what's the better? Why is that not? That is not an approach. You don't tariff countries that don't even have people. They have fucking penguins. You know, what, you're going to tariff their tuxedos? It doesn't make sense. You have to do things. True leadership is listening to those around you and coming up with a group effort solution. Okay, and you say trade deficit like it's something bad. We've always been in a trade deficit. You probably can't even define trade deficit. Do you know what that actually means? So that's my challenge with it. What is a trade deficit, young man?
Now, can you do that? Now we're going to scores. It's over now. Arthur, who won the round? Was it Manfinity?
Get out of here.
Excuse me. Stop. We're going to get to the scores. Arthur, who do you think won that round? Was it Manfinity with his pro-Trump approach, or was it Divine? Arthur, who's your verdict? Who won? 50-50? I think that's a win. Listen, man, I'll take that because Arthur's a big hater on Trump, and he gave me a 50-50. Wow. Okay, Crowd Racer, who won that round?
Divine.
Of course you gonna say that. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. That's all right. All right, going to John. John Kitover. Did Manfinity win that round or Divine? John going once. John going twice. All right, you moving to the audience. You're wasting my time.
Spectator sport.
All right, Alan Dean. Are you within the sound of my voice? Alan going once. Alan going twice. I'm moving his ass to the audience, damn too.
Okay, Rachel gave me the win with the tiebreaker.
No, it ain't over yet. Cause now we open it up to the chat. Now we open it up to the chat. Now we open it up to the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think Manfinity won, give me a 1. If you think Divine won, leave the room. All right? On the count of 3. 1. Manfinity, if Manfinity won, press a 1. If Divine won, press a 2. Let's see who wins. Let's take a tally.
Yo, Matt, get out of here, Matt. Get the hell out of here.
Matt Cool gives me a 1. Wallace give me a 1. Beaver give me a 1. Look like I won the round. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah. Get your shit together. You better go. You gotta wake up early in the morning to beat me. Shit. I didn't even put my best performance forward, and I still kicked your ass.
Bring this show across the street, man, Finney. This is cool. You need to bring this show across the street. You know what I'm talking about?
Cool. Into where? Where can I bring it?
Over to the other app. I don't know why you're not over there.
Oh man, I feel like I need to get more active on there, but I can't never control that room because Jonathan's controlling it. He don't let nobody talk.
No, you can start your own channel and do your show. Yeah.
So you think Chatter is more active than this place?
I'm like, who was that person that voted? I'm 50-50 because I go both. You know what I mean? I go over there and I come over here. Like they're not gonna get me to leave over here. You have a lot of people that left. I'm not leaving Clubhouse. I will always come back.
So I don't know. I mean, I never started a room. The only time I go on Chatter is to jump in that debate the newsroom. That's it. I never started my own space.
Yeah, you can start a space. You'll get a lot of support, especially being a right winger. They're over there. You know, we go at it every night. I took about a week off. I haven't been in debate the news literally in a week. I had to detox. I've been hanging out with a brother named Don. And we've been deep diving into the whole Diddy situation. We've been playing videos. You can stream in there. You can go on camera over there. So we're really making use of the utility.
Have you ever been on camera there?
Man, yeah. On camera.
You would never do that, man. He won't show his face.
I can't, man.
He's too scared.
You know how many haters I got? They get me bad, man.
So you could get on camera, just put on a shiesty.
What's a shiesty?
The shiesty mask, the Nike ski mask thing.
Oh, I got one of those. Yeah, I didn't know that was called. That must be a New York thing. I never call that the shiesty. But yeah, man, I'll try it, man. But you like the make the case?
Yeah, man, you got it. Yeah, this is a cool little thing with the bell and getting the audience involved. Good deal. I don't know why most people's not in here. They be hating on the kids, man. That's all right.
That's what I'm saying, man. You've always been a silent supporter, man. Even though you don't like to be called out there as a supporter, but
nah, you can call me a supporter.
It's almost like being a Trump supporter, right? You can't be telling everybody.
No. Look, I support any and everybody. You out here, you know, you're speaking your opinion, and we have to hear both sides. I'm definitely an advocate of that. You know what I mean? That's why I frequented debate the news and in certain rooms. You know, I know the rooms that I'm going into and what I'm dealing with. You know, there's rooms over here. They're not trying to hear none of that. It's just super echo chamber. And that's what it is.
So were you in the room? Weren't you in the room way back with that girl named Helen? Who used to talk like this? Helen. Wasn't that your home girl?
Yeah, that's the God's sister. That's Helen. You call her Helen. She's taking care of her mother. Her mother has dementia.
Alan's back. Alan, were you available? Why didn't you vote for me, man? Alan, man.
I see Bree down there. What's up, Bree? I see Matt. Oh shit, Dr. Irresponsible's in the building. Get up here, you Long Island duck.
Yo, I was just in Brooklyn last week. I was over there off that street called Bushwick.
Okay, yeah.
You're done in Brooklyn. Stop it.
Hey, man.
You can't even take the subway.
Alan, did you not listen to my exchange with Devon?
No, I was away from the phone. But listen, don't bring up this subject. Let's not create another stink. But did you see my message in the back channel?
No, let me check now. I'll check.
Okay, all right. Just read it because it completes that from yesterday. That's
Okay.
I'm gonna say 25 years ago, you couldn't have went on Bushwick. I'm gonna tell you now, Bushwick has changed.
Yeah, you know a place called the 10 Ike Projects? The 200 10 Ike Projects? 10 Ike?
10 Ike? If you tell me the street, I know it because we got so many damn projects.
It's called 10 Ike Walk. Whatever that. I don't know why y'all named it that, but it's basically a project called 10 Ike. TENEYCK.
I know that. That's Bushwick. That's between Bushwick and Bed-Stuy. I don't frequent those areas, but I know where it is.
Yeah, I was over there, and it was a good time. Then we took a Uber all the way to Spanish Harlem. Went to this nice jazz club called the Smoke Jazz and Supper Club. And I was supposed to meet with Lisa from Lisa's 420 Lounge, but she stood me up.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't take the subway though. I mean, so you're not
I was going to do the subway, but the people I was with, they didn't want to get put on fire and stuff like that. So.
That's
not
why you're not a real New Yorker.
Exactly. I was on the subway last week.
I was on the subway tonight.
Yeah, but why take chances? Why take a chance?
You're not taking a chance. Look, you'll hit the lotto before. Right. You hit the lotto before something happens. You hit the lotto before something happens to you on the subway.
Yeah. Let's bear it out. I mean, come on now. Numbers don't lie.
I don't know. It was just we didn't know too much. We didn't want to get lost either. We needed to get all the way from Brooklyn, where that place was, all the way over to freaking Harlem. Almost Harlem.
It's not that bad. Every train goes to Brooklyn, so you wouldn't have got lost. You would have ended up right back in.
Yeah, it was cool. People all good. Smoke Jazz Club was cool. The food was good, and went from there. But yeah. Let me see how I'm gonna try to be. So yeah, I'm gonna try to go to Chatter, man. Is it easy to navigate?
Yeah, it's easy. Just look, man. I'm not telling you to leave over here because I know you have a lot of supporters over here. But you got to spread it around. They're still over here. You see, he does both.
You could do both. You could be in Chatter and have a clubhouse at the same time.
Yep, sure can. Get you a little soundboard. I don't know how that works, but that gentleman is right. He actually streams. He streams on Twitter while he's simulcasting on Clubhouse and Chatter at the same time. So
Infinity's not that technical, so you don't want to confuse it too much.
I'm very technical. What are you talking about? I got a master's degree
in what?
IT project management.
I know you don't, nigga. You
I have a master's degree. No, the master's actually I lied. The master's degree is in computer information systems with a concentration in IT project management.
From BU? No.
I ain't telling you where.
From Trump University. Where else? Come on.
University.
Yo, throw that degree up. Throw it up. Throw your PTR. Come on.
I ain't gonna put my name up there.
No, just throw the degree up there. You put your name up.
My name is on the degree. You want me to take a picture of the front of it?
No. Stupid. You could cover it. Stupid. And why are you trying to date Lisa? He's weird. He keep bringing it up.
Well, I gotta tell the truth. I mean, she agreed to meet me, then she stood me up.
Devon.
Yeah, you gotta holler.
Nah. I'm trying to have
to hear it.
Cry Rachel sounds like she's more in my age range. I need a woman who's in her childbearing stage. You sound like you're in your late 20s.
I hate when put women against each other. Stop.
You are not old. You in your 20s or your 30s because you hardly know anything.
Oh my gosh. Pay her envy, Divine. Pay her envy.
Chat from Alan. I can't see the chat. But yeah, man, they be hating on me, man. Nobody come in my rooms, but if I stay consistent, I think people will come in.
You're mean.
No, you gotta
I'm
do
not
it.
mean at all.
You gotta do it at the same time every day.
Yeah.
And then be consistent. It's tough. It's not. And you need a crew, man. You gotta get your crew up. You got Matt Cool. You got Dr. Irresponsible. You got a few that's on your side of the fence. You gotta get with people. Hey, man, we're gonna do this every day. Look at Politically Correct. They've been going strong. Patty and them. Lisa's been starting back up again. I saw her in the hallway the other day. But Patty's been killing it. And then that girl Q, what's her crew name? Damn, I can't remember her name, her crew's name. Who knows Q? You know who I'm talking about? Criracial? The waiting room.
Oh, the waiting
the waiting
room.
room.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, consistent. You gotta be consistent, man. Oh.
Yeah, but you gotta focus on finding a woman. That's
Yes.
what you need to do.
You know, my boy Aaron, I don't know if y'all know Aaron, but he found a beautiful wife on Clubhouse.
Are you
And I've been, beautiful wife. Like they're married, she's pregnant. He's got a 6-year-old from a previous relationship. I shouldn't be telling his business, but my point is, he found a beautiful wife right here on Clubhouse.
That's a man.
Yeah.
Listen, that's possible.
No, it's not.
But why limit your input to just voice?
No.
Go where there are women that have the same interests in
I know. I told him to
And
be a
you-
white woman.
So
Say that again.
So let me explain. The women that I meet in this area tend to be highly educated and career driven. So therefore, it's a stalemate. Like we have a good vibe and everything, but then when it comes to like trying to they just not.
Yeah.
They're not on the same wavelength. They're not about the biblical worldview that I'm into.
Yeah.
Okay, but man, let me ask you this. Do they want to have kids?
But a lot of that's not a priority for them. A lot of them are more interested in establishing their career.
Yeah.
How old are they? What age range are they in?
Their late 20s, early 30s.
Okay, so what you have in front of you is you have a group of women, like you said, late 20s, early 30s. They're career motivated. Okay, you're meeting them, but they're not syncing up. Keep doing that.
Man, go to Mission Hill and get you a hood booger.
What you know about Mission Hill?
Yeah.
What? What you know about Mission Hill?
Bro, I went to Northeastern, bro. I got my
Wow, it's right there. Okay.
Yeah. I lived on Hillside for 2 years. I had a off-campus apartment, 65 Hillside. It was the party crib.
Like Wendy Williams. Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's a alumni.
Yeah, Randy Williams.
Yeah.
65 Hillside. Let me see what Hillside is.
Yep, I live
but let me
top of the hill.
65 Hillside. You know who's originally from Mission Hill? Donna Summer from the Disco Queen.
Yeah,
Wow, so 65 Hillside is a triple decker.
Yep, I had the first floor.
Wow.
First of all, Divine probably dated Cape Verdean women.
They didn't want me. I went to school with a bunch of them. They didn't want me.
They didn't want you?
They didn't want me. I was with the hood boogers.
Cape Verdeans. Wow. Y'all really know y'all stuff.
They fly though. They were definitely the flyest girls on campus, but they wasn't checking for the kid. I was too hood. I'm from Brooklyn. I was too hood.
They're like hood men. They're like hood men.
I don't know. I tried. I tried.
Criracial, are you Cape Verdean?
No.
Where you from? Where you from, bro?
The most hated Caribbean country.
Not
Trinity. You're Trinity born. Trinity born?
Trinity is not hated.
Montserrat.
Jamaica is not hated.
Montserrat.
No. They
So
killed
wait.
They killed
St. Kitts?
No, they killed a white man. Back
St.
in
Lucia. St. Lucia.
No, for like independence, they killed a white man.
Oh, Haiti. Wapka Judge.
I didn't know they killed
Wapka
biracial.
Judge.
Now the
My
truth
mother, I have
comes
to ask
out.
my mom. Yeah.
Hey, Mabude.
Now the truth comes out triracial.
Yeah, Wapka Judge.
That's why you're always coming after me. It's in your blood. You just like killing white people. Just admit it.
Well, it was for freedom. That's a different thing.
Yeah. Excuses.
My babysitter when I was like 3-4 years old, she was Haitian, and all she used to say was "Shita." That's it. Sit down. Shita. She's like, no. She wants me to sit down. I'm 3. I'm out.
Yo, is this a good sign? Yesterday I had 856 members. Today I got 888. I went up 33 in one day. Is that good?
That's good. You gotta stay consistent, man. Stay consistent, and you gotta do the thing. You know, the resets. To tell these people to share the room. You know how we do it, man. Come on, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Help me build it up, okay?
Doctor, get up here, doctor. What the hell? What?
I think he's away from his phone. Cause that's another dude that we were supposed to link up twice, but he had no couldn't get away from his married life.
Oh, link up with Marshall.
Dark is another one of my biggest haters.
No,
he really tries to skewer me on other stages, but you know I maintain myself.
I like
Dark, why is it that you hate me so much? What did I ever do to you?
I cannot hate someone that I do not care for.
Okay, what did I ever do to you? Why do you have such disdain for me?
You seem to be incapable of taking accountability for supporting Taco.
Taco, let's go!
Is it the food taco?
Yeah, no,
hey,
it's an acronym.
It is not food taco. It's an acronym which stands for Trump actually always chickens out.
Trump always chickens out. Taco is an acronym.
I still have 880 members. I have 2 people with pink tickets. Please turn in your pink ticket. Anyway, my support. But what are you talking about, Doc? When you say that I don't take accountability, I stand by my support for his policy. So what do you mean I'm not accountable to it?
Well, you do stand by it, of course. I didn't say that you didn't. I said that you refuse to take accountability for example, earlier today, GA was talking about, or was it CEO? I can't remember. Was talking about how Trump said that he never repents, and that which gives him carte blanche to sin or lie at all times. And you continue to make excuses for it, despite claiming to be a God-fearing man. That is only one example.
So that's not taking accountability. That's me finding a way to explain, you know, a situation. Just like if I were to try to push you on why Kamala was a horrible candidate, you're gonna give me more excuses than a nigga going to jail, because that's how you do. So it's a team sport.
Well, the difference here is that I do not claim to be a man of the cloth, and Kamala has never said that she. No, I'm a white person. I don't know why Manfinity said that, but quite racial, I'm a white person. And so the point is that Kamala has never said anything that would necessitate me not feeling that she is the better alternative because of the religion that I believe in. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. You, on the other hand, have made an excuse for a man who will never repent for anything that he has done.
You heard what I said. I said he never repents publicly because he doesn't want to give anybody a cudgel to use against him. So it's not that he.
I understand that that is your rationale, and that just continues to buttress my point. To be honest.
But that's not me not taking accountability. That's just me finding a way to explain certain behavior, and that bothers you. So that's what it is. It's not that I don't take accountability. It's that I can always figure out a way to explain behavior, and that bothers you. Okay, Alan, you raised your hand.
You don't realize that you're literally making my point for me.
No, but that's not me. That's not me not taking accountability. That was the wrong framing. What you're trying to say is you don't like that I can always figure out a way to explain what you consider to be inexplainable behavior. That's not the same as not me taking accountability. I just don't.
I'm not going to repeat what I said because you're making my point for me at this point.
Oh Lord, is anybody else hear what I'm hearing? Alan, what'd you say?
Yeah, the left doesn't get to decide by which metric people decide if they are religious or not. So you saying that, oh, if you are a man of the cloth, then you should agree with us is a weak and fallacious argument.
Oh, he told you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was too busy doing something else to listen to a druggie. I apologize.
Yeah, okay. In other words, I was right, and that's your excuse for coping the way man does with Trump lies. Okay, we got it.
No, I literally said I wasn't paying attention, and admitted that I was doing something else. But you're a druggie, so of course you didn't listen to me.
And why would you call him a druggie? Why would you make that claim?
Because when you win an argument, then you, when the other person wins an argument and they lose, and you lose, then you have to fall back.
Yeah, I mean that's uncalled for. I don't see. I've known Alan for a good period of time. I've never seen anything to indicate that he's a druggie. He's been an upstanding father and a man of great integrity. So I don't know what to do with that. Anyways,
I just said he's a druggie. You can appropriate whatever you want to what I said.
I don't know why you would say such a thing. It's just baseless.
He's addicted to drugs. Okay.
And you know, the other thing is that I would say, man, that Trump supporters love that he does that. They understand that he's what's called an advertising puffery. So when you know, if you see a Coke commercial, it's called Coke is the best soft drink ever made. Well, you can say that, and it's understood that's part of advertising. If they say Coke cures the common cold, well, then that's an outright lie. There is such a thing as puffery, and we all understand that that's what Trump engages in. But tell me, what is the bigger lie? Trump saying I'm going to end the Ukraine war at my first day in office, or Democrats telling the world that a boy can become a girl, all he has to do is take hormones and then maybe have a surgery. Which lie?
So, Alan, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican.
Okay, then,
right?
but then you can impartially answer which one is bigger.
I'll answer the question. Okay? But I could give two fucks about that issue because it's not a real issue. It's a made-up issue by the fucking Republicans. Okay? It's bullshit. You know your party Republicans lack any fucking integrity. We have a fucking criminal that's in the White House running this country, and a fucking drunk running the national defense. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Okay, so you don't think it's an important issue, but there are a lot of people who do think it's an important issue. So can you answer the question impartially, which you think is a bigger lie? If you don't think that you know, the whole trans thing is a lie, then that's fine. That's an answer. But there's lots of people who do, and all of those people elected Trump.
So what do you think, Haitian? Which is a bigger lie? A lie that I'm going to fix the Ukraine-Russia thing on day one, or is the bigger lie that boys can be girls? Which one is a bigger lie?
I haven't heard any Democrat say a boy could be a girl. So, but
You haven't been paying attention.
But
They never said that.
Oh my God.
But
No, I mean, at the end of the day, if they want to care about stuff that affects like less than 1% or so of the country, let them do that.
Yeah, like transgenders bother you?
I mean, no, it's fine.
They don't
Trump
bother
can
you.
cost the economy trillions of dollars, but no, trans people are a problem.
No, they're not the problem. Come on.
I think they have for the like on the low. You know, it's like they're in the closet type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, there's
Like
there's a guy in California.
You guys like obsessed with thinking about transgender people.
Yeah, especially having those guys.
Yeah. What's the matter with being concerned about children who are lied to and told to take hormones that will cause them to have health concerns for the rest of their lives?
Did they tell you that?
Upward of $1 million.
How do you
and
know
it's a
that?
lie because they will never be the opposite sex.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, I know very well what I'm talking about. See, it's funny, all of this coping coming from the three of you. You know, would you tell an anorexic, oh, it's okay that you're anorexic. You think you're fat, so let's give you some diet pills.
Alan, it's very interesting that you so focused on this trans issue, right?
Why is it?
First of all, you're saying to all three of us, you don't even know what my fucking opinion on the topic is.
You just gave me an opinion.
So let us know what your opinion is right now.
My opinion is not my business.
I know, but why is it not your business
hold on. It's not my business, okay? And when you're looking at what's going on in the world, what's going on in the country, what's affecting people, okay? That's not top of the list.
Well, it is to a lot of people. It's top of the list to at least 77 million
Those same people, when they're not getting their fucking public assistance, when they're not eating, they'll fucking.
Maybe they won't.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Maybe they won't.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, Haitian, because I'd like for you to joust with my friend Gildas. Gildas, are you there?
Yeah,
I'm here. Gildas, we have Haitian Sensation on the stage who thinks that it's a good idea for people to get public subsidies who need it. And you, as I understand it from yesterday's discussion with you, you believe, I think it might have been earlier today or yesterday, I'm getting
I
lost
gotta go, man. Thanks for everything.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Alan.
You going to the drag show?
But Gildas, no, he's not going to the drag show. But check it, Haitian, Gildas has a hot take. Gildas has a hot take as it relates to public benefits and subsidies. So Gildas, can you state in one or two statements your hot take as it relates to public subsidies and benefits? Go.
Okay, I can sum it up into 3 points. Number 1, welfare, entitlement, Social Security, all of that should never have been started. Because number 2, once you start it, it just grows. More people drop their ball to meet the low barrier to qualify for it. Number 3, which is probably the most important one, that doesn't mean, though, that I want to get rid of it overnight because it's such a shock to the system because it's been ingrained for 60, 70, 80 years that to end it overnight with a swipe of a pen or whatever with no real plan to like wind it down would be catastrophic.
All right, so I'm going to give you 1 minute to make your case, and then I'm going to give Haitian give you a challenge question, and then he's going to make it the case with 60 seconds of his own. You have 60 seconds to make the case why it's a bad idea to have public subsidies and benefits. Your 60 seconds begins now.
The reason that it's a bad idea morally is because it's taking money from people who have not decided that that's what they want their money to go to. And so it's basically, snatching money from them and then using a disinterested party in terms of the government or a party that doesn't assume the risk if it fails to redistribute that money to people who, in many cases, they probably use it the right way and get up off of it after a few months or whatever it may be and go on about their merry income-making lives. But, as you can see, as an example, in this country, entitlements have grown ever since they were kind of rolled out just in an emergency sense around the Great Depression, and then again in the late 60s with the Great Society stuff. So it is bad because it's taking money from people who didn't choose to spend it that way, and then it's allowing people to spend it who don't have to assume the risk.
All right, your time is up. You have one statement.
Correctly.
You're done. Give me one statement to summarize your position.
It's unfair.
Thank you. All right, Haitian, one challenge question to what you just heard from Gildas. How would you challenge the premise of what he just offered to the table? You have one question, no statements, but just ask one question.
Bro, I'd rather reply to what he's saying than ask a question.
No, I'm going to let you reply in a second, but just ask one question to challenge him.
What about people who are disabled?
All right, stop right there. Gildas, you have 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah, I still believe that people who want to spend their money in terms of maybe a charity or some kind of, even like a GoFundMe or something like that, so long as we know that the people whose money is going toward the disabled, they intended to go to them. Because there's no reason, for instance, that my money should be taken away from my ability to put my child in preschool and go to somebody who's disabled.
Exactly, 30 seconds. Thank you, Gildas. All right, stop. All right, now, Haitian, you have 1 minute to make the case that Gildas is wrong. Your 1 minute starts right. Hold on. Your 1 minute starts right now.
So, first of all, I'm not trying to go back and forth. I'm on my fucking gummies relaxing. But what I will say, Gildas, regardless of what you're saying, that you should be able to choose where the money goes. You don't choose it where the fucking money goes now. Are you choosing for fucking Trump fat ass to go play golf every other day? Are you choosing for a lot of things that take place already? Like it doesn't even make sense. Like, are you choosing for certain community projects that are done, on this road getting paid before this one? And then on top of it, brother, if you're saying that these people, even if they're disabled, shouldn't get any type of assistance, so what's going to happen with them? They're going to be in the street? Who's going to clean up their body, the corpse? Like it makes no fucking sense. Like where is the humanity in you guys? What?
You have 1 minute to hold on. 1 more minute, not 1 minute. Sorry, one statement to summarize your position, Haitian. One statement. Go.
People who need public assistance, not wanted, people that truly need the support and help, should not be just thrown out like trash.
All right, good. Thank you very much. Now, Gildas, ask one challenge question. No statements, no opinions. Just ask him one challenge question, so he'll have 30 seconds to respond. What's your question?
All right. Well, we can play the worst case scenario. Should I take money away from my daughter's SAT or pre-SAT classes so that a homeless drug abuser can get an apartment and use that apartment to further shoot up more drugs?
You have 30 seconds to respond now.
So, are you giving that money directly to that person, or are you giving money to the organization?
No, you can't ask a question. Answer.
Okay, well, when you give money, you don't have a fucking choice where it goes to. For example, if you're giving money to charity, okay, or a homeless person, it's not my fucking business if that person uses part of it to go buy a fucking bottle. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, it is what it is, bro. But don't think you're going to be where you are in life without anybody helping you. Don't ever think that you are where you are all by yourself.
All right. Thank you. All right, but let's go around and get some scores. Who's going to win the round? Start with Cry Rachel. Who do you think had the stronger argument? Was it Haitian Sensation?
I'm over here fucking gummies, bro.
Haitian Sensation, or was it Gildas? Who won that round?
Haitian Sensation.
You can never put your bias aside, girl, can you? All right, 1 point for Haitian Sensation. All right, thank you. Thank you, Crowd Ratio. Going to Alan. Alan, if you're there, who do you think won the round?
My man Gildas.
All right, 1-1. We're moving on.
I didn't know you
All right,
were
let's
going
get
with Sexual Alan.
All right, here we go. Hold on. Rob Goulet. Rob Goulet. Excuse me. Order in the court. Rob, excuse me. I can't hear you while I'm talking. Rob, I gotta go order some Domino's pizza.
I only heard the last part of the debate.
A Haitian woman, you would have food.
I know, right? Rob, tell me what you think. Who you think won the round based on the
I didn't
amount?
I didn't even hear what the full argument was.
All right, so I'll be fair and just chill out for a second. Now I'm gonna open it up to the room. If you think Haitian Sensation won the round, put a 1 in the chat. If you think Gildas won the round, put a 2 in the chat. 1 for Haitian Sensation, 2 for Gildas Maximus. Let's see who wins the round. We already got 1 for Haitian, 2 for Alan. Let's see who wins. We can't get 2 votes. Sorry, Alan. Angel votes for Gildas. That's 2-1. Beaver votes for Gildas. That's 3-1. And Wallace votes for Gildas. That's 4-1. And then L threw in there 1. So we got Gildas was around 4-2. Haitian, better luck next time.
Can I answer Haitian?
No,
man. Can I answer Haitian on his previous comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand every time a conservative challenges a liberal about trans issues, it always ends up accusing the conservative of being gay. But I'll answer the other thing, because that's the fallback point. But and I think it's projection on their part. They're the ones who are secretly gay. But
I'm sorry, Alan. I'm gonna have you repeat that because no one could hear what you said. I can't hear Alan. Please let Alan speak uninterrupted, and then you can respond, Haitian. But I didn't hear what Alan said. Alan, quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Again, 2 quick points. First, whenever conservative brings up trans issues, the left always accuses that conservative of being gay. That's like a fallback point. The second issue is, why do we care? It's less than 1% of the population? Well, let me ask you this. I just did the figures. In 2019, 235 black men were shot by the police. That translates to 0.00007% of the U.S. population. It's like way smaller than any trans issue. Why should we care about black men who were shot by police? I don't
How do you respond?
But y'all don't care.
I know. Why do you care? But why do you care?
Yeah, but why should you care? You're wrong for caring about that. You're wrong for caring about
Hold
that.
up. So, first of all, I love it how white men love to go to the
Okay, don't discuss my skin color.
Hold on.
No, you don't get to do that.
You get married to a white woman.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you
Hold
don't
on.
get
I
to
want to
do
hear
that.
Haitian's response, please. Let Haitian respond uninterrupted, please.
I know, but this man's not white.
Crowd ratio is Haitian's response without being interrupted.
Okay, Dad.
Thank you, Mama. All right, go ahead, Haitian.
Love to bring up some shit that you think is something that's gonna affect or trigger us black people. So, end of the day, y'all don't give a fuck anyway. So nothing changes. You guys don't give a fuck when you see a black person killed by police. You know what you guys say? They should have obeyed. They should have listened.
So the question is, Haitian, if we are wrong for caring about a very small percentage of the population with transgenders, why are you okay for caring about an issue that's even less the percentage of that?
Bro, you guys are the ones making the transgender issue an issue.
No, I said if we are wrong for caring about such a minuscule issue, you care about a more minuscule issue. So why are you okay for caring about that, but we're wrong for caring about transgender?
Because your guys' issue with transgender is affecting people in all different demographics, all different areas of life. Not just some situation with police. It's a lot of shit is changing. Where from fucking books
to this total bullshit. Did anybody understand? I don't understand. You're saying we're wrong. Hold on, I'm gonna reiterate the question. You think we're wrong for caring about the transgender issue because it's less than 1%. So why are you not wrong? Okay, why did you say we're wrong for caring about less than 1%?
I'd like to give an answer after Haitians finish.
I'm confused, bro.
Yeah, that was one of your points. It's less
You
than
said
1%.
that we shouldn't be caring about the transgender issue because it's so small of a percentage. But you care about an issue with black men getting shot when that's even less of a percentage. So why are we crazy for caring about transgenders when you care about something even less? That's the question.
Like I said.
Because you're a black man.
Not only that, right? The whole transgender issue. Okay, you guys are trying to change shit where in school, in the workplace, every fucking sector of people's lives. No, but that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to tell us that transgenders need to be allowed in this and that. We need to change the language for this and that.
The numbers aren't being compared appropriately.
I know you're not talking on my stage. Shit, you be talking. I know you're not talking. Oh, Lord. I know this man ain't talking on my stage the way he be talking his shit. He wished death upon me.
No, he did.
Blood in my eyes, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be where I'm destined to be, and niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole when the niggas can with me.
Hey, where this man Freddy been at?
My point.
Come on, Ed, all that shit you was talking.
Let me drop.
Many men. Many men.
Disparate. You can't compare disparate deaths among African American men to a statistic in terms of transgender population. That's among African American men are overrepresented.
Get the word out, brother. Get the word out.
Compared to the general population.
No wonder you like to chat so much. You can't talk.
Yeah.
Alan, how do you respond to Ed? Alan, how do you respond to Ed? He said you can't do what you're doing because of whatever he just said.
Yeah, and Ed, maybe you missed the beginning of it, but Haitian's argument was that transgender people are less than 1%, I forget the exact number, of the population. Of the U.S. population is what I assume. I don't know. So we're talking about the entire country. So we can also speak about the entire country about a whole number of issues, including the number of black men shot by the police. We could use. Okay, we could also have used the number of white people who have abortions every year, or the total number of women who have miscarriages. That would be a good one. We could look up the numbers, and we could see what percentage of the U.S. population, that one we'd have to cut in half because it's only women. Okay? But the whole point, that whole argument is, well, it's so small that we shouldn't care about it. But it seems to affect the entire country. So I would say, and saying, well, it doesn't affect anyone. Well, it affects everybody who has kids in school. It affects everyone when they go into a bathroom with their daughter and there's a man there with his dick hanging out.
You can't make a comparison like a comparison.
I just did.
Man,
Why not?
let me get in there when y'all finish, man.
Excuse me, one voice at a time, please. He wasn't done talking. So Ed, he's trying to say it affects all the people that are going to school with these people in bathrooms and everything like that. How do you respond?
Yeah, what I'm saying is you can't make a comparison like to a comparison of gender status. I mean, we're talking about people who are actually dying and in their graves. And then you can't make a comparison to people who are making or are having an issue in terms of gender dysphoria and needing a corrective approach to address it.
Yeah, well.
The comparisons. Say it again.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt. I thought you were done.
And
Yeah.
he thought he was done too. He don't even know when he started or when he's ended.
Yeah, well, the study came out.
Alex, I don't agree with men being in any fucking bathroom, you know, whatever. But when's the last time that you were in the men's bathroom and you saw someone's dick?
I said a mother going in with her daughter, and a man is in there with his dick hanging out, claiming to be a woman.
When's the last time you saw someone's dick when you went in the
He
public
didn't
bathroom?
say anything about seeing it. He said being
It
in the
doesn't
room
matter.
with it.
It doesn't matter because I'm a man.
How many of y'all have daughters?
Yeah. So, but Ed,
I have two small daughters.
How does that
I'm just gonna make a personal example. I have two small daughters. We go out frequently. Well, one's in school and one's gonna be going to school next year. I can tell you this for certain. There's no transgender ideology being taught to my second grade, soon to be third grader. As a father that takes his kids to things like, you know, the zoo, the mall, restaurants. Sometimes the girls have to use the restroom. And if they don't have a family restroom, generally if it's just me with my girls, I try to find it as empty as possible. Maybe I ask someone, you know, that I could seem friendly, just check for me. But one thing I've never encountered in a city like Houston, Texas, mind you, we actually do see transgender people. So it's not like I'm in one of those places where we don't see them. I've never encountered a place where my daughters haven't been able to use the restroom because it was a man. So I'll go to the next point. Where when you guys say about, I guess, where's the comparison disparity? First off, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think those people have a right to exist?
No, they don't. But having said that,
okay, all right, that's a yes or no question.
Yeah, and I
haven't said no. Infinity. You think they?
Yeah, but hold on. I'm gonna respond.
Hold on, Alan.
No,
Alan.
I was
Alan.
talking
Because it has a point. I have a point that I'm making, Alan.
Hold on, I'm trying to get somewhere. So Alan, you said that these transgender people don't have a right to exist. Your question to me is the same thing, Brock?
I just asked, do y'all think transgender people have a right to exist?
So he said no. My answer is yes.
All right, so assuming that most of us.
You want to be
so hold on, give me a second, man. So assuming that we all kind of believe that people do have a right to exist, regardless of what we like their ideology. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the comparison is lost right there. It's not about a sheer numbers thing. It's not about saying that you're comparing this. Well, if it's a low percentage of this, we're talking about a low percentage of this. We're talking about these people just simply having a right to exist. Whether we agree with it or not, that's a whole nother story. I don't agree that trans men should be participating in girl sports. So, like, you know, we got some middle ground on that. But to even compare that to a public official who's sworn to do his job, and we're not talking about the cops that kill people because, you know, they were actually a threat to them. We're talking about the cops that kill people who weren't a threat to them. So assuming that they're supposed to do their job, that right there in itself, being a law enforcement official, holds far more weight than you guys feeling like that you don't like this person because they're transgender. You don't agree with their ideology. You can't legislate how someone feels about themselves. You can't legislate how the police interact with the general public. So it's like it's not even a logical comparison to make.
Yeah, well, I'll answer that. Ed was saying, well, people are dead and in their graves. They find this latest study came out shows that people, children and teens who engage, who have gender affirming care. In other words, they're taking hormones. Maybe they have their breast, if they're a girl, they have their breast cut off when they're a teenager, have a higher tendency for suicide. What the left and what the transgender ideology claims will help them is actually killing them. So yeah, they're in their graves too, Ed. They're being killed. And the fact is that what we have is the mistreatment, meaning the medical mistreatment of children who have gender dysphoria when all of the available studies showed that if you just do nothing, if you say, it's okay, all right, I understand you feel this way, it'll pass.
We love you anyway.
They will, yes.
That sounds
That gender dysphoria will be gone by the age of 21 in 95% of the cases. But instead, the left keeps saying, oh no, you're trying to erase them. Oh no, you're trying to deny them the right to exist. All we're saying is, no, you are a boy, you think you're a girl, that's a mental illness, which, by the way, I forget where. It's a mental illness. Go to a site.
All right, for corroboration, next time. Corroboration. Next time you do an outburst like that, I'm gonna have to drop you. I don't want no outbursts. I don't like no outbursts. I like starbursts. But I don't like outbursts. Okay, so I need you to calm down. Alan, you were finishing up.
Yeah,
Alan is done.
Yeah, I'm done. So
Okay.
yes, I will continue to make those comparisons.
All right. So, Ed, as much as you hate me, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to respond before we get back into the groove of things. Ed.
Oh, I had a simple question. Oh, bring up Omar. Sorry. So the
Leave
question
Omar
is,
alone. He don't even like white
shut
people.
your mouth. The data shows that you
don't
will get
like white
results
people. He like
at
black
age
people.
21, like Alan just said.
I didn't hear what you said, Ed. I'm sorry. You were talked over. Say it again.
Does the data show that gender dysphoria resolves at the age of 21, like Alan just said it does?
Okay. Alan, where did you get that statistic from?
Yeah,
Alan, where did you get that
I'd have
statistic
to
from?
look it up.
You just made it up.
It was a study. No, I didn't make it up. It was no, I didn't. It was study, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And then what's happened is then we get all of these other studies, funded by the trans ideology group, and it went down to like 87%. But the original stat is 95%.
Your original with chicks with dicks.
I didn't.
We'll get to your chicks with dicks.
I didn't hear what you said.
I think you have a fetish for chicks with dicks.
He does.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. See, again, they get accused of.
They do that all the time. You already you made that point. That
Yosemite's voice.
They try to
letting tranny kids die.
So, anyways,
a bunch of white men are into men.
So Gildas won the last make your case round against Haitian sensation on the topic of public benefit.
I wasn't in no fucking round. You
say what?
I wasn't in no motherfucking round.
That was round. He went, and everybody voted that he won. What you talking about?
What I'm saying is, I didn't come here.
Dr. Responsible.
Is what I'm saying to you.
Oh, what's good,
Omar, stop flirting with your white daddy.
What's up,
Oh my
God, stop flirting.
Omar flirting with his white daddy.
Why say try
around your mouth?
There's enough interaction between black men and black women. We're not trying to exacerbate that.
Oh my God.
What's up, Omar? I hear smart people speak. I asked to bring them up. That's the end of the story. I don't even agree with it. Shut up, patient, or I'll put you in a fucking Mac Daddy fucking argument and see who wins.
Oh, who that Lisa up there too? Wow. So Haitian sensation. What's the next topic you think you can argue?
Bro, I didn't come here. I didn't argue shit. You the one that fucking said something to me. First of all, if I was gonna argue something, I wouldn't come in here on some fucking gummies.
Oh, okay, so you're not prepared tonight. All right, we'll go with somebody else.
What the fuck is wrong with
Is
you?
that why you lost? I think he got handled by Gildas.
First of all, I ain't lose shit.
Oh boy.
You got handled. You got handled. Anyway, Ed Solitary, would you like to go head to head with Gildas or Dr. Responsible on your favorite topic?
Favorite topic?
Dr. Cocksucker?
Yeah. What's the biggest topic? Well, why don't we do Lisa? What is the topic that you're passionate about, Lisa?
What you say responsible?
I'm saying that Ed, Haitian, and Lisa are
are either directly or indirectly okay with killing trans kids
How the fuck is that?
by lying to them.
How?
Did you hear the statistic the man just brought up? Alan, he may be old and he may speak slowly. And he may take forever to get his point across. But he's not a stupid man.
First of all,
slowly as I
first
do.
of all, he brought up a statistic he alleges that's from 4 to 5 years ago that kids that go through dysphoria, gender dysphoria, have a higher rate of suicide. Okay, well that could be they might have a higher rate of
That's
suicide.
new. The
So wait, listen,
suicide
Dominique just had.
Did I interrupt you?
Dominique just gave us a hot take. Dominique
hold up. So to say that the suicide rate is just based off of that versus them being picked on versus them being being cast away by their family, you can't say that. There's several factors on why that suicide rate is high.
All right, hold on. Dominique just made a claim. He just gave a hot take, and he said that trans kids do not exist. Dominique, I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to make that case uninterrupted, and then I'm gonna have somebody ask you some challenge questions, and then Ed is gonna make the opposite case. Right. So Dominique, there is no such thing as trans kids. Please make the case for that in 60 seconds or less. And your 60 seconds begins now.
There is no such thing as transsexual children. There is no such thing as transsexual. That is it. That is all. Thank you for listening.
Wow. Okay. Ed Solitary, you have 60 seconds to challenge his premise. Not 60 seconds, excuse me. Please ask a challenge question. No statements, no opinions. What's your question to him to disprove his theory? You have one question. Ed Solitary.
I'm not going for this, man.
Oh, Lord. Haitian. Lisa, what question would you like to ask Dominique to disprove?
First of all, he didn't even make a statement. There's no trans children. There's no trans.
I know. So ask him the question. Ask him the question.
Basic elementary. Okay, so I can be just as basic as him. You see what he heard? You guys heard what he said. There's no trans children. There's no trans. Okay, so if you want me to be just as basic and elementary and one cell brain as him, yes, there is.
No, I need you to ask him a question. I said no statements and opinions.
He made a statement.
Ask him a question. Ask him what did you mean. I know. I'm just saying. Ask him something to make him expound upon it. No, this is a game called Make the Case. So
I got one question for him, man, Fanny. One question.
All right, go ahead, Omar. Ask the question.
Hey, Dominic. Yeah, Dominic. Does trans people or children, do they have parents?
All right. Dominic, you have 30 seconds to respond. Your 30 seconds starts now.
30 seconds?
Usually, they don't have a man in the house.
No. I said, do they have parents?
Sir, I got 30 seconds.
All right,
give me my 30 seconds.
10 seconds starts now. Go.
Usually, hey man, look here, man. If you're gonna act like that, I'm just not gonna respond.
No. You got 30 seconds with no interruption, and I will shoot anybody that does. No interruption. 30 seconds starts now. Go.
Look, normally there's no man in the house. You have a woman. She's almost always a feminist. Almost always a feminist. And these women are looking for attention, and the only way they can get that attention is by putting their little boys in dresses. There's no such thing as a transgender child. I will land there.
All right, so we are at your 30 seconds. All right, so now, who would like to take the argument in the opposite direction? Who disagrees with Dominique?
I do.
No, you disagree? All right, you have 60 seconds to make the case why Dominique is wrong. 60 seconds starts now.
Okay, Dominic is not wrong about the presence of fathers in the household, right? Women are into a whole bunch of shit. They'll do just about anything. They love those kids. There's no doubt. But in the midst of loving those kids, it's not just about them being evil or them being leftist or anything else. They don't know how to lead a child because they don't have their partner with them. If doesn't make them evil. It makes them missing the key component of raising a child in a relationship, which is a man who doesn't give a fuck what that child wants, doesn't care, is not gonna make ahead and go and pretend that he's a girl if he's wearing a dress. Like, the dad ain't gonna do that shit. But the mom will, because she loves those kids and she wants to do what's best for them, but she don't know how, because she wasn't designed by God to know how. And I'll shut it off there.
Okay, so anybody would like to challenge Mr. Doctor with a question? To challenge the premise of what he just asked?
Yeah, what was you saying?
Can you summarize your statement in one? Summarize your position in one statement, Doctor.
Dr. Responsible, would you say the women, the parents in Hollywood who are actresses who transition their children so their careers get improved and they can get a movie role, wouldn't you say that's evil?
I would say that those, let's say, actresses, women, I would say, hold on, you can respond right now. I would say that those actresses, women, are not built, designed, or capable of making the correct choices for their children. So they fall into the trap of doing things they think would be good or socially acceptable, and they don't question it because they don't have a man around to tell them to shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Why you being
If you were my wife, I would bitch slap you and then hug you and kiss you. Respect.
and I will kick you in the dick.
You convinced me, Dr. Responsible.
Thank you.
So responsible. Say you could solve one issue right now, with kids in this country, right? And you have to choose between the trans issue or the hunger issue. What are you gonna focus on?
Wow. I'm sorry. It's a good question. I would focus on the fatherlessness issue in white, black, every community, because that would solve both of them.
That wasn't an option.
Oh my God.
I know. I can't choose your options. I'll be honest.
You're presuming that the father issue relates to the transgender issue, which is another issue.
Yeah, it relates to the foodlessness.
Mr. Doctor, worry about the trailer parks, okay?
Yeah, worry about the white community, not the black
Worry about the trailer parks, okay?
Yeah.
I said that.
And people walking around with no teeth.
I didn't say anything about black people. I said all colors.
I got one question.
No, you don't think that's happening in white families? That's a fucking giant problem in white families. More than the black families.
I got one question for Dominic. Is it possible for Dominic, for you, Dominic, is it possible to have a trans kid, right, that haven't transitioned yet? Is that possible? Or anybody on stage imagine?
No.
Is that possible?
No.
So you're saying a trans kid has to go through the transition first?
I'm saying there's no such thing as a transsexual child.
Wait, why are you guys asking a mechanic? Why are you guys asking a mechanic about medical issues right now?
He's a blue collar worker. He's a skilled labor.
A mechanic about urology, and it just makes no fucking sense. Ask him how to change oil within. Ask him how to change oil within 3 minutes.
It's so elitist, Lisa. Yeah, but this is a man who is skilled at what he does, and you're being an elitist pig.
He can be okay. Respectfully, when you're changing my oil, I don't need for you to try to tell me anything about my fucking uterus. Just do what you need to do so I can pull out Jiffy Lube. I don't know why you guys do this. And we're gonna have an intelligent conversation. Bring intelligent people on the stage. That's it.
This is what lost you the election, Lisa.
Right. This is why Kamala lost. Right now. Night after night, I get kicked out of room after room.
Who's Kamala? Who's Kamala?
I get kicked out of room after room.
I don't even know anybody named Kamala.
I'm on my best behavior, but I have to listen to this woman?
No, you don't. I don't give a fuck if you on your best behavior. Come on.
You are the silly one.
I don't give a fuck. Get off your best behavior. You don't have to be on your best behavior with me.
Lisa, can I ask you a question?
Do what you do. Do what you do and see what you get back. Do what you do and see what you get back.
He got a big ass gun.
Yeah, Lisa, can I ask you a question?
No.
Talk about he's on his best behavior. Ooh, let's hear.
I'm asking Lisa, are you
Lisa
answering for her?
He don't want to see you.
All right, now y'all, don't let Dominique get off the leash.
I'm trying to ask Lisa. She doesn't want to talk to me.
No.
Because she's afraid of me.
What?
Oh, she is. She is afraid of
She
him.
isn't
Alan
talking
is
to me.
slow, but he's very intelligent.
Close those thick lips.
Ed, what the hell, Ed?
Lisa, you're not answering me.
Oh,
I guess you
Alan,
don't.
I'm concerned
You're
about you.
afraid of the questions
Alan,
I'll
you
ask.
don't know how to follow instructions, Alan?
Okay, so let me ask you something. Okay, if you have a blockage in if you have kidney stones, do they treat your kidney, right? And if you have heart disease, they'll treat your heart. If you have a problem with your liver, they'll treat your liver. Where does transgenderism, where does gender dysphoria, what part of the body creates that?
That's multi-system.
It's in the brain, right?
No, there's more than one system.
There's
What's the other
really?
Gut health? Yeah, go ahead.
What's the other system?
I know you good with gut health, Doc. You know that shit in your fucking gut.
Fuck off.
Yeah, it occurs in the brain. That's the realm of psychiatrists and psychologists, not surgeons. Okay. Do you know what anorexia is? Because when I was growing up, anorexia became a big thing. Because teenage girls, they would look in the mirror. They should have weighed, let's say, 110 pounds, and they weighed 80 pounds. But they would look in the mirror, and their brains were so distorted, they would see themselves as being overweight. And they would put these poor girls on IVs, and the girls would tear the IVs out of their arms. That occurred in the brain. That was a body dysmorphia. The brain literally told them, your body is wrong. Mm-hmm. And now what we're doing with transgenders is we're saying, your brain is telling you that you're the wrong sex. Well, then we got to cut off your dick, or we got to cut off your tits. It's butchery.
Where's this
It is
happening at?
absolute
Where's this
butchery.
happening at, Alan?
I'm sorry. The doctor responsible. Was my line of logic clear? Since you're the one who seems to always be judging.
Alan, is your brain telling you that you're a man?
I do judge you. Alan. But guys, listen. The election is over. We're just talking about real shit at this point. There is an issue.
Alan's brain is telling him he's a man.
No, but it's a terrible thing to watch transgender people go through
Alan's
this.
brain telling him he's a man.
Lisa, stop. This is serious.
No,
there are real transgenders.
Everyone brought this shit up. Alan, is your brain telling you?
Yeah, but this is
Lisa.
Alan?
Yes.
Respect. We can really talk right now. This is called finding common ground.
Yeah.
Listen. I'm back. It's a very, very simple question. Alan, is your brain telling you you're a man?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. But
Listen. I'm a MAGA. Listen, I'm a MAGA voter and everything. I voted for Trump, but I do believe, trans kids exist. It's not my thing or my twist, but I do think they exist and they should have. I don't want no harm done to them, nothing like that. But yeah.
Don't you think harm is being done to them when they're being allowed to change their bodily organs to accommodate what their brain is telling?
How is this an issue for you guys?
It's an issue because I have little cousins. I have two little cousins.
You know a fucking trans person?
I do
yes,
actually.
We know trans people.
I have two younger cousins.
I know 3 trans.
I have 2 different cousins in 2 different families. One year, her name was, I don't even want to say it. I'm just going to tell you. One year was a girl's name. The next year, it was a boy. She got 2 twin sisters. She feels otherized. She can't All her girl cousins she used to play Barbies with don't want to play with her. This is real, brother. You got these confusion out here. When she made this change, probably around 10. She's probably somewhere 14, 15 now. And she's so clothed into herself. In my mind, I think she was touched.
How's she going to school?
Oh, she lives. I don't know enough to tell you how she's going to school, but I do know she's not. I do know she.
You concerned about her. Well, you got to concerned about her.
Yeah, because she don't live. I only see her at family reunions, and I speak. I don't see her. She doesn't live in my. She lives in the next state over, so I don't see her all the time. And she's not in my age range, so she's not like close. But when I do see her, and I try to connect with her. When I first met her, she was a girl. She had the little ponytail. She was running around playing with the little Mimi and Jeannie, right? And then the next year, Jeannie and Mimi don't want to play with her no more. She got her hair chopped off, and she's to herself, and she don't want to talk to nobody. I try to talk to her, crack a joke. She's looking at me like I'm crazy. Okay? And this is a beautiful little girl. And then the world got her confused and thinking she's a real boy. This is real life.
Did you say she's a boy? Or you say she's saying that because of the hairstyle?
I know. Is Manfinity's brain telling him he a man?
It's a good question though. Is she really saying she's a boy?
Did you say she was a boy, or you assuming it? That's what she's saying.
Manfinity thinks he's white.
She doesn't go by that name anymore. So I believe she's a boy now.
I think he's white. That was my boy's name.
This is better than Apple TV right now.
The entire gay rights LGBTQ thing
is
an attack on the family. Don't y'all see it as an attack on the family? It's an attack on the family.
Hello, one at a time, you fucking monsters.
Why don't you go get married and have a fucking family, bro?
I am gonna get married.
What are you waiting for?
Because man, there's a lot of crazy women in this world. I gotta make sure she ain't crazy.
That's what my mind is telling me. My mind is telling me y'all are dumb. Dumb. Is it wrong? Are you wrong, Brittany?
Lisa, this is a serious issue. I mean, the election is over.
Hey, come on. Can we have order in the court? Order, please.
Okay,
I gotta listen to Dominic.
go.
Can I speak?
All right, hold on. Dominique is saying that feminism is a hate group. I'm gonna give you 60 seconds, Dominique, to explain why you think feminism is a hate group. I don't want you to just say feminism is a hate group, that's all. I want you to explain in 60 seconds to the room, Dominique, why feminism is a hate group, and then I believe Lisa thinks it's not a hate group, so I'm gonna give her a chance to argue.
I gotta go.
God bless you, Alan.
Can I make
It's not JFK, Alan. You don't have to announce your departures or right.
No, he does. He does need to announce his departure. That's my homeboy. Lisa, Lisa, can you take the opposite view?
Alan, we don't like you.
Yeah.
Lisa, can you? No, I like him. He's liked in this room. Hey, Lisa, would you like to take the opposite view that feminism is not a hate group?
What?
Can you take the opposite view?
What Dominique is saying.
No, but I want to see if you can take the opposite view.
This is blowing my mind right now. Feminism
is a hate group.
On the stage with more the IQ above your shoe size. Feminism is a hate group. Okay, I just didn't hear this.
Dominique, you have 60 seconds to make the case that feminism is a hate group. Your 60 seconds starts now.
Feminism is a hate group. Straight up. Feminism takes beautiful women and makes them into inferior men. Feminism tells women that they need to be liberated. Liberated from what? Liberated from a house and children and family? So you can go to work and be broke? Wait a minute now. Feminism tells women that they are equal to men and that they don't need men. And they go out there and they get past the age of 29 not needing no man, and they end up with a cat, a little dog, and some used vagina that nobody wants to hit, nobody wants to marry them, and then they grow up and they be old and bitter, and they want to convince the next generation of women to be feminist. And they're behind this abortion thing, they're behind this LGBTQ thing. They're the feminists. They're anti-family, they're a hate group.
Thank you. Your 60 seconds is done. Would anybody in here like to argue him down?
You know what? Please get better people on the stage. First of all, they turn into
Lisa, please don't be insulting to our stage. Lisa. Let's not be insulting to the people on our stage.
I'm not. Feminism does not grow a dick. And as
Hold on,
far
you
as
have 60
used
seconds.
vagina,
Lisa,
I'd
I'm gonna
rather
give you
have
60 seconds. Hold on, Hold on, Lisa.
I'd
Nobody
rather
can
have
hear
a
you.
used up vagina
Hold on, Lisa. I'm gonna give you
than
60
a barely
seconds.
used dick. Okay,
Lisa.
so you got it all
Hold
fucked
on,
up.
Lisa. I want to give you 60
Nothing wrong with
seconds.
a used vagina,
Lisa,
sir. That means
Lisa.
somebody's actually
Lisa,
been in it,
Lisa,
as
can you hear me
opposed
talking?
to your non-usable dick.
Lisa,
Okay,
I need you to give.
that's the dumbest
Lisa,
shit I ever heard. Then
Lisa.
we're alone with our cats, but we make more than your motherfucking ass.
This is ridiculous. Lisa, I'm trying to have a. Lisa. 60 seconds starts now. Go.
Oh, I said everything I had to say.
Nobody heard you because I was
one
talking
can
over.
hear you.
60 seconds starts now. Go.
That was dumb. Okay, so he said that being a feminist turns you into a man. Well, all the feminists that I know don't have dicks. So maybe being a fucking simp turns you in having a fucking vagina. And as far as used vaginas, those are the best vaginas on the planet, sir. That means people have been in them. Dicks have been in them. They have been there, they loved it there, and they kept coming back. And as far as having some motherfucking cats and dogs, sometimes you niggas working at Burger King, we don't need no fucking nigga burger at Burger King because we make 3 times, 4, 5, 7 times more than you do. So we just need to have your ass there? Your useless dick ass there? Okay, so that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Did you hear him say that if you're a feminist, you turn into a man? You a dumbass nigga.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Now, Dominique. Now I would like for you to ask her one challenge question to what she just said. No statements, no opinions. Just ask her one question that challenges her theory. Your one question, please.
Why would any man want to listen to that mouth?
All right, stop right there.
You know
Lisa,
why?
you have 30 seconds. Stop, Lisa. No, Lisa.
Why do you put your
30
mouth
seconds.
on
Stop.
man's dick?
Wait. Stop. 1 second. Stop. Lisa, you have 30 seconds to answer this question, and your 30 seconds starts now.
Dominique, no man wants to listen to my mouth. They want it on their big ass dick. There you go.
All right, now, Lisa, stop. Now, Lisa, no statements, no opinions. You heard what Dominique had to say. I need you to ask him one challenge question only. No questions, no statements. No comments, no questions, no statements. Just ask a question, please. What's your one question for him?
If I put your dick in my mouth, can I swallow or do I gag?
All right, stop right there. Dominique, you have 30 seconds to respond. Stop. Dominique, you have 30. Stop. 30 seconds to respond. 30 seconds starts now.
All right, listen. This is what feminism has done to women. Do you really want to marry this woman? I think you really want to marry this woman.
I'm already married, you piece of shit. And guess what? My husband's dick gets sucked every fuck.
Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ! This is not what I wanted. Please, now we're letting them back up. But please, now we're gonna see who won the round. We're gonna go around the audience and ask what people think. We can't have all that vulgarity. Gildis, you were listening to both sides. I heard you laughing and everything. Gildis, who had the stronger argument? Was it our friend Lisa or was it our friend Dominique? Who won the round? Your view.
In my opinion, Dominique has a stronger argument because he did not lapse into ad hominem.
Thank you. All right, going to Ed Solitary. Who won the round? Was it Dominique or was it Lisa?
Lisa had a stronger argument.
All right, good. 1-1. Dr. Responsibility, who you going with?
I'm going to have to go with Lisa as well.
Lisa, all right, I'm surprised.
I really can't help it, yeah.
All right, tell me why.
It's kind of like a primal thing.
Okay, yeah. Got it. Omar, who had the stronger argument, Dominique or Lisa?
Hey, Dominique has some good points, but I had to go with Lisa on that one.
Wow.
Lisa got it.
All right, well, let's see. All right, moving on to Betty. Betty, are you within the sound of my voice? Okay, thank you. That's 4 for Lisa, 1 for Dominique. We're not done yet. Going to Marshall. Were you here? Can you?
Yep, I think Lisa won.
All right, that's 5-1 so far. And lastly, Rob Gillette. Rob, who would you say won the round?
said in the first time, I came in at the very end of this one, but I have no doubt about it that I'm pretty sure Lisa won this one.
All right. Well, I'm gonna put your vote to a side since you weren't here, and we're gonna go to Haitian. Hold on. We're gonna go to Haitian sensation. Haitian, you here for both arguments? Who won that round?
Are you really gonna answer that fucking question?
I need to get it on the record, please.
I think Dominique knows what the fuck you're talking about.
And
all right.
Infinity for dropping me down.
No, because it's too vulgar on my stage, man. I can't have no vulgarities.
As much as I save you in my room, nigga,
I brought you right back up. No vulgarities on the stage, please.
It's open season for your ass into 420. You know what I'm saying? I'm leaving.
Hold up.
This is what happens when you try to support. This is what happens when you try to support a nigga. They gonna drop me because he doesn't like what I say, but I save his ass daily in my room. See how this goes? There's no fucking loyalty on Clubhouse.
Lisa, I got you. Lisa, I got you.
Fucking back channel. You gonna drop me because you want to kiss that?
No, because I don't want no vulgarities. I'm trying to control the room. You're not listening to me. I'm trying to commute. I'm trying to listen. When you try to get control, when you get control of your room, I'll let you control the room. When you talk, I shut up. How come when I talk, you won't let me talk? Why won't you let me talk? Every time I talk, you're talking over me. You're not showing me any deference.
That's what you do, though, Infinity.
I give you all the deference in your room. When you start talking, I shut up. When you start talking, I shut up. But why is it that when I talk, you don't care? When I start talking, you talk right through me. Please. We want to move on. I'm trying to get this room together. Hold on. Aleph, were you here for the conversation between Dominique and Lisa?
Yeah. I heard it all.
All right, who won the round?
Lisa.
All right, Lisa again. Wow. And Alonzo, who would you go for?
Just coming in.
All right, cool. And Marshall, all right, we already know. So now we're going to ask the audience. Please put in the chat who won. Was it Lisa or was it Dominique? One for Dominique, two for Lisa.
I'm just coming in, but I already know Lisa cooked them. So.
I appreciate the support, but this is
everybody, Lisa, you won the round. Okay, but Dominique, we have Beaver in there. He thinks she killed her, but everybody's voting. I think Lisa got the most votes. So Lisa, you going on to the next round.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to the next round because I tried. I tried so hard, but you're not right.
Lisa, I don't want you, but I'm trying to control the room. I just need you to stifle yourself. That's it.
Lisa, you know how in your room?
Yeah, because I'm just exhausted.
I don't need to be exhausted. Stifle. Oh, she left. All right, it's cool.
Don't stifle herself. It's very hard for a black woman to stifle herself. You got to realize that.
I realize that. I guess I didn't know.
There's been many years of them being able to talk out loud and talk shit. You know,
they want
hijacking on that clown shit.
Hijacking my room, bro.
Don't get upset, Rob. That's the truth.
Manfinity, just out of curiosity, you had a dude completely disrespecting her and you didn't drop him. Like,
who? You talking about
Dominique? I'm talking about Dominique.
Oh, yeah, Dominique. So you didn't hear when she said, she was the first one to say, shut the fuck up. I don't need you, motherfucker. She was the first one to go at him. Dominique was the one who was saying he made a statement about feminism. She took it personally and started talking about dick size and everything else. She took it there.
Hey, man, Finny, to be unbiased.
It's on replay. Don't listen to it for yourself. She was taking it there.
And Finny, to be objective, I think you should have gave Lisa just a little more grace, brother, because she bats for you like hell, man. I thought she gave her a little more grace there.
I brought her right back up on stage, brother. I just wanted her to stop talking while I was talking.
It's not a loyal nigga, bro. That's all it is.
No, it's not about being a loyal
Nobody.
I got a lot of respect for Lisa. Lisa is open-minded, intellectually accommodating, etc. But because she was over-talking the top left mod without any kind of awareness, she was just speaking as if he was not speaking. You know, I mean, that's a foul. That's a personal foul. He can't do that.
And I never do that in her room. Every time she says something, I stop talking. Because that's the left mine. When I started talking, she just kept going right through me like I wasn't even on the stage.
Full of shit.
She does protect us, to be fair. She does try and let voices be heard.
Yeah,
she
did I not
figure
figure back up on
she's a good
stage?
woman.
Man, Phoenix, you did take me like a mom, man.
No, you did. I'm just saying she's a good woman, man. Finnegan agrees with me, and she just was over talking, so he has to move her down. But she's a good woman.
I moved it down only for a moment.
Nobody
right
is
back
above
up.
being moved
Yeah,
down.
was
You're over
That's
talking
right.
live. That's just common clubhouse etiquette.
I agree it's etiquette, but don't you think like the mute button first could have been,
Yeah.
the mute button first?
Yeah, but if I'm talking to you directly and you're acting like you don't hear me, I mean,
The mute button was used, brother. The mute button was used. Okay, I did use the mute button. It wasn't effective.
Everybody slow it down. No, wait a minute, relax. Everybody slow it down now. Manfinity gave me my time. I said mine. I did not insult anybody. Right. That's cool. Check it out. I didn't insult anybody. I didn't use any profanity. This woman came off of the mic and her mouth was full of all kind of profanity. And all of you, all of you supported that. So before y'all went off at the mic, I want you to recognize that you are part of the problem. You are the effeminized males of the United States of America.
Crazy.
How many men have you slept with, Dominic?
Your mama?
Wow. Okay, but how many men have you slept with?
Wow, he got
Your mama.
Y'all love
He
fucking
got
right.
I'm telling
You
y'all,
are
don't let them
part
get
of
off
the
the chain, man.
effeminized males.
Yo, he goes off on
You are part of the effeminized males of the United States of America. Listen here. No, wait a minute. Here's what's up with y'all. Y'all think that by supporting feminism, you can get more vagina. But the reality is nobody wants to sleep with a male feminist. So you'll all end up being old ass punks.
Man, the American medical system missed out in our 70s, man, because a lot of these people just
got issues.
Dominique, what's your next one? Dominique, give me another hot take that you have. A separate hot take, and I'm going to have somebody else challenge you. Who's another hot take that you have? Because you have a lot of hot takes.
I'm gonna challenge you, man, Trinity.
All right, we'll see what his hot take is. What's your hot take, Dominique?
Okay, 30 seconds.
What's your hot take?
Here's my hot take. The American men have been feminized. And
all right, you have 60 seconds to make that case. Uninterrupted. Stop. You have 60 seconds to make that case, and your 60 seconds starts now.
The American men have been effeminized. They have been convinced that by being women's friends, they can get more vagina. And as a part of that, they support gay rights, LGBT, lesbianism, because let's face it, how else can you get two vaginas for the price of one unless you're sleeping with lesbians? But the reality is, women don't want to sleep with their friends. So you get a whole bunch of men who can't get laid and a whole bunch of women who can't get laid, and they're frustrated, and now they want us to believe there is a such thing as transgender children. Thank you for listening.
All right, you didn't even take up your 60 seconds, but if you could wrap up your position in one statement, do so right now. One statement.
Feminism is a hate group, and male feminists are the worst.
All right, so now, Rob, you said you're going to take the opposite view. You have first off, before you go your 60 seconds, ask a challenge question to Dominique. No statements, no opinions, just a question.
All right. Is there any evidence that feminists qualify as a hate group? Have they committed crimes like, hate groups tend to commit against men?
All right, stop right there. You have 30 seconds to respond, Dominique. Your 30 seconds starts Now,
Yes, feminists support abortion, and abortion is the largest killer of black people in the United States of America, killing over 20 million black people in the United States. That is murder, and that makes them a hate group.
thank you. All right, so now, Rob, you have 60 seconds to take the opposite view. His statement is that men have been effeminized and they're propagandizing the feminism movement, which is a hate group. You have 60 seconds, and your 60 seconds starts now.
This ain't even fair, but look, let's be clear. Feminism is not a hate group. To even try to define feminism, which I'm not always in agreement with, but to even try to define it as a hate group is asinine. So I don't even really have to address that because there's no evidence to support that statement. To say the abortion topic, I think people always fail to mention that in a lot of abortions, I can't give you a specific number, but I can give you a good portion of them. It was the man that encouraged the abortion. It was the man that paid for the abortion, and in some cases forced her into the abortion. So we forget that. It takes two to tango. So what was his last point? I think he said three things.
You have 5 seconds left. I'm sorry. It's almost over.
What the? I can't remember his last one.
I don't remember it either, but you have one statement to wrap up your position. One statement, go.
These niggas need help. I don't know what else to say. These niggas need help.
Cool. Dominique's going to ask you one question. Dominique, go ahead.
Real simple.
All right, Dominique.
Hold on,
Dominique, no, Dominique, no, Dominique, no statements, no opinions. I need you to ask one question to challenge his premise. Go. Dominique.
Sir, are your parents married?
All right, stop right there. Rob, you have 30 seconds.
No.
Done answering. All right, now we're going to take a poll. Gildas, who won that round? Who had the strongest argument? Who had the strongest answer to the challenge questions? Gildas, is it Rob or is it Dominique?
It was a tie.
Tie. Okay, moving on to Dr. Responsible. Who you going with that round, Rob or Dominique?
I have to agree that it was a tie. I didn't get it
Wow.
out of Dominique, yeah.
Omar, who you going with?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a tie too. That wasn't.
Nah, man, I gotta push y'all.
No.
Gildas, you set this up, man.
Let me take that same question. Let me go with Dominique.
Who you rolling with Dominique as the winner?
No, I'm not going with Dominique. I'm saying let him have the same argument and let me.
Oh, you want to argue? So all right. So Dominique. So we're gonna scratch Rob because Rob really didn't go too strong. So Betty, I need you to take first off, ask him a question to challenge his position. You heard what Dominique said. What's the challenge question, Betty?
Where did you get the assumption that feminism is a hate group?
All right, Dominique, how do you respond? Just the 30 seconds, go.
Okay, feminism did not come from women. It came from the Rockefellers. They decided that if they could take the woman out of the house, they could tax both of the people in the house. Because at that point, you could only tax the man. So you take the woman out the house, now you can tax the man and the woman and get easy access to the children. It did not come from women. It came from the Rockefellers.
Okay, that's it. All right, so Betty, you have yes. I'm here to get the pizza and the breadsticks.
Okay, I will answer that question.
Yeah, so Betty, go ahead and answer it. Betty, you have 60 seconds to make the opposite case to Dominique, and your 60 seconds starts.
Sorry, my phone there. Feminism didn't start by the Rockefellers, actually. It was philosophers like Mary Wollstonecraft. You can read her book, A Vindication of Rights of Women. She argued that women had the right to education and equal rights. And then you move into Seneca Falls Convention in 1848, This was actually considered the beginning of the feminist movement, so it actually wasn't started by the Rockefellers. There is some conspiracy theories that do claim the Rockefellers funded feminism to break up the family unit, but there is no actual evidence. This is actually just a theory that came by a man named Adam Russo. So I would look more into history. It was obviously not started by the Rockefellers. It was actually born from centuries of women, particularly poor women, and women of color, and working class women that were fighting for their own autonomy.
Incorrect.
Yeah, but I got a flag on the plane.
Women had no.
Hold on, Dr. Responsible. I got a flag.
Thank you very much. All right, hold on. Dominique, you have one challenge question. No comments, no statements, no, just ask one question, please, to challenge what she said.
What has feminism done to improve the lives of women?
All right, Betty, you have 30 seconds to respond. Your 30 seconds starts now.
What has it done to improve the lives of women? It has allowed for them to be able to work. It has allowed for them to vote. It's allowed for them to leave abusive home lives. There are plenty of things that women's rights have and women feminist movements have done to allow for women to move forward in their lives and be equal to men. So that's my statement.
All right, Gildas, who won the round? Was that Dominique or Betty? By the stronger argument, answer the questions better.
This one, I'm going to have to go with Betty.
All right, Betty. Wow. Can you tell us why? Give us a critique.
Betty gave a fleshed out response. She gave us something that undergirds what she initially thought. She had rational reasons for her position, and that always wins the day with me.
Okay, Rob. That's one vote for Betty. Rob, who you rolling with? Dominique or Betty?
I have to go with my fair lady, Betty.
Can you give us a small critique as to why?
First off, I got to shout out to Miss Betty. I grew up with her when I was a kid, so I like the name Betty. But she was much more suited to answer that question than I was. Obviously, she has a lot more information in regards to that. Like pretty much what Gil just said. She was very concise. That actually wasn't a fair round either. So yeah, that was.
All right. Dr. Responsible. Thank you, Rob. That's 2 in the bag for Betty. Dr. Responsible. Who you rolling with and why?
All right. I'm not going to keep playing this game because you have people like Betty who made a better argument as far as her sources cited, but in reality, she's completely fucking wrong. Atheist Jews in the 1920s and 30s came over to America, fucking injected our higher education system with the disease of women's rights.
Hold on. Before you get into this debate again, I need to understand from Gildas and from Rob. Y'all telling us what Betty did right. What did Dominique do wrong? Because I'm still a little confused.
Well, what Dominique did wrong was to build the entire superstructure of his argument on the notion that Rockefeller created feminism. Now that was a false statement, and to build your house on sand in this particular argument, it is going to fall apart.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I kind of echo the same thing.
The truth needs no
Basic.
defense. The truth needs no defense.
Hold on, Dominic. I'm gonna give Dominic some roses. Hold on. Dominic some roses. I think Dominic actually won that round. Here's my reason, okay? Betty went damn near word for word using ChatGPT. She might have used Grump. Okay? Betty know what I'm talking about too. Yeah. So I gotta take points away from her. No originality. I mean, ChatGPT and Grump for your whole debate, and that's what's killing this app right now. People is just going to ChatGPT, going to Grump, to get these little sources, and it's just killing the app. Go ahead.
Omar, that's wrong, brother.
I will say,
I
gotta keep it real, Rob. I gotta keep
No,
it real,
the reason why he thinks that is I literally just wrote a court paper on this for my American government.
Oh, come on, Betty. Oh, Betty, for word That's for what word.
It's very clear that she wasn't reading off of anything.
No, but
Why
listen,
do you
it was
say
like
that, Rob?
verbatim
How do
from
you
Rob.
fucking know?
Come on, Rob.
He's
All right, wait. You're almost done with the round. I just got to get a vote from the audience just to finish up this round.
She was
Let's
too.
see. Oh, we already
She was
have.
too eager. She was
Hold on.
too eager
Gildas,
to
Robin,
get in that round.
Hey, use ChatGPT, Rob.
Hold on, please. Excuse me. Why is it that I'm not talking? Hello. Please. I just want to get the audience to give their vote. So, 1 for Dominique, 2 for Betty. We already have a 3-1 vote on this as it stands. Again, 1 for Dominique.
Well, now that
2
y'all
for
saying
Betty.
that,
Let's see what we got going. We got
I might have to
1
vote
for
3 for
Dominique,
AI.
2 for Dominique, 2 more for Betty. So Betty takes it. Betty takes the round.
I'm voting 3 for AI. If that's
So let me come back to Dominique. Dominique, why do you think you lost that round? Why do you think people like Gildas and Dr. Responsible or Staunch, on the right pretty much, why do you think they voted against you based on what they said?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't know what their home life is like. I don't know if Gildas has a family. I don't know if Dr. Responsible has a family. I don't know if Rob has a family. I don't know. But if you
We
have
all
a
do.
family, right? If you have a family, you got a wife and kids, you don't want your kids growing up to be punks and your little boys wearing dresses and your daughters growing up to be hoes. You don't want that. So I don't know what their experience is. But I know this, the truth needs no defense. And you can vote against the truth all you want to, but it will not stop the truth from being true. Feminism is a hate group. And let me add this. You cannot get more vagina just by trying to be a woman's friend. Because women don't want to sleep with their friends.
So Betty, let me ask you this. Do you think you won? Betty, hold on. Betty, do you think you won that round because of your good looks? Betty, tell the truth.
I mean, this isn't my real photo, so I hope not. But what I will say is that I think the biggest flaw in this argument was the fact that oh my
Who the hell is that, man?
That's I don't know his name, but he's the green.
Okay, I gotta remove him.
What I will say is that you can't base an argument off of a conspiracy theory, and when it comes to these are obviously your personal beliefs. You feel that the feminist movement is ruining family dynamics. You feel that it's promoting LGBTQ+, and that's fine. You guys can have your opinion.
Well, we voted for you still, even though.
No, that's fine. You can vote. That's great. You have your opinions. I disagree with the majority of what you guys are saying, right? Because, and as someone who's a part of that community, I'm not behind a bush screaming, "I'm gonna get you." So it's interesting to hear other people have debates on people like me who are just existing. And so at the end of the day,
You're not just existing. Well, I would like to know which part you are. Are you LGB or Q or trans or whatever?
So I'm gender fluid. So I don't
Hold on, Dominique. You had your chance to fucking deal with this, and you fucking didn't. That's why you lost. Respectfully, I love you.
Doctor, I love you, man, but you can't talk to me like that, man. I'll whoop your ass.
Well, I have to tell the truth, whether you with my ass or not.
He said, "I'll whoop."
Okay. Let me talk to Betty now.
Don't do me like that. I'll whoop your ass.
I'll whoop your ass.
Because I don't want Betty not to exist. Like,
I don't think Gildas or any of the other people that.
I don't think it's that you don't want me to exist. I think you find maybe not you particularly, but a lot of times people who have this conversation, there's clearly an issue with our existence.
Okay.
And so as to why why that is such a concern to people when we are just living our lives and raising our families. It goes back honestly to maybe you guys understanding pre-colonial family structures and how indigenous communities live. We didn't see gender the way that you guys see it. And so I am always confused by this mindset of, well, you guys are out to get us kind of mentality, when in fact, this has been happening for centuries. As much as you guys want to believe that we're here and we're queer and we're out to get you, trans people will always exist.
Okay,
Gay people will exist.
So let me ask you a question.
I need a few seconds, brother, respectfully, because this is getting down to a big issue, right? And I'm not trying to say that I don't want you to exist. And I do think that there are trans people out there, and that there's nothing that we could do, or the left could do, or a teacher could do that's going to change them being confused or gender dysphoric, or just actually maybe it's real. Maybe they're intersex, right? And maybe they are a different gender than what they were assigned at birth, right? I'm not trying to argue that point. What I am trying to say is, you trying to say that transgenderism or gender fluidity existed since the dawn of time. Maybe that's true, right? Maybe that's true. But to the degree that it's happening at this point, that is incorrect. If that was correct, we would have a much slower rate of growth. We've quadrupled the population of the Earth in the last 25 years. You can't quadruple the population of the Earth if transgenderism is a rampant thing. It is a thing. It does happen. There are real people who, with no interaction or interjection from their teachers or from trans activists, will become people who believe that they're women, and men that believe that they're girls. Okay, but this rapid spread, rapid exponential growth in people who identify as non-binary, trans fluid, or whatever it is, transgender as well, that is the problem that we have. We don't have a problem with you existing. We have a problem with this ideology being pushed onto our children. We're open to confusion, and I think if you're a real trans person, you might have the same problem. They're confused, and they're taking advice from people who are insane.
So, Doctor, to your point, does queer baiting exist? Yes. Are there individuals who, and the ideology of transmaxing exists? Of course, I'm aware of that. I understand the concerns of people using a certain mask to hide predatory behavior. I'm aware of that. But then let's call it what it is. Your issue isn't necessarily with trans individuals. Your issue is with predators using trans identity because they can't get relationships with women by being male. That's what the issue is. And yes. So they're using...
Wait, can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Because you're right. You're correct. That is the issue. But it's not the only issue. The other issue is well-meaning people who are really just empathetic people, which the left tends to project as more empathetic. But there's other people as well that are not on the left, but really well-meaning people who allow confusion into the classroom at a young age, into the social zeitgeist at a young age, and just the interjection of that kind of thought process or that ideology is damaging to regular kids who, I think you would agree, being gender fluid or trans is a tough life. And those people deserve our respect, our love as Christians, and also they deserve our respect. Okay, but there's a lot of kind of programming that goes into the school. I'm in New York. There's a lot of programming that goes into the school curriculum. If it was just a matter of we should love, respect, and treat these people like equals, most people wouldn't have a problem with that. What they have a problem with is the fact that in New Jersey, our neighboring state, we're at a 4,000% increase in non-binary gender-confused children. And in New York, we're about half of that. So that's our problem.
So can I speak to that as somebody who
Absolutely.
has? Okay. So I own a school. We're a micro school. We have an individual who it's a student. They're trans, and we also had another student who they thought they were trans. But the difference in how the parents are prepared for those conversations is what matters. Now, do I think that that is a responsibility for the school? No, I don't. Because I think that that's a responsibility for the parents to create a home life that will allow for support. As somebody whose niece went through this, where they thought they identified with something, the conversation went with, okay, let's see what this means for you. They realized that no, they don't identify as a boy, but they didn't necessarily identify with gender. They are the most feminine person I know, and they love people. And they're not confused about their sexuality. They just don't subscribe to the social construct of gender. So but to the world, they would see it as she is in heteronormative relationships, right? And so the other individual who is trans, whose parents are very much thinking in the way that you guys think, their child is really struggling right now. And so whether or not you agree with it, right, our jobs as parents, because I know that you guys are talking about it's providing confusion at school, our jobs as parents is to have the hard conversations. And when people sit there and they say that there isn't a thing as transgender, there isn't a thing as individuals struggling with identity, I think it's more so because now there's more conversations around it and there's more freedom to do it. It's like everybody's surprised that there's more gay people now and there's more gay marriages. It's because we weren't allowed to do it before. And now we can. It's legal. And so this concept... Yeah, so I will say that I understand the concern of there being predatory behavior. Like I said, queer baiting is definitely a thing. I've seen it within my own community. I can acknowledge that.
What is queer baiting?
It's basically pretending you're gay to get, to hook up with people, depending on what side you are. So if you ever want to learn what that is, you guys can dive deep into it and understand. So I understand the concerns, but I think that there's more emotional drives and like moral understanding of what it is than what it actually is. And so when I hear people talking about the community that I'm very much a part of, like it's sometimes like I guess the way that I'm hearing it is like what are we doing to you? Like me as a person, like I said, I'm not behind a bush waiting for someone to come out and be like, I'm gay, you're gay. Like that's not what's happening. But sometimes it feels like that.
And I'm sorry that you feel that way because it really had nothing to do with you as an individual gay person, or I think you said you were gender fluid. That's like a struggle within yourself, right? That you will figure out at some point, or maybe you won't.
It is a gender. I don't think it is a struggle because again, it goes back to culture, right? So like a lot of the culture that I grew up with, gender was considered a social construct, and it wasn't something that we talked about. We focused more on like feminine, masculine energy. Even with the intersex population, those individuals were considered two-spirit. So I think it's
the only reason I say confused or that's a struggle is because you didn't pick one gender or the other. It's pretty rare. I think you'll admit it's pretty rare for people kind of like bounce back and forth every 2 to 3 months, unless they're young kids.
I'm not, and that's I think that's where maybe it's hard for you to understand, but it's not that I'm bouncing back and forth. I'm not like choosing to be a woman one day and a man the next day. It's just I don't believe in the social
based on relationships.
No, I like who I like. I don't, and there's plenty of people like us who who exists in that way, and we're okay.
Why can't you be a woman and like who you like, Betty? Why do you have to be gender fluid? What does that mean? You have to be a woman and a man in a fluid way? Why? Why can't
No,
you
it's
just be
because we
one?
just don't see like you see gender in the sense of like to you I would be a woman because of my physical features, right?
Betty, what is a woman? What is a woman, Betty?
This is a conversation I think beyond your capacity.
No, but answer that question.
What is a woman?
Betty, please answer that
What is a woman,
question.
Betty?
What do you mean? What is a woman?
What is a woman? How would you define what it means to be a woman?
Come on, Katanji.
So I mean, like, I don't understand how that's relevant to me explaining what.
Regardless, it's very relevant because it's a baseline description, and if you can't even.
Are you talking about chromosomally, like X, Y?
No, I'm
Tell
asking.
me what is a woman? I don't want to hear anything else you have to say.
Okay, so
I
you're
mean,
talking
guys,
about
at some point you have to get down in. Betty, listen. At some point, man-finity
biologically
and hold on. Let me handle this, Betty. At some point, Dominique and man-finity, like, if you want to hear the actual conversation, you're going to have to get down in the weeds of their thought process. I'm not telling you you have to believe like this, but you got to listen to it from their perspective. She thinks that she is, I forget what she called it, but she is gender fluid, right? Which means nothing to us. But I've listened to enough of this type of conversation, kind of be interested when we get somebody who really believes this, that we get to talk to them and kind of like wonder. You have to let the conversation play out to what she thinks and under her terms. In my opinion, do you disagree, Anthony?
I want to know how she defines what a woman is. I don't see how
I know, but who on the mic smacking? Man-finity, is that you on the mic smacking?
I'm sorry, man. This domino is good.
Come on, man.
Excuse me.
Come on, man.
My question is, I'm sorry, I was hungry. Betty, I need to understand because I just had this conversation with my 25-year-old niece.
Okay.
We were coming back from New York, and I asked her, I said, "What is a woman?"
Let me ask you this:
She just glitched in the way that you're glitching.
Are they? Well, it's not glitching. Are they trans?
No, she has a lot of trans friends. She's very sensitive to it. So I said, it sounds like you're struggling for. I told her it sounds like you're struggling for a definition that would both encompass you and all of your trans friends, and there is no way to do that while making being a woman meaningful. And she just glitched, and she was just like, well, then she went back to what you just did, the chromosomal thing. But the thing is, she could never really give me an answer. She completely.
Can I ask you
frazzled.
this? Like, can I ask you this?
No,
how are they identifying? Like, and they're not what you think.
No,
Stop, Dominique. Stop.
No, there is no excuse for you.
And I'm talking
so I
to
cannot
right
excuse
now.
you.
I'm not talking
There
to
is
you.
no excuse for you, so I cannot excuse. No, listen here. This is what's wrong.
But there's
Feminism
nothing
is the
wrong
hate
with
group.
asking how they identify.
Feminism is the hate group. You got these feminists, and they won't even tell you what a woman is.
Betty, he would like to know why. Hold on, Betty. I guess he wants to know why you can't give a definition for what it means to be a woman.
Betty,
why should we listen to anything else?
Hold on, Dominique. Let me hear what she said. Why can't you give us a definition?
I said, are you asking for the biological understanding of what
No, I am not.
XXY? Because I don't. That's why this is.
what's the legal definition of a woman, Betty? What's the legal definition of a woman, Betty? It has legal implications. What's the legal definition?
Now you got the lawyers involved, Betty.
It's okay.
If I wanted to, Betty, hold it, Betty. If I wanted to identify,
I don't care if someone's a lawyer.
Betty, if I wanted to identify as a black woman, if I wanted to identify as a black woman and I put blackface on, does that make me black? So if you dress up.
I don't understand what that has to do.
If you dress up like a man, if you're a man dressing up
so
like
Abby,
a woman,
let me ask you this then: Do you understand pre-colonial structures of gender?
No, we don't. No,
Okay,
we
so
don't.
then that's why I'm
I
trying to
understand the
explain.
legal
No,
definition.
no.
I'm not
Listen here.
talking about
Listen
legal
here.
definitions
Look,
because we're not
this is
talking
why
about
I
the legal
say
side of things. I'm talking
feminism
about
is a
cultural.
hate group.
But I'm not even talking about feminism.
Feminism is a hate group. Listen to this confused human being.
But it's not. I'm not
Hold on,
confused. I'm
hold on,
pretty well
hold
versed.
on.
This is crazy, guys.
Dominic,
Dominic,
give
wait a minute.
this, Dominic, why do you say that what she's saying means that she's operating in hate?
I'm not operating in hate.
It's anti-family. It's anti-family. When she says she's gender fluid, she's a lesbian. This woman is a
I'm
lesbian.
not a lesbian, actually.
She's gender fluid.
What it is, Dominic.
Hold on. Dominic, what is the definition? Dominic, what is the definition of a lesbian?
It's a woman who sleeps with other women, and that is a moral
But
failure.
did I say that I was?
That is
Did I say that I
You
slept
said
with
you
women
were
at any
gender
time?
fluid. You said you were gender fluid.
But did I say if I'm
She didn't
gender?
say she slept with other
You
women.
said you were gender fluid. What
See,
does
this is
that
okay.
mean?
So, Manfinity, like, if you don't mind, I would like to speak to you directly because you asked me a question.
I actually
If
asked a
that's okay.
question.
No,
too,
wait a
Betty.
minute.
I actually asked a direct question.
I need order.
Betty,
I'm getting a
you've spoken
headache.
long enough.
Getting a headache. I need some clarity. So, Betty, really quick, what would you like to address me with? Because I feel like you're being a little bit.
This is kind of. I want to
we're throwing
give
a lot
you
of shit.
guys.
So I want to give you a chance
Yeah,
to express yourself uninterrupted, but make it quick because
that's fine.
a lot of people are very passionately about this. Go ahead.
That's fine. At the end of the day, I'm coming from a cultural context, which I think is this is why we're having a disconnect here because everybody's looking at it from a very like matter of fact standpoint. This is something that I grew up with. I'm looking at also from Yorubic traditions of like I grew up with African traditional religions.
No,
from my
baby,
culture.
you're running off at the mouth.
Dominic,
You're running off at the mouth, baby.
Hold on, Dominic.
Never mind. You guys have a look.
Yeah, never
No,
mind.
wait a minute.
Keep it pushing. Get on.
Jesus.
Nah, she gone.
She
Ain't no use to praying for her no more. She gone.
Thank God.
But Dominic, we don't have very, very many opportunities to engage with people who are so deeply in this lifestyle. So we appreciate the exchange, even though it upsets you. To me, it's a learning opportunity, and I don't take it personally.
Dominic,
I understand for you, it's so deep in this.
Dominic, just hear me for a second. Dominic, just hear me for a second. Because Manfinity's right. You got to take someone like that and break it down and make her realize what she's saying. And just go point by point. That's what we were trying to do. So,
Right, ma'am, you can't late.
No, I was listening. But I also know I've been in Dominic, just stay with me for a second. I've been in these discussions. I also have a daughter who's an athlete and had to deal with being in a locker room with dudes coming in that because her university decided that a swimmer who couldn't make it on the men's team could make it now on the women's team, and he came in to the locker room. So I had to deal with that. So I'm coming like with some firsthand stuff and some real issues with it. But if you break them down, just like Manfinity asked her to define a woman, and then you ask her if someone dresses up as a man dressing up as a woman, and he immediately says he's a woman, does that make someone a woman? If you dressed up as my Labrador Retriever, would it make you a Labrador? I mean, you just have to kind of break down the logic of what she's saying. So Manfinity's right. Like when they come in the room, slow roll it, but get her because she'll eat her own words. And what you'll also find is the gay community doesn't have tolerance for it. A lot of the gay community are not pushing the trans narrative. You know, they worked hard to have their acceptance, and the trans narrative it goes in a completely different direction. But you gotta she'll stumble on her own words. You just gotta get her there. Do you understand, Dominic?
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Okay, I'm not trying to talk over you, but so
okay,
I know how to do this.
Oh, ma'am, let me speak. Now. Right? We were talking about an entirely different issue, and I was talking about feminism, and I gotta be honest, all of the brothers on the stage was like, "Oh, Betty won, Betty won. Oh, Betty won, Betty won, Betty won." So let me be honest with you, right? As a man, I supported lesbianism just because I thought, how else can you get two vaginas for the price of one? However, but let's be real about this. It is a moral failure. It is a moral failure. And this woman is a teacher in school. She's a teacher in school.
Say she was a teacher. How do you know she's a teacher in school? Did she say that?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
Yes, she
You
did.
have to let her get there, Dominic.
No.
I'm just trying to put this forward. Hold on. You were right, and I still voted against you.
Doctor, she was already there. She was going there from jump. Y'all were just straight up, right? Straight up. I was the one who said, "What is a woman?" I was the one.
I know.
No, y'all were just
but that question. No, we want to listen.
Up at the mouth.
Dom. Listen, her words aren't going to hurt us, right? Yes, I was going to let her run off at the mouth.
Yes, I know you were.
Yeah, but that's not because I don't. It's not a win to me to get another fucking retarded tranny to leave the stage. I wanted to hear what she had to say so that I could use it in the future to destroy her fucking minders.
Also, Dominic. Listen, Dominic. Also, I was ready to debate her about what feminism is. I mean, I went to law school. It was only, let me just say this, it was only 20% women when I went. Now it's 50%. So there is, but I understand feminism from a woman's perspective in a man's profession. She does not. I could have gone at her so hard on really not understanding what that concept.
Let me
Never
keep
mind.
y'all
I
some
can't
truth.
talk over me.
Yes, I am, because you're talking over me. Listen
We all
here.
agree with you.
Stop it. Give me my 30 seconds.
Dominique his chance to speak. Go ahead, Dominique.
Listen, these people, they're all narcissists. They all want your attention. As soon as you take that away from them and ignore them, they lose their power. But as long as you sit here and listen to them, they will waste your time. Straight out. You understand?
I'm on Clubhouse, nigga. I'm already wasting my time. I want to hear what this bitch has to say.
No, first of all, you calling me a nigga,
I should
don't
have said
care
mine,
if you're white.
nigga. I'm sorry. I should have said mine.
I don't care if you're white. I do not care if you're white. No, I don't care if he's white. If I can use the word, he can use the word. However, I'm not your nigga. Now, the point that I'm trying to make.
That's true.
Is that, you're all right. You're all right with me. The point I'm trying to make is the only way we're going to get this conversation away from them is to stop listening to them. They're all narcissists. They're all trying to get attention.
No, Dominique, I might agree with that in real life. Excuse me, hold on. I might agree with that in real life. But this app is for discourse. And if it's not to change her mind, I don't think that we were ever going to change her mind, Dominique. But for the benefit of people who are listening, okay, there might be people who are confused, on the fence, not understanding, okay? This is an opportunity to explore and engage and have discourse with others that disagree with you. So when you step on them, shut them up, I asked her, and for the respect of me, trying to run a room, and it's very difficult with many great minds on stage, I'm trying to run a room, and out of respect for me, I asked that she be given uninterrupted time. But within 30 seconds of her input, you interrupted her, and you interrupted her again and again to the point that she left. And it's a lost opportunity for us not only to expose the fallacious way that she thinks, but to just have a better understanding of how and why they think. And that is what you robbed I'm not upset with you. I understand that you were very passionate about this, for lack of a better term. But that experience is valuable. We want that experience. We're not. Maybe in real life you don't need to give these people attention because it takes too much time, and maybe you got to go to the store or do whatever errands. This is Clubhouse. We have nothing but time to talk and engage and explore. And when you step on them like that and shut them down and shut them up and interrupt, it interrupts the flow of the room. Read the comments. We all wanted it. We're all trying to plead with you just to have a little more patience so that you can expose them in a more artful way rather than expose them in a way that you're doing it, which is like very upfront, pull the plug, shut them down. And I don't think that's as constructive as engaging with them.
Real talk, man.
I like his response.
Before you go, Dominique, I must say this. I must say this as an aside.
Wait a minute.
Just as an aside, Dominique.
No,
Just as an aside, Dominique. Real quick. Hear me out.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. You give me my time in 30 seconds, 60
This
seconds.
is guilty. I just want to make one
I
comment.
get 60 seconds. I get 60 seconds at a time.
I just want to say this real quick. Manfinity just wrote the Bill of Rights for Clubhouse. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Dominique. What would you like to say?
No, I get my time 60 seconds at a time. Hold up. Make sure I'm on. Can y'all hear me?
What do you think? We're on the civil rights bill, son?
I get my time 30 seconds at a time. I get my time 60 seconds at a time.
Mm-hmm.
But you let this lesbian run off for 10 minutes?
Yeah, well, no, Dominique. I did a 60-second thing in the context of the debate. But when you guys were going back and forth, the debate style had stopped. That's why if you had been given the space, I wouldn't have let her interrupt you. You could have gone on for 2 or 3 minutes. During the debate style that I concocted, which is the make the case game, I would have stopped her in 60 seconds, which I did. And I stopped you in 60 and 30 seconds. But I was trying to get back to the debate style, but y'all kept, Dr. Responsible shut me down. And then he shut me down. And then that one shut me down. And then I got a text message in the chat that said, no, we want to hear them just have a conversation. So I let people just talk. And I was eating a pizza. So I didn't have time to be shutting people down in 60-second increments. But once we get back to the debate style, yes, everybody's on the lead. I was trying to get back there, but Doctor wasn't letting me. And then the other person was texting me in the chat, no, let them talk. So I would have shut her down in 60 seconds if we were doing the debate for fun, but we weren't even doing that. That's why she went long. You understand, Dominique? I wasn't giving her more time to get it.
No problem. So let's move past that. Let's move past that. I'm not mad at you for that. In fact, I'm not mad at you at all. But I would like to point out, as soon as I said, what is a woman? That's when it went left.
No, actually was no. It didn't go left then. It went left when in her last input she said something you disagreed with and you couldn't contain yourself. That's where it went left because I pushed her on the what is a woman. I told her about my cousin that was in the car who glitched. We were having a constructive direction, but when I said give her a moment to express herself and you interrupted her a third and fourth time, she had it. That's where it went left because she was willing to engage. But she was just trying to, I don't know what she was trying to do, but she was willing to engage. But you kept interrupting her and she couldn't communicate.
All right, okay. So I'm going to say this and I'm going to land. We can't tolerate this no more.
Yeah, we can't tolerate it in our daily life. We can tolerate it on Clubhouse because that's what we're here for. We're here to discuss and engage and expose. So I understand in real life, I'm not going to have 3-hour debates with people in real life. I'm going to let you do what you do. But on Clubhouse, this is what we're doing. We want to engage and discuss and expose and give the people in the audience a chance to listen in and see who they think is right. They don't want you to shut people down like that. That doesn't make for fun listening. It doesn't. You gotta let people talk on Clubhouse. Now in real life, walk away. I'm with you. I don't have debates like this in real life. But on Clubhouse, that's the fun of it. You gotta let it happen. Let the conversation flow.
We had a two-spirit tranny lesbian on the stage. And I get you, Dominique. You got passion, and you don't have patience because it's been a long couple of 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I 100% understand why you're doing what you're doing, and listen, I agree with you from the very start. But we had a tranny, two-spirit animal, lesbian, bisexual, twin cup, and on the stage, willing to discuss this fucking insanity with us, and we wanted to hear what fucking crazy person had to say.
I was about to put Betty in the debate with Gildas because Gildas had such amazing critique on how to debate. I wanted them to joust, but I couldn't get there because Doctor just had to say what he wanted to say.
Yeah.
And then I got the chat, and I had pizza, and I have grease on my fingers. And when I licked my fingers, y'all said, "Why are you chomping over there?" So I was all jammed up. But at the end of the day, we had an opportunity to get Betty and Gildas in a joust. I wanted that bad. And I wanted you, Dominique, to be able to expose Gildas. So you can say, Gildas, you didn't argue the right. I wanted you to get on him the way he was getting on you. I was about to play it all out. And then you gave her the exit rant. You gave her an exit rant, Dominique. I just need you to be a little bit more patient with these people because we can expose them and it's on replay.
You gotta understand, Manfinity is watching the View. He's watching CNN. He's watching Don Lemon tonight when it was on. He's watching all of these things to save us from having to do that. I don't want to say, but kind of like Jesus, he's doing the things that none of us want to do because he wants to hear the whole situation, and we gotta let him cook in that respect.
Dominique
none
would
of us
never
want
watch
to do
it.
that.
Dominique would never see through an episode of The View. I can actually watch The View.
I would never sit through.
I'm entertained by their craziness. I'm entertained by their left-wing lunacy. So when I sit there and I watch them, to me, it's fascinating. So to you,
special boy.
But for Dominique, it's completely an anathema. He cannot sit and watch that bullshit because to them, they're bringing the country down and this and that and the third. I think God's in control.
He's
right. You know what I mean?
I also think it's something that I mentioned to Dominique. I guess it was yesterday. Man, this is a man that protects our rights. So it takes a little transition for him to really understand.
He's a warrior. He's a warrior.
Yeah, like he's on an app. He got to tap his fingers and pop the mute button on and off. And this shit is like not his realm.
Gotcha.
Essentially,
that's very
his
true.
His realm is, nigga, you move, pow, 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 pow.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like, struck at me, it's over.
Yeah.
I don't have time to debate you and get to the.
Dominique don't got time because remember he came up with a word a while ago. Bitches. He don't got no.
I just wanted to say I put something in the chat because it was weird. The reason I came on stage is about a half hour ago. I was watching Charlie Kirk on a college campus with a trans. I don't know if you saw that, and they'll ask him questions and he'll challenge them. And it was exactly what you were just challenging. I just watched it a half hour earlier, so I put it in the chat, and you'll see how he just ripped this person apart. So I wish I could say I was original on some of the stuff I was saying, but I actually took it from what Charlie Kirk had said when the person.
How long did he do it?
I think it's maybe about 7 minutes of going back and forth. But the person basically says, if I dress up in women's clothing, I can call myself a woman. And he's like, no, you can't. And that's, then he started using the different analogies. But that's why I came on stage, because I literally just watched it. So if you have free time, cut and paste it.
We're happy to have you.
So Dominique, can I so do you don't have the patience to engage with people like that? Is that it, Dominique? You just don't have it.
That's not true.
Warrior.
That's not true. However, I look at it in a different way, right? I'll give you a certain amount of time, and you can state your position, this and that, the other. That young lady, she was being dishonest. She was trying to sneak up in here like she was just one of us. She was trying to pretend like she was just a teacher at school. But she had a completely agenda. And that agenda.
How do you know that?
Because I listened to her.
But she's confused. She's a wacko.
And that is why she should not be a teacher at school.
I agree with you. But why are we putting her intentions? Like, we don't know. She's just could be a total wacko who believes every word she says. Versus the people who don't believe it, but still, like, kind of, shoot that kind of ideology out there.
You know what? Not to be in disagreement with you, okay? But, look, we didn't try to understand these people, and we've tried to accommodate these people. And what did we get? Gay Pride Month. That's what we got. We got Gay Pride Month.
But Dominic, you also get someone that flies in the face. This is where I was trying to go with her when she said she was a feminist. She'll fly in the face of women, and we can take women in sports that work really hard to get women recognized in sports and to get the rights. Here we go. Betty, we can continue to talk. She just came back in the room. We could talk about this. Women that work very hard.
I never claimed to be a feminist.
Well, it's what some of what
we're just happy you're in the room.
Is counterintuitive to women that work really hard to achieve and to get women in places that they couldn't be before, including in sports. So when a dude walks into a girl's locker room,
But that's not what I'm talking about, and I think that's why this conversation isn't going anywhere, because you guys are seeing it from the lens of I'm this tranny, queer, confused person, rather than understanding. Hold on, Dominic.
Betty, we were just yelling. We're just yelling at Dominic. We're just yelling at Dominic about making those conversations.
One mic on Betty.
Let Betty speak.
Here's my thing: is you guys are looking at it from a Eurocentric lens, because that's what you guys have been exposed to. I grew up understanding that gender was a social construct, because I don't identify in the ways that you guys. So I'm not out here, like I said, promoting people who actually do not identify with queerness to go into a bathroom and do horrible things to kids. That's not what's happening here. But I would
That's not what we're talking about either.
But we're not talking about that. He's right. I'm talking about a dude walking into a locker room when he's playing on a woman's team, and he's a dude. That's what I was addressing.
Hold on, Betty.
Betty, that's what I was addressing directly. I was addressing Leah Thomas at Penn, and I have a kid at Penn, and a kid who's a woman athlete that worked really hard for women to be accepted in sports, and she's got to be in a locker room with a dude that couldn't make it on the men's team, so now he's on the women's team, and she's getting undressed after her meet, and this dude's in there, and it's flipping her out, and it's not fair to the women. And that's what I was talking about, not someone who's molesting. I'm talking about a dude that wants to identify as a woman, but he's got a penis and he's walking into a woman's locker room. That's what I'm talking about. How can you?
So instead of he doesn't actually identify.
Can you tell me if you dress up in women's clothing that you have a right, or you say that you want to be on the women's team, you have a right to then get those rights and privileges that are afforded to the women athletes. Why should you have that?
Abby, let her answer the question. My question. Now. Let her answer the question. Betty, the floor is yours. Go ahead. I know you in there, Dominique. We'll come to you, but let Betty address Abby full-throatedly.
So I want to have full understanding of what you're saying, making sure that I understand what you're saying. There is an individual who does not identify as trans, but has so decided because he could not make his own team.
He identifies as trans. Yes. He
They
identifies as
they
trans.
identify. Okay, so they identify as trans, and they identify as being a woman.
Correct. And after he couldn't make it on the men's team, he grew his hair longer, started to take, in his 20s, early 20s, hormones, and started to swim on the women's team. And actually beat all the women and took away all of the accolades that the women would get as champions. But that's a different subject.
So
but he then walked into the women's locker room with the rest of the women's team after the meet, and they have to take their clothes off. That's what I'm talking about. Where does he have that right?
So I don't know much about the story to really have and I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know enough about this story because what it seems like, and from what you're saying, is that this person decided one day that they were going to be trans because they no longer. But is there no history of them identifying in this way or taking hormones prior to this situation? Because
2 years earlier, he swam on the men's team. Whether he was an effeminate man, I cannot tell you, but I can tell you that if you Google his name, there's a shit ton of articles about it. Leah Thomas is his female.
Okay.
It's University of Pennsylvania. So I'm asking you, if someone wants to identify as a woman, wants to dress up as a woman, how do they then get afforded the rights and the legal rights of a woman?
Well, they've always identified as a woman, so
how can you prove that he swam on the man's team? It was a man with shorter hair.
How can you prove that they didn't? That's the thing is we don't know this individual in their story.
But how do they have the right to identify as a woman? It's what I said earlier. If I put on blackface, can I identify as a black person?
But that
doesn't make sense. He dresses up as a woman, so now he's a woman. It doesn't work.
But Abby, that's not the same thing.
Why is it not the same thing?
Because blackface and you can't use something that was actively used to oppress individuals.
Oh, that has nothing to do with the point. If I want to dress up as my dog, do I have a right to then say I'm a dog?
You do. I hate to say it to you, you do. If you want to go out,
I legally do. Then I would have the legal rights. He's claiming to then have the legal rights that a woman has. Explain that to me.
If they are transgender and you can't sit here and tell me, just like I can't sit here and tell you, I'm not going to base an argument off of your opinion alone. That you're telling me that you don't know that they were taking hormones prior.
We do know. On Leah Thomas, he started taking the hormones recently. Within the time he was at the university, he didn't take them for when he was a kid, before puberty. He took them after puberty. He was a dude, and he wanted to make it as a swimmer, so he grew his hair longer. He identified as a woman, and he joined the women's team. I then have a child that has to go in the locker room with this dude and take off her clothes. And her and the rest of her team were mortified, were humiliated, were scared,
and you know this for a fact that they were scared?
Do they have rights? It caused harm to them. They had an expectation of privacy, not to have a man in their locker room. Why does he have those rights, of women's rights? Because he decides one day he wants to dress up in women's clothes, identify as a woman, and swim on the women's team.
Leah Thomas is...
Also, I heard them had a fat hog, too. A really big hog. I heard that it was on Reddit.
So tell me, how do you get that right? Because you decide one day you put on women's
clothes.
I think honestly,
Abby, just from your language alone, I can tell that this is something that no matter what I say, you won't agree with. This individual obviously feels most comfortable as a woman. I am not going to be the type of person to sit there and say that they are wrong for wanting to exist as their truest form of self. At the end of the day, there are 4 people on this stage that clearly do not care that these people exist. And I'm not going to sit here
What do you mean don't care?
That is not true, Betty.
That's not
That's
true.
not fucking true.
Welcome,
Betty,
Betty.
that's
Welcome
ridiculous.
back, girl.
Okay, hold on. Stop screaming. Stop screaming.
Man,
There's no
Betty,
need
she's
for
been here for a
screaming.
minute.
That's
She's
true.
in the middle of her argument. Hold on.
No,
Man,
it's
Betty.
cool. It's
And
cool.
Infinity,
been
we're
here
going
doing
back
our
and
argument.
forth on this.
She's laying it out. Abby and her are having a good, nice fade. They're being respectful. Let them continue. Oh man, can I get a quick recap? No, I just listened to the replays. Go ahead.
So what
Yeah,
I will
go
say
ahead,
is, and this is kind of where I gather my information. The entire time, you have not called Leah because they are now a she. Whether you like to agree with that or not, they identify as a she.
They identify, but why would I legally call them a she?
And this is why I say that disconnect that you're having.
It's not a disconnect, Betty.
But it is. But Abby,
it's the law. They would then be taking rights that aren't afforded to them.
The law when it comes to individuals'
Well,
identity.
absolutely. Why would they have rights that are not afforded to them under the law?
Betty, let Abby get her whole question out.
Betty, why would they be given rights that are not afforded to them under the law because one day they declare themselves to be a woman? It doesn't work that way. And there are certain rights and obligations that we have in our legal system for a woman, and you cannot just usurp that because you decide to put on women's clothing or pop some pills when you're in your 20s and then try to claim those legal rights. It doesn't work that way.
But Abby, as much as you don't want to see that, for some people, they don't identify with the gender that they were born with. And so as much as you'd like to say, use the legal jargon in this, it's so much deeper than that. And I think when it comes down to Chuchi, ven, siéntate aquí. When it comes down to even when I came here and I tried to explain to you guys my cultural context, I got not thrown off the stage. I chose to leave because my theory is I'm not going to argue with people who don't want to actually have a conversation about it. When I hear you guys,
Betty, you have laughed into. No, Betty, you have laughed away from the argument.
No, I'm going back to
address Abby's point, but you are going on a roundabout fashion.
Okay, then I guess you guys listen. I heard from someone else that you guys were literally sitting there calling me a crazy lesbian. You were saying all these things,
I didn't
and
say
that's fine.
that. I didn't say that at all. I was really trying to understand.
No, por favor.
We were yelling at Dominique for not letting you speak. That's what most of us
Betty, my logical argument when I said that you're saying if someone wants to identify as that, then we have to accept it and call them that. So if I put on blackface, can I then identify as a black person and take advantage of certain legal benefits that a black person has in America because I decide to dress up as one?
That's not the same thing.
Why is it not the same thing?
Because Abby, do you know the history of blackface?
I know a lot more than
Tell
you
us the
realize.
history of
It's
blackface.
not the point. Do you know the history of men dressing up as women and discrimination?
Excuse me, can I interrupt for a moment? Moderator privilege. Betty, I'd like to ask you. We all know the case of Rachel Dolezal. This is not a woman who walked around with blackface, but she was born a white woman in Midwest America, and she basically lived the life of a black woman. She was the NAACP of Portland, Oregon, no less. Anyways, my point is, she walked around enjoying the benefits of being a black woman, and she claims to be a black woman. Should she be able to do that?
I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and tell her who am I?
So the question is yes or no. Do you think she should be able to do that? Yes or no? Should she be able to walk around and claim she's a black woman?
I'm curious. Why are you guys and I'm not gonna answer this. I'm just gonna let you know.
So why won't you answer my question?
Because I'm not gonna answer your question because it's
is similar enough to make a point.
It's not
My
similar.
point, it's not the same. You're absolutely correct. It's not the same, but it's similar enough to make the point.
Big question, Manfinity.
Say again.
Betty, what he's
Say again.
asking, and I'm talking when there's a legal benefit. Suppose there's a scholarship for a woman, but not
Right,
for
that
a man.
happened at Howard University. Howard University. Rachel Dolezal went to Howard University, took up the space because she claimed to be a black woman. And you're saying that I don't know exactly what you're saying, but I'm asking, why shouldn't she be able to assume the position of a black woman in society?
Manfinity, blackface was used as a tool of oppression.
I didn't talk about blackface, Mama. Hear me. She didn't walk around with blackface on her face. She appeared, she took tanning. She went to a tanning booth and she did something to her hair. It looked like she had a little bit of dreadlocking going on. Google it. Rachel Dolezal did not do blackface. Rachel Dolezal did not do what you're saying, what you're perpetrating. I'm saying that she existed on this American soil as a black woman. She assumed the black woman role. She went to Howard University as a black woman, took up the space instead of going into. So I'm asking you, why shouldn't she be able to do that?
Why shouldn't Rachel Dolezal be able to identify as a black individual?
Yes.
So you're talking about identifying with a culture, like trying to identify with a culture rather than walking in the identity that you feel you were born with.
Betty, it's also identifying
right.
with a legal.
Hold on, because she doesn't feel like she's white. She does not identify with that culture. She identifies more with the black culture. She's accepted in that culture. She can be more free in that culture. She expresses in that culture. This is what she enjoys. This is what she is. Even though she was born into a white family with white genetic makeup, she wants to assume the position of a black woman in society and enjoy all the benefits and recognitions of which. My question to you is, do you think she should or do you think she should not?
I feel like you guys are trying to.
Don't tell me what you feel like. I need you to answer the question, man. Why you come tell me what I feel like? I said, do you think she should or do you think she should not?
Manfinity.
It's not. I'm not going to answer. I already told you. I'm not answering. That's not a fair question.
But you're exposing yourself.
Because Abby, no, I'm not exposing.
Let her speak. You are.
Why I'm exposing myself is because anyone who doesn't agree with what I believe in, of course, you guys are gonna be like, yeah, she's deflecting. Like, it's fine.
But you're not answering if she should or should not.
But let's go back to what
Betty, I'm coming from a different place. I'm coming from a different place because I would fight you in a courtroom and tell you that you're going to lose that.
That's fine. I'm not in a court
that you're trying to take from a woman when you're a dude.
But I'm not in a courtroom. Abby, and you're trying to compare blackface to transgender identity.
Hold on, Betty. I got you. Because I know where you're coming from. All right, now hold on. Betty is basically coming from the standpoint of, all right, you guys are asking facetious questions from her perspective. You guys are trying to collapse gender identity, sexual identity, et cetera, with blackness. And when it comes to blackness in America, that's not something that anybody chose. That's not something that anybody can lead if they want to. Janella Larson, we can't pass for white if we want to. We can turn it off and turn it on again. So it's kind of disingenuous to say, well, what if you want to dress up like a woman? You know, that's what she's trying to get at. Like, you can't.
So I'd like to engage with you now, Gilded.
Hold on. I just wanted to make that one point, and Betty has her thumb up, so I guess I did.
No. Before you go to her, I need to engage with you. Okay?
Okay.
First off, here's the thing. She's making the claim that gender is a social construct, which is true. Not sex, but gender. Social construct.
I don't agree with
Fine. Race. Okay, I really don't understand the difference between gender and sex. But anyway, Gilded, race is a social construct. It's not real. Okay? And when somebody's born into the white race and they don't feel associated with that culture later, and they want to switch to a black, then according to her, she should be able to. But because to answer that question honestly would mean she would have to pull the rug from under her own position as it relates to gender. she can't answer it. She's caught between a rock
No, race
and a
is
hard
also
place.
a social concept.
Right. So why can't you just be honest and say that Rachel Dolezal should do it?
Yo, like real talk. I'm not gonna have a white woman on stage sit there and say, "Well, if I choose to do blackface, knowing the history of blackface, to sit there and say it's the same as transgender." Like,
Right. That's why I agree with you, which is why. No, I agree with you.
Because
no, but I agree with you.
We're not gonna do that. We're not.
No, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
No, Betty, I agree with you, which is why I took the blackface and I threw it out the window. And I gave you a real life example of Rachel Dolezal, who didn't do blackface, who walked around with tanning boots, tan on her face, and did her hair in a certain way. I gave you that example. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gave you that example to grapple with, and instead of grappling with it, you say, I'm not going to answer your question. I feel like y'all are doing this, and I feel like y'all are doing that. You won't answer. She's not doing blackface. Rachel Dolezal is not doing blackface. You won't answer the question, though. Every time I ask you, you say, well, I feel like you're doing this, and I'm not going to answer your question. And all it does is make you look like you're not being honest.
All right, man.
Because, hold on. You can't compare Rachel Dolezal to transgender people, because there's a difference between trans identity and cultural appropriation.
Yes, Dominique, you gotta wait. You gotta get in line.
You want to sit here and you
cut her
want
off.
to talk it like race has been used to enforce systems of dominance for a very long fucking time.
So
you guys are literally taking a person who is race passing and trying to talk about gender identity. We're not doing that.
Have to stop. Gentlemen, put your fucking clitorises back in your panties. Betty is speaking. Let her allow her argument to unfurl, and then pick it apart when she's done. Betty, go.
Right, Gildas, you know you're the man, so I respect you.
Betty, are you done?
No, I'm just saying Dominique finish.
All right, Dominique, it's all yours. I'm gonna give your ass 2 minutes.
Uninterrupted. Go.
No,
2 minutes.
I only need 30 seconds. Race is a lie, but gender is real. Race is a lie, but gender is real.
But what's the difference between gender and sex?
Okay, that's fine. You interrupted me, so I'll take another 10 seconds. Real simple. Nobody gets to choose the color of the skin that they're born. But sex is real, man. You can't tell me as a man that you feel like a woman because you don't know what it feels like to be a woman. This whole thing is a lie. That is my time.
No, I want to know from you, what's the difference between gender and sex, Dominique? Since you still got 2 minutes.
Okay, here we go. All right, I'm keeping it short. Gender is a linguistic term. I speak German, not very well, right? And I speak Spanish, not very well. Gender is a term where they divide the nouns into male and female. So in German, you say der Himmel, and that would be the sky. And for the you say das Boot, that means the boat, but that's neuter. And then you say I can't remember, my German is so, but it's the same in Spanish. Gender, it doesn't have anything to do with sex, nothing at all. It's a linguistic term. It's entirely linguistic. But sex, yes, you are either born male or you are born female. Now, I was trying to keep it under 30 seconds. I maybe made it to 60 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and land here.
It's fine.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah. Do you think a black man has, Dominique, my question to you, do you think a black man has a right to identify as middle class?
Sir, respectfully, I'm not sure I understand your question. Respectfully.
Can a black man identify as middle class even if he's broke? Can you look to it? Can you dream?
You could dream.
Can you dream about it? I'm gonna be middle class one day.
So
Rubbing all these toilets.
let me ask you guys this. You guys are looking at gender and sex.
All right, Betty, hold on. We were laughing.
Haha.
I know you're about to get serious again. Okay, I'm sorry. Betty, go ahead.
I'll take more than 30 seconds, Dominique. Thank you.
It's all good. Betty, it's on you. After Betty finishes, it's on Doc.
Listen, I know that none of y'all agree with my perspective, and that's fine. I'm not gonna try and convince you. But what I will say is that have y'all ever thought about the intersex community? Are you guys aware of that?
It's on Doc to respond.
So, Betty, I am aware that there are some people. Dominique is a warrior. He's been fighting this fight for many years at this point. So I can understand why you would think of it that way. Yes, I'm aware of the intersex community. I'm aware this makes up a quarter of a percentage or less of the United States population, but that is still people. That is still thousands of people that have been born intersex. I'm aware of that. And I've been trying to have the conversation because, believe it or not, as crazy as you might think I am, and as insane as I might think your opinions are, you are about 92.7% less insane than most of the people I speak to that have your thought process and ideology. So I am happy to speak to you. And you just asked me one question. I don't want to waste my whole turn on that, but the answer is yes, I'm aware of the intersex community and more. But go ahead.
It's on you, Betty.
Hold
if
on.
you want to speak.
No such
Dominique,
thing.
I'm gonna come to you after Betty. But if Betty want to speak, let her speak.
I'm plugging in my phone so I don't die, so you don't think that I'm leaving y'all.
Good. No, it's all good. Sometimes that shit do happen, but we got you. The replays is on, so we know you wasn't trying to run.
Okay, my phone is charged. Okay. So, race and gender is social construct. We've established this, right? Okay. Intersex communities, Dominique always with the thumbs down. I think it's important, Dominique, and I say this so that if you ever
look me in the eyes.
I think it's important for people to understand the history of the social construct of gender and sexuality. There's a lot of misinterpretation, and the reason why I say this is because me growing up within my community, it was very much celebrated for individuals to be in their sexuality. And so this is a fairly new concept here in America due to religion and colonization. And so
how old
am I? I'm close to 40.
You're saying, I don't want to cut you off, but you're saying like in your community this was like a celebrated thing where anybody could be whatever they wanted to be.
It's in a lot of indigenous communities, actually.
All right, guys. To be fair, Dominique wanted to respond to either Abby, or not Abby, but Betty or Doctor. Dominique, you still want to speak?
Quick. She 40. She not married. Forget this woman.
What?
I'm done.
All right. Now, Dominique, listen, man. You can't come with the personal attacks. If somebody is undecided about marriage or whatever they may be, that has no bearing on their argument.
You don't even know
about
that.
Hold on, Betty, I got you. That has no bearing on the argument about how we understand transgender biologically, educationally. None of that has anything to do with that. So, Dominique, respectfully, chill with that and address the argument. I'm gonna let you go again.
Okay. Wait a minute. First of all, Gildas, I would like to point out that sometimes when I be going crazy on this app, you were able to pull me back. And I appreciate that. That's number one. Number two, right? I haven't used a single word of profanity on this app. Number three, I haven't come with a single personal attack on this app. Tonight, in this group that we're talking about.
All right, go on with the argument.
Right, but here's what's up. This woman, she in her 40s. She not married.
Don't.
She's not 40 yet, bro. She's not 40. Let me just interject.
Don't fucking tell him what he can do.
Let me just stop for a second. Excuse me. I want to get some other voices involved. We got Michael and Christian who just joined the stage. Michael and Christian, y'all been listening patiently. How would you like to add to the conversation before we get back to the chaos that is Betty versus Dominique and everybody in between? Michael.
Good evening, everybody. I've just been kind of listening, and I'm I think we've been off topic majority of the conversation. So, but as far as the topic in itself, as far as like Blue MAGA and a lot of the things that we believe in, like me, I'm definitely fall in line in that, especially like just Christian beliefs and a lot of things, especially when we're talking about like trans community and things of that nature. I think.
Do you tend to agree with Betty's position, or do you tend to agree with?
I really don't know what her position is. She's kind of been all over the place with her position. So it's like I haven't really I've been trying to listen patiently, but I haven't heard anything that's of core values. So
yeah, I think it's time for a topic change. Let's go in the direction Michael going.
How many times? Hold on, Christian's on stage too. Christian is a very excellent speaker. Deep guy right here. Any comments before we completely go back to the different room topic? But Christian?
So what's going on, everybody? So I did hear the back and forth, and I chuckled because this is what happens when the U.S. Supreme Court rules the way they do. In the past incorrectly.
With regards to which ruling?
Well, the Obergefell ruling includes a phrase on gender identity, and if that was not the case, we would not be here today.
What was that ruling? Which ruling are you referring to? I don't know.
Obergefell is the case that legalized gay marriage.
Oh, 2004. No,
2015. 2015.
Wow, 2015.
Obama.
Yeah.
2004, same-sex marriage became legal in Massachusetts, and then other states followed along. I don't remember the Supreme Court.
Yeah, it was state, but for the Supreme Court, that's what Chris is talking about.
Yeah.
Wow. So you're saying the Supreme Court didn't rule in the way that they did in 2015. And what was the effect of their ruling, or what was their ruling in 2015?
Well, it was just that people of the same sex could legally marry across the states, and so shortly after that, what began to happen is you started to see a lot of the activists on the LGBTQ side began to now follow up.
Became emboldened.
Yeah, and so they kept going to court, and then we had the Masterpiece Cake Shop case.
So, Christian, let me ask you a question. In the same way that Roe versus Wade was overturned 30 or something years later, is it possible that this Berger-Feld ruling, I don't recall the details. Do you think there's another case that could come up?
I put the case site in.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that another case could come down the pike where same-sex marriage is overturned by the Supreme Court?
Yes, because and Clarence Thomas has already hinted at this, and so that's why a lot of the left and a lot of the activists on the left are freaking out about it because Clarence Thomas has already pretty much said this, and he said it in the Dobbs in some of the Dobbs oral argument, and then in the Dobbs decision, in some of his concurring opinion, he made reference to this.
But aren't you concerned in a greater concept that if Roe versus Wade can get overturned over 30, some time later, and now same-sex marriage may be up football, it seems like there's going to be a pendulum swing as the Supreme Court, shifts in its ideological balance. These important situations or these important rulings are going to kind of go back and forth at the whim of the ideological bent. Is that good for society?
Well, it is good that if the court makes an incorrect ruling, that the court can go back and correct it. Because if we want to have a actual functioning country, it's necessary. Because
but you think it's incorrect, but there's a whole half of America that thinks it's incorrect that it went the other way. So, for instance, the Obergefell ruling, more than I think half of the country or more were okay with that. So it's like,
yeah, and if people feel strongly about that, then maybe they should vote harder, and they should ensure that they have U.S. senators who ultimately confirm U.S. Supreme Court justices, and they should make sure that they are getting the right candidate for POTUS on the ballot, and they should also make sure that they control their state legislature so that they can control the way elections are ran.
All right, well, Betty, how do you feel?
Can I speak on that as well?
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
I really believe, like for instance, like I believe, like I'm against, like I'm pro life. I think having more gay marriages hurts the country. It doesn't help the country. That's why you see Trump right now is asking women to have more kids, because you can't, like, and we all know history, you cannot have a weak government and a weak army. And we need the population to grow, because one, it creates, when it comes to like tax brackets and stuff, it increases tax brackets, increase salary. Also, you increase the opportunity to have a strong military force. You increase to have strong homeland security. If we have women not having kids or not being married, it's going to turn into the modern day Golden Girls, and that it's going to cost more to protect the women, and men die faster sooner than women. So
all right. I've heard enough of that. My God,
let him speak.
What do you want to do? Hold on, as a mod, what do you want to do? You just want to put the women up in nurseries and just have them, filled with sperm, so they just continuously have babies?
No, I want the women to be married.
But maybe first.
What if they don't want to be married?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me talk to Michael for.
I never realized you were a punk.
Yeah, you can say that, Dominique, but I'm talking to Michael for now. I'll come back to you, and I'll undress you.
Anytime you want.
First of all, I'll undress you.
Anytime you want.
Yeah, all right. You fall back.
Come on back. Anytime you want.
Dominique, you said he's gonna undress you. You gonna let him do like that?
You was a punk.
Yeah, nigga.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
All right, of course. Now, Michael, what do you need, sir? Go ahead.
No, right here. No, that was what you was going to ask me a question.
After you said you were gonna address Dominique.
Yeah, you said you said something about Michael and women shouldn't be filled with sperm. That was very crude.
Can I?
Do you want the question was, do you want women to just be baby factories for America? Is that their best role?
No, I want women to be married, because it costs more to protect the women. And when you don't have enough men to protect the women cost. If you notice nursing homes, you notice like
women take up majority of that. Most of the men who are old are homeless and they're on the street. You don't really see a lot of homeless women on the street.
There's
When
plenty
you
of
look at
women.
not by population, not by percentage.
But where are these studies coming from?
Well, if we wanna go to the American Institute, we use that. We can use blackdemographics.com.
I'm gonna say this. I want to say this because I used to be unhoused, and I was unhoused because of an.
No, I'm sorry. The word is homeless. We don't use unhoused
Well,
here, man.
as somebody who lived through it, I choose unhoused. So we can all respect each other, right?
This is a joke. Go.
That's fine. We can respect each other. I hope.
It's a joke.
As somebody who lived through that, there's plenty of women who do be.
This is why I'm telling you, feminism is the
Dominique, please. Let's not interrupt the woman. Please let her. I mean, I don't know if she's a woman, but a gender fluid person. Let the gender fluid person speak without being interrupted. Thank you, Jesus. All right, go ahead, Ben.
It's interesting to hear all of these perspectives. And I'm going to let you know as an individual who identifies with the community that you guys talk about, how it comes off to me. Is that okay? Is that okay that I let you know?
As long as it doesn't veer off to it from the topic, we're trying to keep the conversation.
Okay, well, it's not veer off from the topic, but I want to let you know from a personal perspective that when I hear all of these things, it just sounds like you guys want to stick to your moral obligations and never mind the fact that there are people in this world like myself who don't live with moral obligations because we identify with our pre-colonial culture.
Because you're immoral.
As Dominique.
Because you're immoral.
Dominique.
You know what? This is why I have an issue with this, because colonization did this continuously, where they looked at our way of life that was different from theirs, and they told us we were savages and that we were demonic. And this is no different. When I hear people talk about
keep in mind. Right.
No, Dominique, please let her land, Dominique, and then you can go, please. I'll let you go right after.
Like, at the end of the day, people like you are gonna exist, and people like me are gonna exist. And even if gay marriage is taken away, and y'all don't want us in the bathrooms, we're still gonna exist because we've been around since forever, and that's not going anywhere. And this concept of like we're gonna use Christianity to hide behind internalized hate, because that's what this is. And I'm letting you know what I see it as. I'm letting you know what I see it as, because everything that I've heard so far, especially from Dominique, only further proves my point. Because as a person who identifies as gender fluid, and you guys literally talk shit about me as I left.
Who?
That I'm crazy.
Nobody said that. We were actually coming after Dominique for interrupting you.
And that's fine.
Exactly.
But at the heart of it, I've always thought it's crazy. Fine, then I guess I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy.
I don't think you're crazy, Betty. I don't think you're crazy.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You still want
But that's only because he's godless. You got to remember, Betty, he's godless. He's an atheist.
That's
so that's
fine,
why he.
But let me say this.
Yeah, but atheists never made slaves or niggas.
That there are people actively working to make sure that people like me don't have space in this world because it makes you uncomfortable. Because you can't figure out why you don't like someone like me existing in the world. And as much as you want to say, we don't care if you exist, you do, because you've made people like me since colonization a political issue and a political game.
That's right. Tell these Christian slave owners that they need to fall back. Ain't no transgender ever enslaved me.
Betty, I would say this, and
you are sperm inside of me, and I don't want that.
Betty, I would say this, that you have every right to try to fact check me on anything like this. When we think about generational wealth, when you think about rural areas, when you think about inheritance, passed down, that's not passed down through anything that's gender fluid. That's passed down from two-family homes.
is the reason why they say kids who come from two-family homes do better in reading, writing, and math.
But
When you look at
homes does not mean man and woman. There are plenty of stuff that can back that up. And as somebody who also lives within a community where there are plenty of two-parent households, and some of those households are two women, two men, or a man and woman.
And what you can ask them, you can also ask them, what if you have a beta male as the father?
Yeah, it's true.
And how much has that contributed to the faggot, quote unquote faggot, the quote unquote transgender, the quote unquote whatever? You were the man in the household, but you didn't stand up to the fucking responsibility. I promise Dominique the floor. Can we give Dominique a minute or two?
Let him yield his time. I will yield my time.
As somebody who practices little, I just want to take Dominique's picture and just put a spell on you, dude, to get some mad pussy.
He's actually married. He's married with children. He's fine. Go ahead, Dominique.
Anything that don't mean it. Why are you on this app? Go have sex with
Because look what time it is at night. He's having a good time. Deja tranquilo, por favor. ¿Por qué tú hablas con ellos así, por favor? Ven aquí, por favor. Okay? Anyway, Dominique, go ahead.
En serio, escúchalo.
Dominique, una canalla.
No, I will yield my time.
I'm gonna
go ahead.
go to bed, y'all.
Okay. ¿Por qué tú quieres dormir? Ven aquí, mami, por favor.
You need to stop. Y'all need
Betty, por favor, no duermo. Por favor, habla con nosotros, por favor.
No, I'm sorry. Y'all are exhausting. I'll say this much. Listen, it's been fun. It's been real. It actually really hasn't been fun.
No, do not go away. Can a sane person who's listen to every side, ask you some questions?
You want to ask me questions?
I do.
Well, ask me one question before I go to bed.
Okay. Well, Dominique has to go real quick. And then you can ask.
No, it's okay. I will yield my time.
All right, he's yielding his time. Go ahead, doctor.
Thank you. And I love Dominique. We need Dominique. I'm just saying, Clubhouse, what we're doing is talking about these issues and trying to see what the other person thinks. And I could tell that Betty has ideas that I fundamentally fucking disagree with. But we want to get at her. So, Betty, my question is this. We discussed it before, but your existence is not an issue right now in the mainstream. I'll say the mainstream of American thought and politics. That is not an issue right now. But what is at issue is, as many of the guys said tonight, children, and I don't know if you remember back to when you were 12 or 13 years old, but I, at 12 years old, was like, oh no, there was this thing in sport. I didn't.
Come on and ask the question, doctor. Come on.
This is important. Chill, son.
At
12 years old, hold on. At 12 years old, I could not play varsity sports. I was skilled enough to play varsity sports. I could not play because I didn't have hair on my nuts at 12 years old. 13, no problem. Okay, but my point is that it is a very, very confusing time. When we have adults who believe that it is not only possible, but the standard, kind of a normal activity for an adult child, a teen child, male or female from birth, to come up, and they think it's normal for them to be confused, and they have a penis, but yet they should be a woman, where they have a uterus, yet they believe they should have a giant cock. That is a very confusing time to put
surgery or life-altering drugs in the hands of this child. How do you read? How do you plead? Do you think that's crazy too?
I think it's crazy that there's a select group of people who are worrying about 0.6% of the population of individuals 13 up. Look,
it's not fair. We got 2,000% increase in major cities.
Honestly,
I'm not trying to disprotect you as a trans bi fluid person.
When we have conversations where it becomes a debate about whether or not we should have the same rights or whether or not we should have the same safety, and then you have people saying, oh, they're just trying to confuse you guys. Like, I really don't give a fuck what you think, and I say this with all the respect in the world. Like, I don't give a fuck, because at the end of the day, the reality is you are not in my world. And we are people, and we are okay. But, like, that's why I say it's so important for people to understand the history of pre-colonial cultures and how they approach gender and sexuality and sexual diversity. Because everything that I've heard is rooted in colonial individuals should not be here or have the same rights.
So Betty, which pre-colonial civilization do you identify with? I heard you say something about the Yoruba, which reminds me of Dr. Ayanla Van Zandt. Not her real name. I'm just asking a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. I'm just curious if you're identifying, because I think she's a Yoruba priestess, Ayanla Van Zandt, who's a Brooklyn-born black woman who later in life changed her name to Ayanla Van Zandt. So I'm just curious, which pre-colonial civilization do you identify with?
Which colonial? I have several.
Which pre-colonial? Yeah.
So I have several within my family because I'm okay. And two of those families are indigenous. So I have Mexican and Puerto Rican. So there's different identities and there's different understandings of what gender and social construct is. But as someone who grew up around ATR, because you mentioned Iya, right? So that's rooted to African traditional religions. When they talk about Obatala has both masculine and feminine energies. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that these individuals can't identify with genders, but there are communities of individuals who have, before colonization, have acknowledged that gender does not exist until religion codified it into law.
Yeah, and here's my one pushback against you, Betty. Now, you know I've been rooting for you all night, but at the end of the day, I don't use, like, that's my ancestors and they did it this way, so it must be right. That can't be the argument, because in as far as they may have had sophisticated ideas about gender, they had rudimentary ideas about how to feed themselves. And I would not want to adapt their feeding practices over a McDonald's. So just because they're older, just because they're rudimentary, doesn't mean that they were always right. And now that means, are their ideas about gender right just because they're our ancestors? Or were their ideas about gender wrong?
Right, so Gildas, maybe for you, it might be ancestors, but my family is like one generation from this connection, right? So like I grew up around it.
Okay, blood people, whether they're 10 generations away or they're my grandmother or my mother, they're all blood. So are they right just because they're older?
Culturally speaking, I agree with it. That's why I'm saying this is, you guys are like, not you necessarily, but there's plenty of people who are looking at this way of life as morally wrong, right? And that and this is my argument, is that it's not that it was wrong, it just was different until somebody said, this is wrong.
Yeah,
So,
you're a
why?
woman, right?
Huh?
Like, I understand what you're saying on that level, but you're a woman, right? Like, if we go to what you said, the pre-colonial gender norms, you can obviously restate your claims about what you feel that the world was like at that time, but isn't it?
Yes, because I would gender, like, I don't see it as like I don't care. Like, you just are a person to me. Does that make sense? So
Why bring up
to my understanding of it? See, this is the disingenuousness I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling, and the reason why I'm feeling that because you can't say these people, well, they have to be like this and still want protection, and the protection is coming from the heterosexual people. The police officers are the.
How is that? Because I'm saying that gender roles amongst my community that I partake in is not as rigid as colonial structures. That even if a person is okay, we have cacicas, right? Like chiefs, right? And so you could be assigned female at birth, or you could say, I don't identify with this. And so most of those individuals within our community were often seen as spiritual leaders or healers, right? So they identify as they, them, because they don't, like, gender's considered fluid.
No, wait a minute.
Right?
See?
And so
I speak and she hit the stage, y'all will want to talk mess about me. Y'all will want to talk mess about me.
No, we won't. Unless it's respectful, like the way the conversation has been going.
We thought we wanted to hear
already
this.
be in it. Like, everybody's being respectful, Dominique. So, yeah, like, get in where you fit in, you know, and say what you have to say, but you don't have to call nobody a fucking, you know, a name.
Yeah, Dominique.
No, Dominique, come on, man. You know I support you. But when you do that, it makes it difficult to support you. You don't have to call her a hoe.
I'm definitely.
You can debate her argument. You can find a chink in her armor. But if you call her a hoe, come on, man. You know what that is.
All right, no, it's cool. Check it out. I'm gonna go back on mute. I'm gonna go back on mute.
Wait, I got a question, Betty. Do you have a relationship with your father?
What does that have to do with anything?
So normally, most women in whatever culture follow the religion of what their father teaches them. So my question would be is, what does your father have to say about all this?
My father's Taino too. So what's your point?
So my point is, does he believe in
marriages? Who do you think told me this? My parents, my grandparents.
I don't know. That's why I don't know you. So I don't.
I think what you're trying to do right now, Michael, is cute, because I think you're trying to say, if I would have said, "Oh, my dad's not around," you would have been like, "That's the reason why."
No, not at all. I don't know you to say that.
Gay, because you guys always try to find the trauma in the argument, and that has nothing to do with it. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like, you guys don't understand the cultural context of this because it's not something you've ever explored. You've never explored two-spirit individuals. You've never explored gender fluidity within pre-colonial times. You guys have never done that, especially since there's so many of us who are trying to uphold our culture. This is a cultural thing. Now, as far as like transgender individuals, like, all I'm saying is I don't understand why there's so much focus on people just wanting to be protected and safe.
Okay, Betty. Here's where I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire.
Hold my feet to the fire, baby.
What do you mean by two-spirit? What is that?
Go look it up. It's individuals who don't identify.
Give me like your local definition.
My local definition is an individual, for instance, who may be intersex that doesn't necessarily identify with either or gender. They were often seen as.
What is intersex?
So it's an individual, for instance, who may be born with different chromosomes, and they may be male presenting. It may be or they were born male presenting but also have a uterus. So there's many options. They have XO chromosomes. There's different XXY, and you can look further into it. Those people were often seen as community healers. So, and they still are to this day.
Why would they look at them as community healers, given their biology?
Because they were seen as individuals who carried two spirits, because keep in mind, gender was not seen as a role, it was seen as an energy.
So what does reproduction fall under? Because I'm just trying to understand.
An individual who might be intersex and have a uterus, like they could there's plenty of ways to get to reproduce without having a male and a female in a relationship. There's sperm banks, homie. And I know plenty of people who are doing it, and people are adopting. There's plenty of kids. I'm confused.
Ma'am, are you a
teacher?
Are you a teacher in the public school system?
Y'all for real. What about the kids?
Most of the kids who are in the adoption system don't come from
at a time.
What, Mike?
One at a time. I want to hear what Michael's question is to Betty. Is that right? Go ahead, Michael.
When you use an adoption, thus lies the problem. Majority of kids who come from adoption don't come from married parents, two households, any of that stuff. So you have that type of oversaturation with that. And then you was bringing up, the spirits and the XY chromosomes, and that's why I brought up the reproduction, because are you saying that there's men with uterus that could be pregnant?
Betty, it's all yours.
Yeah, they can get pregnant. Why couldn't they? They have a uterus.
All right.
That's ridiculous. Ma'am, are you a teacher?
All right, Dominique, go in.
Dominic!
Ma'am, are you
Let
a
him go,
teacher
Betty.
in the public schools?
What?
Ma'am, are you a public school teacher?
Yeah, I'm teaching your kid.
You know what? Everybody heard that.
That's hilarious.
You know she trying to trigger your ass. You better not take that bait. She's triggering you, brother. Don't do it.
He's been saying all sorts of odd shit to me. That's what I
Shut up, ho! Shut up, ho!
Come on, Dominic. We ain't doing that in my room. Please don't degrade my room like that.
Yeah, don't do that. I throw it back, but not like that.
Shut up!
Come on, man.
No, I believe that this is the public school teacher. Shut up! Shut up! This is a public school teacher. I've been listening to her for 2 hours.
Bro, I'm not a public school teacher. That's alright. I'm hiding behind bushes and going, become queer. That's what I'm doing, Dominique. That's my agenda.
But come on, but Betty, y'all don't be needing to go to the kids and say, do you feel like a boy or a girl today? Why do they do that to kindergarten?
Who's saying that, man, Finity?
They're doing that in kindergarten.
Do you really think I'm there with my clipboard when my kids walk in and I'm sitting there? No, I'm not. I'm not sitting there going do you feel
Betty,
like
you might not be doing that, but there's a lot of people who to the left of you who would do that.
And that's the thing, man, Finity. There's people like
Betty, you should be fired. You should be fired.
I can't be fired if I own the fucking school, Dominique.
What do you teach?
You don't own no school. You don't own no school.
She does own the school. She just told you she owns the school. Why do you deny that?
Because I'm a hoe. Hoes can't.
I will find it and get you fired.
You can't fire somebody from a school that they own.
What?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
How do you fire somebody from a school that they own?
Why don't you call the boss? I'll give you her number and you can write.
I thought you owned it.
I don't know why you would do something like
I'll
that.
fire myself.
Oh.
I don't know why you would do something like that. But if you want to do that,
all right, look,
go ahead and do that.
Look.
Let me tell you, Betty, what's going on right now. Dominique flirting with you.
Not at all.
You want me to
throw it back down?
Back it on up, girl. Back it on up. Twerk it.
Dominique, I'm gonna turn you gay.
Oh, wow. I never asked that one.
You know what?
Check it out. Your legs up in the air.
Go ahead and send me that number. Go ahead and send me that information.
Dominique and Betty. Hidden in a tree.
No,
K-I-S-S-I-N-G.
Go ahead and send me that information
so
I can take
Dominique
your
with the baby.
school away.
Okay. I'm
So I can
shivering in my boots.
your school. No, go ahead and send me that information.
I will.
So I can take your school away from you.
This is a love letter between the two.
Not at all.
Flirting.
Guys.
They're flirting.
Not at all.
So,
Betty,
I'm a little bit curious about your school. What kind of
No,
what's
wait a
your
minute.
demographic?
Wait a minute. I have listened to your sorry ass for 2 hours. For 2 hours. For 2 hours, I've listened to your sorry ass. Send me your information so I can take.
Hey, Dominique, after listening to her for 2 hours, what have you been able to conclude?
He loves her.
Dominique, what have you been able to conclude after listening to her for 2 hours?
Check it out. Right. Okay, I got Manfinity. Who is that talking about I'm trying to get at her? Who is that?
Gildis,
man. Gotta be honest, man. I never realized you was a punk. I never realized you was a punk. I never realized you was a punk.
Dominique, you gotta remember, he is godless. He is no longer a believer in God or Christ. I don't believe in your nothing going on.
Gildis, you need to go somewhere. Don't come at me with that, man. Straight out.
I'm gonna
Gildis, you need to go somewhere.
In love with old girl.
Dude, Gildis, I will. Shut up. You think it's funny now. But you won't think it's funny when I find you.
We'll take clap to clap, nigga. Head to head. I don't care.
No, you won't think it's funny. You won't be laughing. You won't be laughing.
Oh well. I'll laugh it all the way through.
No, I don't think so.
And I'll be there on Christmas too.
I don't think so. Gildis.
Dominique, don't be friends.
Realize.
So Betty, what kind of students do you teach?
Gildis, I never realized you was a punk. I always thought you was a good guy. But now I realize you's a punk. I never knew.
Gildis is just sitting here and
I never knew.
supporting and
Gildis is always the best friend you got.
Gildis is a punk. Gildis is a punk, man. Gildis is a punk.
Punk, you're a pussy. Fuck you.
Yup.
You know I don't believe that about you, but if you want to call names, I'll call names.
Dude, Gildis, man. I'm in Southeast DC. Anytime you want to come up. Anytime you want to come up. Anytime you want to come up.
I'll pull up on Gale Street anytime.
Well, let's go.
Wait, Dominique, so what do you do? Do you protest in DC all the time?
Hell no.
Listen here. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Gildis.
I'm just asking a question,
I'll pull up
sir.
on Anacostia.
Okay, wait.
No, you won't.
Let me do it in my straight voice.
No, you won't.
No, you won't. Gale.
No, you won't. I guarantee you will not.
Man, I'll pull up on Martin Luther King right now.
Come on.
I'm in Cali though. I gotta catch a flight.
You in Cali? Well, no, wait a minute. Look here. Gildis,
yes,
you need to
sir.
shut up. You need to shut up and sit down. Shut up.
It was nice meeting you.
No, wait a minute. No, it's not nice meeting you, Betty.
Dominique, I was talking to everyone except for you, so don't worry.
No, shut up, Betty. Wait a minute. You said you had a school. Send me your information. I'm going to take that school from you.
All right. It's in North Dakota.
Well, I'm going to take it from you.
Okay, take it from me, Papi. and I'm gonna give it to you.
So what kind of Betty, what kind of students do you teach? What age group?
I teach them from pre-K to after college. So weekending them while they're young, Dominique.
Christian,
what are you teaching them? What seriously are you teaching them?
All right. Christian, do you have anything to say for yourself? I mean, you just been sitting there soaking all this shit up. What you got to say for yourself, man, Christian?
I mean, I'm just listening to the back and forth. I wanted to ask Christian a question.
Okay.
As a prominent Republican, correct? Yeah. All right. Why doesn't the Republican Party talk about the national debt any longer? Is it the political third rail? Is it overblown conspiracy theory? What's going on with the Republican Party trying to keep the budget, the long-term budget, in play?
Well, I think when we're having this conversation, we have to make a distinction between America Firsters and the Grand Old Party, because the Grand Old Party, historically, the conservative construct has been Eurasia or Russia and taxes. That's been the construct of the GOP, and that is the McCain, Romney, Cheney, Bush, Adam Kissinger, Haley, and so on and so on. So Trump came along, and he was the first Republican that wanted to eliminate eliminate two regulations for every new regulation. He was the first president that wanted to start up the Department of Government Efficiency. Now you have two whole chambers in Article 1 that do not want to codify the Department of Government Efficiency cuts. So, and you still have a entire Article 1 under Republican control that are incapable of passing a budget. So, and when you talk to voters who consider themselves registered Republicans, or they are right-leaning independents, they want the government to pass a budget. So you have a disconnect between the registered Republican and elected Republicans who hold office. And that's going up and down the ballot: federal, state, city, county, town, school district, you name it. And that is only because of, the vast majority of people, they work for a living. They have a full-time job, whether they work at night or they work 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, and they have kids. They have older adults that they take care of, and they don't want to get their arms around their own government. They don't want to deal with the government like they deal with their utility bills, because it gets boring. People, they want to be entertained, but they don't want to look at their government like their light bill, their phone bill, their mortgage, their insurance, their rent. They don't want to deal with those things. So that's why we have what we have right now.
I can understand that. Well, how do you get the black man to understand and start to read the ballot? How do you get the Italian man to read the ballot? Try to get all engaged.
Well, we need for number one, we need male leaders. That's number one. So when you have
leadership, then things will happen. Things will move. So that's number one. And number two, all of these platforms and places that we have, whether online, Clubhouse, X Spaces, TikTok Spaces, Instagram, Twitch, all these different spaces, these spaces should be used for dealing with this political problem that we have. You still have a whole bunch of people who go to church. You have I can't even name the number of barbershops we have in every major metropolitan city, and especially black barbershops at that. You have all these gun clubs, you have all these fraternities and sororities, all these HOA organizations, people in real estate. We have all these groups and all these factions, and we're not using any of them to our own advantage. We could literally have the government eating out of the palm of our hands, but we don't know how to utilize any of these groups or any of these areas. And that's where we're failing.
So what do you say to the notion that, like, the left has Harvard, they have the Ivy League. What do we have? Do we have, like, YouTube and Clubhouse and this kind of shit? Is this our bulwark against Harvard?
Well, we're much larger than Harvard. I mean, we think in 3 presidential elections, we gave a huge, call it let's just call it a middle finger to the media, to attorneys, to think tanks, to everybody. We picked Trump when they told us not to pick him, not once, not twice, but 3 times. We went from 62 million votes to almost 63 million votes to 74 million votes to 77 million votes. So we are capable of doing this. The problem is the presidency is not the only political office. We have 3 branches of government. We have 50 United States plus the territories. You have a federal elected officials, state elected officials, county elected officials, city elected officials, school districts, towns, or if you live in Louisiana, you have parishes. I mean, so it's not that we're incapable of doing it. We've done it. So the only question is, are we going to only do this for just the presidency and only for President Trump?
Okay.
Or are we going to find other people that actually have an America First mindset?
All right. Well, listen to me. Now I know this is recorded, so let it be known this is just me espousing a voice. This is not Gildas's opinion. Okay, so Christian, the Democrat Party always did good by me. They gave me that welfare, and that's all I need. I don't want to be ambitious. I don't want to strike a record deal or get money from stocks. I just want to live in the ghetto with this payment that's coming down to me. How do you convince, Christian, people to leave that idea to try to be more like self-reliant?
Well, you can't convince people. All you can really do is show them what the differences are, and over time they will come over to your side, and that is
hard to convince people of that if it takes 10 years or 15 years for it to all bear out. They're like, what you gonna do for me today? Like the Christians do. What he done for me? All right. Did you get your blessing this Sunday? Or will it come in 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy. I will say that because you have generational families that vote a certain way, and
now how do you address that without coming off like a coon? How do you even talk about that phenomenon without being, no, you're a coon. You're just trying to get rid of welfare because, yeah. You know, how do you even do that?
Well, you do it by showing what your policy is. You expose how these programs have had a detrimental impact, and you start with little things. You expose how non-citizens have been using these programs. You expose how anchor babies or parents of anchor babies are using these programs. You expose how this is affecting all of the resources at the local level in public school education. There's a lot of ways to go about doing this. It's just getting your arms around the actual policy, implementing it, and then exposing what the other side doesn't want people to see.
Well, all right, brother. I understand that. And I know this is a recorded room. But how do you feel about reparations?
I believe that reparations should be given to Black people, and it should be directly taken away from the Democrats and all of the people who have put indigenous and Black people literally in, you call it slavery, call it Jim Crow, redlining, all the things that they have done to the Black community, all of these programs that they placed upon the Black community should be reversed. And all
I
the funding.
believe that the Black mind can create more wealth than any form of reparations.
Well, yeah, I mean that's true, and you have inflation, and you have all these other, because people don't account for how inflation will impact any type of money that's being given out. But on the flip side, these government programs and some of these things that have been implemented and revenue that has been collected, that money needs to be returned back to the people. The government should not continue to collect this money.
Yes.
The land that's been taken from people, that land needs to be returned back to its original owner, which is the people.
All right. I appreciate your responses, but let me see. I think IDK, he was in here in the chat. He was going on, but it looks like he left the room. Because I was gonna call him up to try and speak on it, or she. Okay, you want to come up and raise your hand. So, because where you at? All right, let me bring you up. All right, you on the stage? Did you see anything like you disagreed with, or just want to speak to something? Speak on it.
I mean, I just want to speak on like Republicans who say they're like Christian,
Republicans who say they're Christians, yeah, I think they're dirty work. Manfinity, Doc Responsible,
just kind of makes no sense because like Trump himself, he claimed to put his hand on the Bible, and then they have the audacity to say like, "Oh, he's a man of God." That just doesn't make sense to me.
Do you like Trump running the country? Do you want Kamala to run the country? How do you think the country should best be run?
Honestly, I think Kamala. Not gonna lie, because like Trump, I think this is kind of lie. I'm sorry. Like,
why Kamala?
I mean, you know how Trump he'll say he'll like bring up like taxes and stuff like that. Make it less worse. He's done the absolute opposite.
So you don't like him for his economic reasons?
No, I just don't like him overall. He's like not a good person. He's like weird,
I can't understand that. Are the gentlemen on stage?
I'm here.
Dominique? Yeah, that's one gentleman.
What was the question? Because I missed the last part of what she said.
It wasn't like a question. I'm just saying, like, I just don't like him. He's like a weird person overall.
She doesn't like Trump. He's a weird person overall.
Well, a lot of people don't like Trump, but people keep voting for him, like I said, through 3 presidential elections.
It just makes no sense at this point,
See, right, this is why Kamala lost. This woman doesn't even have a voice.
I'm literally talking. You make no sense.
She doesn't even have a voice.
Are you dumb?
This is why Kamala lost.
This is why you don't have a brain.
Right.
Gildas, I'm sorry to interrupt. Someone had just brought to my attention that Trump has actually been giving land that was previously owned by Black people. It was taken away, and that he's been returning land back to Black people. And when I really sat and I thought about it, the opportunity zone. And so it was just I hadn't thought about it.
I can understand the opportunity zone if it comes with more policing. As I've always told people on this app, I had enough money at one point in the last 10 years to invest in a bookstore coffee shop in South Central LA. And it was a decision between investing in that coffee shop or moving my family away from the ghetto that I grew up in. I had, 6 figures to make this work. I decided I'm not going to open up no business over here after Nipsey Hussle got killed. I'm going to move to the suburbs. I'm going to get a big house, and I'm going to enjoy my life here. Now, some people would say, oh, you a coon, Gildas. Why did you put that money in the hood? But then others would say, man, you made the right decision. And how do you think about that, Kristen? Or Dominique?
You made the right decision.
I made the right decision, right?
Yep.
If they're robbing people and they're extorting businesses, why would I invest my capital there?
No, it's worse. It's worse.
I would lose my money. I would probably get caught up in a case because I had to shoot somebody who was robbing me.
No, it's worse. You would have to work 16 hours a day. You would have to open a business, work your business, and close your business. You have to be up in there 16 hours a day. Look,
That day.
we
Trying to push books.
right. And books are out. Books are out.
And books are not cool.
No,
I can get it on Amazon.
You can get it on Amazon. You could get it when they're reading the books to you. Okay? Straight up, you make the right decision. Now, we may not agree on everything.
Yeah.
But no.
Nah, nigga, I got out of there.
Straight out. I got out of there too. Wait a minute. Who is that talking shit? Who is that? Come up here and get a view.
Nobody afraid of you. You don't let him come.
You gotta let the ladies talk.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
They gonna make you talk to them.
No, if you want to come up here talking shit, then you're gonna get the same as everybody else.
No one's talking shit, bro.
Yeah, Dominic is a coon.
No. Dominique, they're not even coming for you. Just let them ladies speak. Ladies, they're good for the rules, man.
This was funny because they'll say, "Oh, I don't want a broke Negro." That's what they say. I don't want a broke Negro.
I don't want a broke Negro, y'all.
I don't.
Right.
That's
But
right.
when he take his capital and move his capital to another area, then they want to call him a coon.
What?
Let's stick on the topic.
I think me Infinity is sleepyhead. Big baby.
Yeah, go walk your dog.
What? I don't want to put the dog. I don't have a cat. Yeah, he got issues.
No, like, men were talking.
Okay.
Men were talking.
Look how I get those bugs.
Men were talking.
I know.
Babies nowadays, bro.
I know you don't.
Yes, you know.
I know you don't.
Yes.
I was talking to Gildis. I don't even know who you bitches are.
Okay.
I don't even know who you bitches are.
Your mama.
Whoa.
I'm not a bitch.
Right.
I mean, this is indicative. This is how it's supposed to sound. These ladies are not afraid of this man.
Sure, look at him. Your name is Dominique.
Look, I was talking to Gildis.
Okay,
I don't
Dominique.
even know
He was talking to
these bitches are. I don't even know
Why are you calling them bitches? That seems uncalled for.
because of their behavior.
Like, you're just getting mad for no reason.
Because of their behavior.
What behavior?
Nobody
Is your
asked
behavior
them
beyond scrutiny? Because I think calling them bitches is kind of rough.
them a motherfucking thing. They came off the mic and
Do they need to be asked?
Exactly.
You a bitch too, huh?
I'm a bitch too.
You
wouldn't say that to my face, that's for sure.
Wait a minute. Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to? Your Honor?
He's the white man.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Check it out.
Come on.
Your Honor, man. Your Honor.
You're on it.
Let them crash out at school. It's funny.
Relax. Everybody is good. We're having.
Dominoes.
He sounds short. That's for sure.
You guys know none of this is personal. We're just having a good night. We're just having fun.
You live in the West Coast. It's fake.
Nobody takes
Good night,
it personal. We just having fun.
Alright. Let's have a little chat.
Dominic don't like black women.
You know what? Shut up, bitch.
See,
No, I'm not gonna shut up, nigga.
Where's your mama at? Where's your mama be mad she hears you talk like that?
Right? That's how you talk to your mom and sister.
Bitches leave.
Crazy.
Firstly, you wouldn't be here if your mama wasn't even alive. So.
Bitches leave.
You're unhedged.
Well, that's not my name, so I don't know who you're talking to, but can't believe.
He's talking to himself.
I'm bro.
So. Dominic.
Y'all like talking like that. Y'all like to cuss.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
We didn't call him anything, so we can't be mad for him.
Everybody
Bitches
likes
leave.
Bitches leave.
Someone get this man, bro.
He
Okay, man,
crazy.
this is a boy. It's not man.
I think he on the spectrum.
Bitches leave.
Yeah, he got
Can you go to
issues.
bed? Can you go to bed?
Yeah,
It's past your bedtime.
it is.
No, let me talk to the pastor.
Who's the
Your
pastor?
Honor.
Who's the pastor?
Who the fuck is
Your
the
Honor is the pastor.
Your Honor.
All right.
He's calling you a pastor.
Can you forget? You forget how it is now.
Yeah. How can I help you, Dominique?
Your Honor, you are the pastor.
Yo, I'm not
I mean, technically, I am registered with the Universal Life Church. I've officiated a couple weddings, but I don't know if I'm a pastor though. I think I'm a minister actually, legally.
I don't understand the difference, but that's okay.
Bye.
I don't know. What is the difference between a pastor and a minister?
I have no idea.
I'm not gonna say nothing.
So they're the same.
No, the minister can get up and talk about one or two scriptures. The pastor has the entire Bible in his mind.
Oh, like infinity. Like,
Yeah, like you could let Deacon Pork Chop up and he can say something.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Deacon Pork Chop. He can get up there and give you one scripture, and he's gonna go in on one scripture. But pastor knows the whole Bible.
All right. Okay.
Right on.
Deacon Pork Chop, he know how to get that one scripture.
Right.
That's crazy.
No, but the pastor of the whole Bible.
Right.
Have you ever met a Deacon Pork Chop?
No.
Manfinity is a Deacon Pork Chop.
Okay, now that's a personal attack.
No, I know.
I couldn't imagine dating a Christian like Infinity. I couldn't imagine that.
Manfinity is a Deacon Pork Chop.
Yeah, he's so religious.
That's Deacon Pork Chop.
All right, that hasn't been my experience with him, but that's okay.
I'm joking, but yeah, it's kind of real. That's Deacon Pork Chop.
I don't know if I can. I don't. Right, check it out. Are you familiar with a preacher named Jim Jones?
Yeah, the Kool-Aid Man.
Where's he coming from?
And I mean, that's what religion does to you. You're gonna drink Kool-Aid at one point. Manfinity ain't got there yet, but he's gonna drink it because he believes it.
No.
And I think you are. Are you a Christian too, Dominique?
Yes, I am.
Man, you believe in a white God that brought you over here?
Oh, wow. Jim Jones
man, y'all
used to
niggas
say that.
crazy.
Jim Jones used to
Are
say
you a
that.
pastor or a minister, Dominique?
Wait a minute. Did you just call me a nigger?
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah. We all call you a nigger. You are a nigger for believing in a white man's God. How you gonna get?
You're not no pastor. You're not no pastor. You're not no minister. You're not no pastor.
I'm not a witch doctor. I'm not a witch doctor. I'm not gonna fool you. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
What is the truth?
You believe that the cracker gave you a religion that you should abide by?
Wait a minute. Well, let me ask you this. Is there such thing as a black cracker? Is there such thing as a black cracker?
Yeah, but he never gave me a religion that I believe in. You believe
that Jesus woke up out of a den and his white self transcended to heaven, and you come from Africa?
You're a fraud, man. You're a
That's
fraud.
that's how you look at things?
You're a fraud.
No, he's not a fraud. No, he's not.
I'm a real black man.
A whole lot of money.
You believe.
I hope you collect a whole lot of money. But
Yes,
it would
me too.
never
Thank you.
equal.
Manifest that.
It would never equal you giving up your soul.
You practically gave up your life to
You
Trump.
believe, and I wish Manfinity would bring his ass off mute. You guys believe that God gave you Christianity after going through slavery? That's how you became Christian? You had to be raped and whipped?
Wait a minute.
You
Wait
had
a
to be
minute.
raped and whipped.
Wait a minute.
To
You
become
think
good
Christianity came from 100 years ago?
No. Every nigga in America.
Dude, did you just call me a nigga again?
Can you stop saying? I'm pretty sure
I'm not calling you personally. No.
Why are you using that word?
All right, I'll leave the word out. It's a bad word.
No. You've
All right,
already
I'll leave the
impeached
word.
yourself. You've
But
already
no.
impeached yourself.
The idea, you think you became a Christian because of slavery? Like you had to go through slavery
here, man.
to become
I don't know
a Christian?
what the hell you're talking about.
Oh,
You are a fraud. I don't know what you're talking about.
Y'all
But
wanna play
you are
games.
a fraud. You are a fraud. Straight out. Because
He said you
number
are a fraud.
one, God is not a racist. If God hated white people, why does he make a million of them every day?
White people
God is not a racist.
Listen to what he's saying. Listen to this. They have no answer to this question.
What is the question?
God made you a slave so you could become Christian?
You know what,
That's
man?
what
You're
happened?
fully ridiculous. You're fully ridiculous, man. You're fully ridiculous. You don't have any point. You're not saying anything.
I have the most biggest point of all time.
We'll share the point.
No, listen.
No. Shut up, Ho. Shut up, Ho.
What?
Shut up, Ho.
No.
Share the point.
Come on. Necessary.
No, don't do that. Don't do that to her.
You shut up too,
You
Ho.
calm the fuck down, nigga. Shut up.
Wait a minute.
Shut the fuck up.
Share your point,
Dumbass.
Share your point, Pastor.
Shut the hell up. Let me finish. Thank
Pastors in the
No,
audience.
wait a minute. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the pastor. What is your point, Pastor?
Who? Who's Pastor?
Did he leave?
And I told you guys this the other night. You guys believe in a zombie? You believe in a man that grows
Wait a minute. May the Lord God visit you. May the Lord God visit you. You's a punk. You're not a pastor. You a punk. You're not a pastor. You was a punk. Talking about I won't say it to your face. I'll say it to your face. I will say it to your face. You's a punk.
Are you talking to Gildas or
You're not no pastor. You're not no Christian. Who are you? You's a punk.
I'm not a Christian. You right about that.
He used to be.
Man, dude, you need to go somewhere, man. Get serious. You need to go somewhere. Who am I talking to here? Who am I talking to? No, wait a minute. Forget these hoes. Forget these clothes. Who am I talking to? Your Honor. Dude.
Oh my God, he's calling me a hoe, man. Oh my gosh, my feelings hurt.
Dude,
I'm not a
you ain't no
hoe.
pastor. You ain't no Christian.
Wait, are you talking to me now? Or are you talking to Gildas?
Yeah.
You gotta make up your mind.
He's in trouble. Oh, Pastor, come out. Pastor's
To
here.
me,
Right now.
you know, you're the one who made me a pastor.
There's a
I never called
pastor in
myself a
the
pastor.
room.
No, wait a minute. I looked up your thing. It said, hold on. What did it say?
Oh, shit, I forgot about that. I forgot I put that in there. Yeah, I am an ordained minister according to the Universal Life Church.
Oh, you want him to be a minister?
I did forget about that. That's true. I am an ordained minister. I'm available if you want to have me officiate your wedding.
I don't think I want you
Dominique.
to do nothing with me. I don't think I want you to do nothing.
Yeah.
That's true. I don't think I could officiate a wedding given your misogyny seems a little over the top.
Yeah, him and Miss Kennedy, oh God.
You're a fraud. You're a fake. You're a fraud.
It is kind of a fraudulent thing, let's be real. The Universal Life Church, do we know about it?
Every day.
Every day.
Tomorrow you
Every
wake
day.
up, you're going to be a fraud tomorrow.
Probably the day after that,
He's not
too,
a
if you think about it.
Tomorrow.
Not a
What about
fraud.
the day after that?
He is not a fraud.
Yes. And listen here.
What about the third Thursday from now? Have you considered that? Will I still be a fraud then?
Yes.
What if the phase of the moon is different than it is right now?
It won't have anything to do with the fact.
What do you mean the phase of the moon has nothing to do with it? Come on, man. You know this shit
You're
matters.
a fraud. You're a fraud.
Okay.
I think he said you're a fraud. Maybe.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, everybody on the stage is a believer in Ooga Booga.
What is that? What is that?
Spirituality. All y'all motherfuckers believe in ghosts. All y'all believe you're being communicated to from the other realm. Right. And that's what's wrong with niggas. That's what's wrong with people. You think you get information from the second dimension. Think about it.
What do you mean?
It is what it is. I said what I said. Y'all believe y'all get information from a second dimension.
Infinity act like a preacher, not nobody else.
Manfinity is like Jim Jones.
Really? I'm good. That nigga
As soon as he gets you to get the Kool-Aid, it's over. No, he's my buddy though. But yeah, I already see Jim Jones with it.
You ever met Jim Jones?
What?
Nah, I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't meet that motherfucker. I don't want him to try to seduce me.
You've seen Jim Jones.
He might have had a good argument. And I might have been like, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I never met him.
Ever been to the People's Temple Church on Hoover and 4th?
Hell no. I wouldn't go anywhere near it.
You've never been to the McDonald's at 4th and University.
Shut up, fraud. Shut up, fraud.
Why would I want to go?
Dominique, shut up. Dominique. What the hell up with this? Shut your fucking mouth, Dominique. Yeah, cut it out, Dominique.
Dominique, that's his first stop. He loved that spot.
Yeah.
That's where he go and do his appellations and shit.
Appellations.
Yeah, he be dropping the water on that.
Yeah. He actually shut up too.
Your Honor,
What?
I'm pronouncing pronouncing some evil on you, man.
No.
Oh, that.
No.
No, not that.
No.
No.
You're haunted. You're haunted.
No. Don't do that.
Your
Don't
Honor.
do that.
Booga on me, apparently.
Your Honor. There's a curse coming down on you.
No, wait, please
Stop it.
Is it like a curse, a hex? Like, what exactly are we looking like?
Shanti.
Oh boy. Oh man, I'm in trouble.
Dominique, go in the audience. Stay there.
Oh, I'm so scared. Oh no. What's he doing?
Dominique, go on mute. Go on mute, boy.
Shut up, ho.
Yeah, Barbara. I'm not a hoe. Ask me Infinity. He'll tell you.
I know you're not a hoe. I know you're not a hoe. You a virgin. You've been saving it all this time. Shut up, ho.
Even if I was, that's not your business.
Maybe she don't want you.
I don't like you. Ew.
Your Honor. Your Honor. You need to go somewhere, man.
I appreciate you using my honorific. Thank you.
You in the wrong room.
In love with the
Yeah.
You in the wrong room.
Oh boy.
I'm serious.
I used to think you were Manfinity. I thought you were like his alter ego, but you're in the same room at the same time. If Manfinity were to speak right now, I would believe you're not the same people.
Your Honor. You need to go somewhere. I'm serious.
That's not to go to sleep, sir.
Yeah, I'll be going to bed soon.
You need to go to bed now.
No.
Get your ass up out of here.
Oh my god.
You were telling me to go bed
You're telling me seriously. A grown ass man on the internet, no less. Like, come on, man, what are we doing? You need to go to bed right now, Dominique, if that's really what your name is.
Dominique, you need to go to bed. We want you to go to bed.
I feel like if you had a good rest, you'd probably be in better spirits.
No. Your Honor, you're a false preacher. You're a false preacher.
Never said I was a preacher.
I've never claimed to be a preacher.
No, that's Infinity.
Or a pastor.
False preachers.
No.
You know what happens to false pastors?
Dominique, bro, stop. You're just angry.
They get a seat in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, he's crazy. Dominique, stop that.
Sure they do.
Stop it, Dominique. You crazy.
Well, just stop.
You out of control.
Thank you.
He attacks women all the time.
Why is he so angry? He's like, shut up. I'm like, damn, okay.
I wouldn't trust him.
Well, how shut up?
You shut up.
Oh, shut up,
You
then.
got a gun.
You shut up.
You shut up, dumbass.
Not nerf gun your damn hand. You got hop in.
With your big ass gun. You're not supposed to have a gun. You're unstable.
Right. Put it down.
Right?
Yeah, I like that. I like the way the females can get under a nigga's skin. You know, I like that. That's good
Oh,
combat.
he does. He does get that vibe.
No, but that's not true. They can't
Yes,
get
it
us
is.
right here. I just ignored them.
Yes, it is. You want me to read the
It's like butterflies flying around my head. I don't care what they think or have to say.
These ladies giving you butterflies, my man? Is that what's going on here?
No, look at here.
Do you want to punch them on the playground a little bit just to, get the feelings out?
Oh, dude. Anytime you want to do that, you just let me know.
Do what?
What?
Are you gay?
What just happened? I'm so
Did
confused.
you just say you wanted to punch me on the playground?
I did not. I did not say
Why
that.
are you so dumb? Why are you so dumb?
I do want to hear Manfinity and Dominique talk at the same time, though. I have a theory about that.
Yeah, wake up, Infinity.
There's no Infinity on.
No, he's asleep. He probably done fell asleep. He just waiting on me.
Oh,
He's
quiet. Dominique, go on mute, please.
You know what? Right after your mama go on mute.
At least she got one.
Shut the fuck up. She ain't on Clubhouse, okay?
Right.
I know, because she's right over here.
No,
Shut up. My mom would never give you
Because
pussy.
she's right over here. Because she's
No.
right over here.
No, that's not true. You wish. In your little dreams.
You know what? It's funny because she's actually sucking the skin off my
Shut
stick.
the fuck up. No,
Right now.
Oh, wow.
Shut up.
Skin off my
That's
stick
very inappropriate.
right now.
As a minister, you should be ashamed of yourself, sir.
Exactly.
Dude, I'm not a minister.
I didn't say you were. I said I was.
Dominique, you need to calm down, okay? What stick are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm bigger.
Ask her mom.
Okay. Mama.
And Dominique is still, Dominique is still being polite. He hasn't even gone off the chain yet. He's still being polite.
Mama said your balls ain't dropped yet.
He's done. That's me.
No. It's true. It's true. I'm actually restraining myself because I understand that I'm dealing with two silly women and a fake preacher.
Oh, excuse you.
Son of
He never said he was a preacher. He never said he was a preacher.
You can't even get women.
At all. You're probably sexy. I can tell. Dominique, are you sexy?
He is sexy.
I got a list. Leave me alone.
Two silly women and a
You
fake
didn't
preacher.
answer my question. Are you sexist?
I don't care.
Huh?
Why
Was
would
that
I
a
have
setup
to
for a
answer
joke?
Who are you?
Two silly women and a preacher? You gonna punchline that joke?
It should
That was
be.
not funny.
It should be.
Hey, well, you suck at making jokes, so shut up.
Why did you leave us for Dominique?
Oh, like.
You know what? It's okay. You don't have to be here. You know, you could always just leave.
No, you can leave. They want.
Right.
They don't want
you
you
for
in here.
time.
They don't want you in here.
Who was they?
All of us. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Who was all of us?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We stop.
I don't know if I don't want to hear him talk, but Dominique, you do go from 0 to retarded in like half a second.
Literally, bro.
Right.
Yes,
That's okay.
right.
That's okay. But check it out. I'm not a fake preacher.
Okay, like we don't care. You never said you were.
Nobody asked you anything.
We never said you were a preacher. You definitely can't be a preacher, buddy. You're a Republican.
Nobody asked you anything. Wait a minute. I don't understand. Why do you think anybody cares what you think or have to say?
Because I'm better than you. That's for sure.
You haven't had anything to say the entire time that you've been
I've
on
been
this.
talking this whole time, buddy. I don't know about you.
And you said nothing.
Actually, I have. I've been talking more than
What have you said? What have you said?
I told you to shut up and you went quiet. Okay?
That's what you said? That's what you had to say?
Yes.
That's all you had to say?
Yes.
Right, check it out. Listen here.
Listen here, buddy.
You know what? I'm not even going to waste my time.
Yeah, shut up.
Go ahead. Yeah, you know what? You know, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever.
There you go. Being quiet, like I said.
Uh-huh.
You're all this diva.
Hold on. Let me spit. First of all, let me see who I'm talking to.
I'm talking to
Who's
you.
that I'm talking to? Wait a minute. So I'm literally talking to a person who doesn't even have enough self-esteem to put their own picture in their profile picture. But I'm supposed to respect anything that you have to say.
Because your name is Dominique and you have 2 D's in your profile.
Is that you in your profile picture, Dominique?
It has double D in it.
Yes, that is me.
Oh, wow.
You're ugly as hell. Why you got bra size in your fucking name?
It's cool. Check it out. It's cool. It's cool. No problem. No problem. So, and the other chick also, you don't even have enough. Wait a minute. You don't have enough self-esteem to post your own profile picture in your PTR, but you think I should care what you think or have to say?
Stupid. The avatar is basically my face. I take a picture and the avatar, the eyes is how I look like. Stupid. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. Other chick, it's just black.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to care what you think or have to say, and you don't even have enough self-esteem to post your own profile picture?
Why do you want to see me so bad, though?
I don't want to see you. Obviously, you don't want. Obviously, you don't want to see yourself.
Listen.
Obviously, you don't want to see yourself.
I have a mirror.
Obviously, nobody want to see you. Nobody want to see you.
Clearly you do, because you had a problem with me.
No, I don't.
Yes,
No, I don't. No, nobody want to see you. Nobody want to see you. If anybody wanted to see you, you would have an OnlyFans. You would have an Instagram.
You can stop. You
would have a Facebook.
Thank you.
But you don't. Because nobody want to see you.
I do have Instagram. Thank you.
Right? Sure you do.
I sure do. I can sit out here right now.
And you show pictures of your relatives.
No, I don't. That's all you do on Facebook.
Look here, it's fine.
Yeah, I know it's fine. I'm fine. Thank you. I know I'm fine. Thank you.
That's why your profile. That's why your PTR is completely black. Yep.
Yep.
Yes, I'm bald-headed. So what?
You're like Mr. Clean.
Yep, like Mr. Clean. So what?
Yep, because you're ugly. Like, why are you mad because I don't have my face on my profile?
Because you're running your mouth.
Because you're trying to stalk me?
You know, you could run your mouth. It's fine. Go ahead. Run your mouth.
Yes, I do like to run my mouth.
Go ahead. Run your mouth. Go ahead.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to listen to you run your mouth.
Good boy. Thank you. Right here now.
And nothing.
Yes, because I'm not talking to you.
Well, wait a minute, though. I thought you was about to run your mouth.
Yeah, on my own time.
And nothing. Just like your PTR. Just like your PTR. Just like your PTR.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yup. Just like your bed empty, bitch. You pull no hoes at all. Oh, okay. So quiet.
Well, no, wait a minute. I was waiting for you to run your mouth. I was waiting for you to contribute something. No, but it's fine. Also, dry jokes. So, not only nothing, but dry jokes.
Why are you on my ass right now, bro?
Why are you even here? If you don't have something to
I'm here because I have privileges to. Why are you still speaking to me? And you said you don't like me clearly.
Yeah. Because you're speaking to me.
Because you're speaking to me too. You started.
Well, I tell you what. Let's do this. On three, you get up out of here.
No,
1, 2, 3. Get up out of here.
3, 4, 5. Anyway.
So you still here?
Yep, because I don't listen to men. Thank you.
I know you don't listen to men.
Exactly, because you're not my father, bro.
you have anything to say?
Not to you, not really. Not if you got something to say.
Well, then maybe you should just leave.
No, thank you. You got something to say?
Yeah.
Let's do that. It's not a real thing. Okay, so say it. I'm listening.
Okay, here's what I have to say. Get lost.
No, thank you. Anyway, Big Merch is Blue Mapper is like what's it called? What's it called? Oh my god. The Democrat version of the Republican magna. Exactly, bro. Like I might start doing that. I think so.
All right, Dominique, it's time for you to go to bed. I'm gonna stop triggering you, so you can get some shut eye.
No.
You get all and wake up, bright-eyed and bushy tailed tomorrow. So you can have yourself a good day. You can treat the women a little better.
Listen to false
See if
preachers.
maybe
I
your
don't
stalks are
listen
not a
to
little better for
false
you.
preachers. Sir,
So
admit that you're a false preacher. Admit that you're a false preacher.
I never.
Admit that you're a false preacher.
Why would I be a false preacher? I'm not preaching anything. I just wish
Admit,
you a good night's rest
you're a fake
and a
reverend.
happy tomorrow.
Admit
Is that
you're a fake reverend.
a gospel?
Admit that you collect money from people who worship
Oh my God!
and you don't even believe in God. Admit it.
I collect money as a preacher.
You don't believe in God either.
Oh wow!
Wait a minute. You just said you preside over people's weddings.
Okay.
Yeah, but for free, not for money. It's the best seat in the house. I just like I like to be centered. I like the attention.
The free food. Yes.
Yeah, food's usually pretty good. Depends, depends on the wedding.
So you ain't no man of God. You can't tell me nothing.
I'm not trying to tell you anything except that you should get a good night's rest. And you seem like a Snickers bar might help. Why wait? All right. Anyway, have a good night's rest. I hope you feel better tomorrow. I still believe you might be Manfinity, but that's okay.
Like, can anyone else let people up, or does it have to be the host only?
No, you are free to leave anytime you wish.
I'm not talking about you, sir. I'm asking if someone else can let the people up. Dang.
Has to be Manfinity. And he is clearly not interested in you or anything you have to say.
I don't want him, buddy. I wasn't talking to him.
Well, you know what? It's cool. I thought I was answering your question. But since I am not, feel free to go on and talk.
Yes, because he said that he's not interested in me. I never said I wanted him.
Ukraine in 48 hours. I'm gonna stop all the wars in 48 hours. What the fuck we sitting in?
Meanwhile, Congress is the only one that's able to.
Are we in war?
Congress is the only body that is able to declare war.
Hey,
The fuck are we talking about?
Brother, we have already.
Are y'all crazy? Y'all have lost your fucking minds. Go to a community college class. You sound stupid. You sound fucking stupid.
No, you
I
sound
don't
fucking
know
retarded.
why he is still in this fucking room. I ain't
No,
gonna lie.
Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
It's two brothers having a disagreement, but they gotta let each other talk. That's the only thing.
So
I understand both sides.
The last time the United States actually declared war was the Second World War.
A-Check.
America didn't declare war.
What the fuck?
A-Check. This is crazy.
The truth, like, no, but I just want to say something like this. Let me speak for 1 second. The last time the United States officially declared war was the Second World War. They didn't declare war in Korea or Vietnam or Iraq.
Well, not in America.
Are we fucking retarded?
Right. So A-Check. A-Check. We did not take a congressional like appeasement. You know, as far as like the Congress.
I like Dr. Adams. He's cool. I like him.
It has not happened since the Second World War. The only time the United States declared war through Congress was the First World War.
Crazy.
It
This is crazy.
No, it did not
This happened with the boy from Cuba. What you talking about?
No, hold on.
It did not happen.
Who is this? Antioch? Or what are you?
I checked, my brother.
A check.
No, what are you? Like, what are you?
South Sudanese Australian.
Okay, stay over there. So here's the thing.
Military. He's in the military.
We can't do him like that. He got an opinion, bro.
No. I have onions. So here's the thing. So here's the thing. Look. And Dr. Adams, look, we've been in many spaces. I ain't got no numbers. We having a little heat. It's cool. No hard smoke. But here's the thing. Look. The thing with Trump is this. He lies. He lies a lot. And this is worse than 2016, 2020. Like this is absolutely worse.
So is he the only person that lies? Excuse me to interrupt.
No.
Is he the only person that lies? You love Bill Clinton, though, right?
No,
Okay.
But Trump is atrocious with it. Like he is. He's so bad. And now, here's the thing with Trump.
They all lie.
So let me ask you a question. What president did we have in office?
You can't act
that created. Hold on. What president that we had in office that created the same segue of having a Guantanamo Bay U.S. insurgency in the fucking Cuba? Different. Like it's fucking.
Every president lies. What do you?
Hey, Dr.
Yo,
do it. Don't do
like,
it.
do you understand where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
What I'm saying
It's crazy. The same grievance.
That's what the president was.
That's what he sound like.
Tell Obama.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
That's what they say.
You're not. So we're not finna act like these tariffs is a positive thing. The world fucking hates us right now. Absolutely. So, and for some of y'all to come up here, look, it's what's his name? The bald motherfucker. Amazon. Jeff Bezos. He said, you know what? I'm going to when Americans make purchases on my products on Amazon, I'm going to show them the actual debt they're.
Jeff Bezos, like, do you see who he's fucking?
Hey, look,
what is happening? Yo, that's a transgender movement. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
This is true. This is all documented. This is true. Why we like?
Lorenzo Sanchez.
No, hear me out.
Let's
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
Is there anything about Trump's presidency so far that you don't like? Be honest.
I don't like the fact that he pardoned Chris Chrisley or Todd Chrisley.
Man, he imparted NBA YoungBoy and all type of people. Them wasn't the only ones.
Yeah,
he
I mean,
pardoned UCLA
were
guys
those worthy pardons?
To me,
because they look like us. Because they look. Wait.
Were kind of questionable.
Wait, and that's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't agree with everything that the man is doing. You know, for me personally, I feel like Diddy is fucking filthy.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I feel like guilty. Yeah,
filthy. Let me scream that for the fucking right. So again, at the end of the day, two things can be true at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Diddy can be filthy. Cassie can be, culpable.
She's nasty too.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Cassie can be culpable. Cassie could be, in my perfect world, sitting at the defense table with Diddy, right?
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, two things can be true at the same time, yo. So, I mean,
I look at sitting at the defense
I look at this sex trafficking. Sex trafficking.
Once one person comes out with something like that, everybody comes out and said they were. Remember Bill Cosby? One person came out, then everybody came out.
Oh, Cassie looks like a nigga y'all are.
Like,
what type of niggas y'all are? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, straight niggas.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yo, exactly. I'm in LA. So again, I picked up nieces, my ex-girlfriend, for fucking Diddy fucking parties and like shit like that. 2, 3 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Oh yeah.
I'm minding my own. No, hold on, bro. I'm minding my own fucking business. Okay? Minding my own fucking business. Right? So again, I get a call. I'm at a party. I'm in a weird situation. That it's a weird fucking situation. So don't do that. Don't do that. I've showed up for women. I have showed up for women and put my life in fucking danger. No, hold on. Let me say this. I've showed up for women and put my life in fucking danger. Okay? Showing up for black women. Don't do that. Don't do that bullshit.
You know who won't do it? Trump won't do it. Trump got 106,000 black women without a job. That's what he did. That's Trump. That's him.
No.
And let me tell you something. Let me tell you black something. This is the thing about Trump. I have never, ever, in my 28 years around the sun, seen a president attack his own government. So much so. Look, I'm going to just say this, and this is for someone who's actually been in the federal government. There are people who have worked their asses off their life and given they have done so much to get clearances and specializations to be able to know certain information. This motherfucker allowed this South African to walk up in our government and look up all y'all shit. But nobody has a problem. Nobody. It's weird. It's not normal.
Right. So as you know, Mister, I have a family member that's serving on fucking Senate. So, for me personally, and listening to people saying that black men don't show up for shit, yo, like, even through these fucking no. Let me finish. Y'all are speaking out of a place that's so far out of fucking pocket. Okay? So far out of fucking pocket. If there's any man who has been on this app showing up for black women, it has been me. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
You wasn't.
Oh, really?
Who said
yes.
you wasn't?
Yes.
They said you was cussing
Yes.
somebody out.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
They said you was cussing a female out.
Just okay. Hold up, Cash. Let's get Cat.
Yeah.
So I just brought up some points about government.
He's talking about women in general. Are you listening? Are you listening though? Are you listening? Are you listening to the conversation that's ensuing?
Let him finish conversation real quick.
Bruh, how did we get here? Like I just said something about clearances and why the fuck did Elon get allowed to?
Yo, mister, because I'm tired of being fucking attacked for no fucking reason.
Okay, this is different. This is a personal thing.
Who's attacking?
Go ahead.
For no fucking reason.
Who's attacking you?
I feel like everybody has great opinions on here, and
I don't.
Nobody.
Some people should probably just delete the app. I
we
think
gotta hear the female perspective and the male perspective, and we gotta hear everybody's perspective.
But see, Kat, here's the problem with the Clubhouse. So we have people who know nothing and have these extraneous talking points who are allowed to just say these things in a public forum, whether it be on Clubhouse, Twitter, Instagram. And here's the thing: another person who has no brain cells would be like, "Oh shit, he cooking," and he's not cooking at all, and that's the problem. It spreads like a disease.
And that's the only reason why I'm still on this fucking app. Like, that's the only fucking reason.
Yeah, you're trying to spit knowledge. That's what you're saying.
No, it's not a matter of spit knowledge. It's a matter of controlling a fucking narrative that is dangerous.
But you can't change everybody's opinion on life.
It doesn't matter.
Because you know what it is, and maybe I know what it is, doesn't mean everyone else will, So going back and forth, arguing or yelling, like you have to just hear everybody else.
So let me ask you a question. So when we look at like the black church, for example, and when you look at population numbers that have deviated away from the black church, and you look at the context of this said app, right?
Yeah.
Do you not understand exactly why I'm sitting here?
No, look, trust me. I feel exactly what you're saying.
Now go ahead and let him finish. Go ahead, Adams. Go ahead. Why are you singling a dinosaur?
He finished my point. He literally finished my point. I don't need to be long-winded. And a lot of you don't understand. I don't need to be long-winded. I can make my point. Right. So, again, I can make my point and do what the fuck I need to do.
Why are you
at the end of the day.
Explain that.
Hey, no matter what, somebody's always going to go against you, man. No matter what.
No, see, this is okay. This could be the
No,
there you go.
Why is
I'm talking about
who's going against him? Who's going against him? Nobody.
You just asked me why I'm on the fucking Raptor.
No, I'm at. Okay, I would be a majority.
Right, I conquered that rapper. Right? I conquered that fucking Raptor. So again, if I'm sitting on a fucking Raptor, I'm sitting on a fucking Raptor because
It's an AI generated photo.
Yo, Dr. Adams, you drinking too many Cosmopolitans, dog. You had too much vodka tonight, Dr. Adams.
Yo, and I still fuck her after. But again, at the end of the day.
Ew.
At the end of the day.
Dr. Adams. Dr. Adams.
I take everybody's opinion, man. I see what everybody's saying, but I respect the lady's opinion.
Okay, I'm gonna just be honest with you. This is what this is, and it's the problem with politics today. We got
these chicks are mad. I can't ride my Raptor.
The problem is that Larry Hoover killed 15 motherfuckers in Chicago, and they're gonna let Larry Hoover back on the streets? He's a mass murderer.
There's gonna be somebody to cut you off, like.
So I'm gonna just say this. This is the problem with politics now. Look, black men. I don't know, what rise we get or what the outcome is when we extrapolate our belief systems as far as single moms and women who are hoes and all these things to politics. I don't know what the outcome is. I don't know what the end game is. I don't know what the mission is. And I don't get why we have to push these things to white America so much so that I've heard white people ask us, damn, I heard what's going on with your women.
Need to stop listening to fat women.
I have heard white America ask questions and say, damn, are you okay with your women? I've heard that shit. Like, it's bad. Like, nigga, it's bad.
A lot of white women with
no, brother.
And that's for a reason.
Obama had, and this
You
is
just ain't spending enough time with white America to find out how bad it is with white American women.
About Obama, right?
But Kat, hold on.
Look,
Let me land with this.
Media, right? You know Michelle cheated on Obama, right?
This has
So
nothing
it's like,
to see. This is the shit I'm talking about.
Look, she's supposed to be the top black queen, her and Beyonce, right? And she cheated on a good man.
What are we talking about?
Don't forget Doja Cat.
Look,
oh man,
niggas got bad credit talking about
Don't
Obama's
forget
relationship.
Cardi B.
Do you understand?
It's not just
no, brother. No. This is what I'm talking about. No, brother. Cat.
It's also Susan Rice. That bitch was getting intelligence center. She ain't working the government no more.
Please stop. This is serious. And I mean this shit with my whole fucking chest. And then some. Niggas got bad credit, financially illiterate, is slow, have a 4th grade reading level. Niggas is fat. Niggas is terrible. Just bad. And we talking about Obama.
He kicked me immediately. I don't think I want it in Israel anymore. Okay, let's see what's happening in X Spaces. The world famous JQ Radio.
I think that's all I have on that.
Yeah, I agree on that take.
I mean, Myron is not scripted. For what I know. I mean.
Oh my God, this is fucking retarded. Who believes this shit?
The more so thing is the thing that I'm, like I said before. That
dude, he's not monetized literally anywhere.
Stu and Gary. The same shit Stu says. Nobody cares.
That Stu and Gary going at each other seems to be, in my opinion, possibly like a fake, like left and right Democrats, Republicans going at each other, and to make it seem like it's something it isn't. That's just my take, and I guess Tanner's, and I'll stick to it for now because there's some evidence to it. It's just there's too many things that add up. There's too many fucking things. There really is. Especially all these fucking dudes coming in this week from MAGA talking all this fucking shit, trying to get us to say shit.
And who brought you that information about Gary, remember? Who did that?
Nah, Josie, that if you pointed out, it could be the good old left and right Democrat Republican act like they hate each other when they're fucking all bought off by Jews at the end of the day, and it could be the
I
good
knew
old,
you were going to say the Jews.
We're enemies and stuff.
Hey, Josie, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Rio.
Yeah, so just
each other when they're fucking all bought off by Jews at the end of the day, and it could be the good old, well, we're fighting, so, we're enemies and stuff. That's...
Hey, Josie, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead,
Rio. So, Josie, I want to ask you a question, and, I'm just, it's like, if this is what you do, there's no problem with me at all. I actually would like it, but, can I ask you a question? Is, your job as, working for him to go...
No. So we don't give different types of murder 1, murder 2, and murder 3 based on what is that based on? Their intent. Sometimes it's their intent. Okay, right. All right. Well, then.
God, did you just come from the weekend concert in Chicago? Great hat, God.
Do you think that we can't figure out people's intent? That maybe sometimes we can't. You pointing to times when we can't figure certain things out is not going to undermine the fact that it's true, or at least it can be true. Like, certainly you think there's things you don't know.
He kicked me from the room.
אתה זוכר שהיינו ילדים, אז אתה יודע, תמיד היה לך את החבר'ה שאתה איתם, אפילו עד אחרי הצבא. חבר'ה שאתה איתם, ואתה כאילו כל הזמן איתם, ויוצאים ומסתובבים ועושים דברים ביחד. וזה הדבר שהכי חסר לי בחיים של בן אדם מבוגר, אתה מבין? שכולם עסוקים כל הזמן, אף אחד לא יכול לתאם שהוא צריך לקבוע פגישות, כאילו אשכרה, אתה יודע, כמו לסדר ביומן, מתי מתאים לכולם.
מה יש להוא למטה להקשיב לנו מדברים בעברית?
אולי הוא מבין. ג'ון קיטובר.
לפי השם הוא לא מבין.
קיטובר.
ג'ון, אתה בעברית, תעשה וי עם היד. אצבע למעלה או אצבע למטה, אתה מדבר עברית. אני לא מבין אותנו.
טוב, בטח עוד איזה חצי שעה תצטרפו אלינו.
יכול להיות בגלל הערב חג, אתה יודע, אנשים קצת עסוקים.
כן, יצאו לקניות.
כן, הכנות וכאלה וזה. אנחנו הילד נשאר את הסבא וסבתא, אז יש לנו שבוע שקט קבוע.
מדהים.
כן, נשען היום נשען.
Human shaped, you know, again, a poor unfortunate soul chained, probably washed over by, you know, like your red legionary in the classic Hollywood attire.
Yeah.
I'm sure that a lot of that happened, but it's also the kid.
Don't do that. They just keep shit and just like.
That was with Joe Biden. Now Donald Trump is the president. He's running the show in the time.
Make America great again, bro.
Maga Maha, baby. Tell him, Narjays.
Like sin is not real. I do not do a bad thing in my life, yet I do a bad thing in my life.
Damn, they kicked me again.
אתה בדירה?
אני בדירה שלי, כן. זה הרעש שיש לך כל הזמן בדירה.
Y'all got to get a little bit more savvy with civics. Just a little bit.
What you sipping on, Adams?
Since we giving out advice, can I advise that you get some water?
You need some water, some milk.
Look, as soon as you start speaking the truth, now that's exactly what your boy say. What the little dude say? And he like be acting crazy and shit. He be acting crazy. No, the young cat. He was on That's a Raven. He be acting crazy. People think he crazy,
Orlando
right?
Bloom.
No, Orlando Graham.
Hey, but look, he really is so smart. People don't even realize the shit he was saying before. Guess what? It's coming to light now, right?
I mean, he was a child star. He was there for it.
Yeah,
everybody else doesn't.
And you're seeing all that, right? You don't forget that. Look, I guarantee there's still people on here that remember shit from when they were 2-3 years old. Like, you know, I'm not sure how people's lives were like, but I remember getting my ass whooped and shit like that. So,
look, but what's that have to do with politics?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all.
But we wasn't just talking about politics.
No, we're just talking about the conversation.
You don't want to bring it up people's grandma.
Okay, is that politics? That's an actual statistic that you can look up on the internet.
and it'll show, especially with
You
black.
got a real problem with
But,
black men.
but you're not saying it's not the women over here. It's not you guys' fault.
This ain't even black.
It's
This
not
ain't
your
even
mother's
just a black
fault,
man
right?
problem. This is a black people problem.
Man.
I can see women say this.
It's not just black people, brother.
It is. It's definitely black people.
Brother, it's American, period.
No, it's
America,
not.
period.
It's not.
Bro,
I'll
so
tell
you
you
think
this.
black people don't want to go through? You don't think
Look.
Hispanics, white people, you don't think they go through the same thing?
I'll tell you what
How
though.
would they even
White
like? How would
America
they
did not
even
vote for
really
gender
know
war.
each other though?
Latino America did not vote on some gender war shit. This is Black America.
No,
that's
so you saying black people voted on gender war, saying that we wanted the LBGT and all that. It was trans. Do you realize they try to listen, goddamn. They try to put a unisex bathroom in my son's school. Do you know how many petitions we signed for them not to do that? Because that's not straight. Donald Trump is actually the one making that not straight. You can't tell a child, look, a child is confused. We are all idiots when we were children. We all thought we knew everything and everything like that.
I agree with that.
This child might feel like he's funny right now, right? And look, they were trying to pass a law to where a child can get a surgery, bro. Now, what if he grows older and he feel like, goddamn, it's already gone?
I agree with that.
ये गाड़ी आवाज चैट बॉक्स से
you gotta look at the bigger picture.
Well, so Kat, let's take that standpoint, right? Trump was anti-trans, and so much so that, and I'll even level set with you. So Biden during his presidency back in 2021, he had a reminder that it wasn't passed, but he reminded the American public that trans men had to fight in the trans men did not have to fight as far as
in the military and shit like that.
And then do
you realize how long that's been going on for though? They didn't like gays in the military, like Vietnam War and shit like that. Bro, this shit just started happening. But look, this is what I'm telling you. When there's so many gays, that's what that does. It reduces your population, right? America, the world right now is full.
I'll say this.
So we have to kill people off right now. No, listen. They have to kill people off in order for the world just to be regular. So the only way to stop that, right? Only way to stop reproduction is to lock all the males up in jail or turn everybody gay, bro.
So, Kat, I'm going to just say this respectfully, brother.
Yeah.
As a person who has served, one of the best NCOs I've ever had to work with was gay.
Thank you for your service, yeah.
He was gay and he was flamboyant, but that motherfucker, if you give him a task, he get that shit done. I didn't even have to remind him. I didn't even think about it. So what I'm saying is that
are you talking about in the military?
Yes.
So I guarantee he wasn't acting like that against towards certain people.
How do you guarantee that?
Because just like they're racist, just like the military is racist, they're homophobic also. Do you realize what they were doing to our people? Like, look, it's been gays before. It's big now, right? But it's been gays before this. You feel me? They would kick you out the army. Look, give you a dishonorable discharge for being a homosexual male or homosexual woman.
So, Kat, I'll level set with you. I will say this with our military, right? Yeah. There is a political social climate that they kind of adhere to, right? It ebbs and flows. There are certain things that the military supports across all branches that you may not agree with, but because the push is for this social thing to happen, they'll acquiesce. But it's the government. It's no shocker. But you can even extrapolate that same talking point to these corporations and companies. You can't just go around.
You're right. Yeah.
You can't just go around saying slanderous things to different groups of people. If you went to work today or tomorrow and somebody called you the N-word, that company is supposed to align with you and get that person out of there.
But do you realize that's not, look, Shay, that's not a hate crime. But if you call look, it's not considered a hate crime in America, right? But if you call a homosexual you say a derogatory word, right? That's a hate crime. You will go to jail for that. Do you realize that?
So no. This is what happens. So people actively go out of their way to make things a hate crime because I don't see. I've dealt with people who are trans, right? Yeah. And this is my lived experience. What I'm saying is this: if you call them by the wrong pronoun, Still correct.
Exactly. Yeah.
But so no, but see, but this is the problem. Some of y'all take that shit way too far, and y'all be like, oh,
And call them
if,
slurs.